Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing super duper well. What's up? It is me, Strim Tom, and today we are hanging out here on the old Hardcore League, hanging out, just chilling, just having a good day. I hope you guys are doing well. It's Monday, one of my favorite days of the week. Now you might be wondering, but Strim Tom, why would Monday be one of your favorite days of the week? To that, I don't have a great answer. It's mostly just like, I don't know, I had a really nice weekend and I feel good. I feel energized. I feel ready to tackle the day. Specifically, we're going to be looking at tackling like the solo guided Dark Hunter and all of that. But before we do that, I got to purge some people out of the damned guild. Anyway, I hope everyone had a good weekend. What's up, everybody? How you doing? Domo, need more chai? How are you? How are you? Welcome. Get out of my guild, dead people. Get out of my guild, dead people. Look at all these dead people. Get them out of the guild.
It's so
Beach
sad
died.
that you won't
Rip
let
Beach.
the YouTube viewers see the full power of totally underscore horses.
This is gonna take a long time. Yo, what's up, Kentos?
My TP is already angled underscore throw hammer underscore barb underscore the underscore throw underscore apostate underscore assassin underscore donut steel underscore
I
final
did
underscore
decide to change
revised
that
underscore
because I wanted to be able to
dark
post the
underscore
video
hunter
and also link
underscore
people to it.
underscore
So
courses
I did change the name.
XX underscore smiley face
So yeah.
underscore not underscore cringe underscore cast for Sag.
Yeah, I did change the title. So it was it was important because for those of you that don't know, I have already begun uploading the solo caster ranger dark hunter guided playthrough. It's already going up on YouTube, and it will be continue to be going up one episode every 4 days until it is over. I say 4 days because it gives people time to watch it, and I'm also going to be posting videos in between that time. So it's going to be a solo caster, dark hunter, ranger, and then we kind of go back and forth and kind of go. I'm just going to bounce in between videos to give me something to upload as an interim.
Regarding Dungeons and Dragons Online,
What's up, Romeo? How you doing?
The game features a
Anyway,
wide
so
variety of
what we're going to be
weapons,
doing
and their
today
effectiveness can depend
is
on
we're going to be
factors such as
working
character
on
build, level, and personal play
a
style.
couple other things.
The Sword of
Now,
Shadows
some of you
is
might
a
have noticed I
powerful
made a couple
weapon
adjustments in the
game,
Discord,
known
not
for
just
its
moving around
high
channels
damage and
randomly.
unique
But one of
properties.
the things that I
However,
did is
whether
I
it is
moved
the
around
absolute
the
best two-handed weapon will
channels.
depend
I also
on
created
various
like a VODs
factors,
channel,
including
so I
the
can upload like
specific
VODs and
character
stuff
build,
there.
player
So
preferences,
that way
and
you
the
can see that in the
availability of
Discord, and
other
it's also
rare
going to be it's going to be a lot of that.
powerful weapons in
Oh,
the game.
oh god, it's
DDO
going to
is
keep
known
going.
for
I don't know
its
how long this is going to
extensive
go.
loot system and
But
the
anyways,
constant addition of new content.
Brian's louder than me today.
Developers
Yeah, I
often
think my
introduce
microphone is
new
like
weapons
quieter.
and
Give me a sec.
equipment with different abilities and enhancements,
It shouldn't be
which
quieter.
can potentially outclass previously
No, I
existing
definitely should be
weapons.
louder. I even
It's
updated
always a good
some of the
idea
things.
to stay updated with the latest game updates, patch notes,
Make
and
it
community
quieter?
discussions to know
Okay.
the current state of weapon balance and effectiveness.
Oh
in
yeah, it is
DDO.
louder than me. Yep. No, you're right. It is louder than me. Sorry, I didn't realize how much louder that was. Okay, nah, you're right. You're right. Thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. DDO is known for its extensive loot. It's a fun video game. But anyway, there's the VODs channel, streams. So if you ever want to watch VODs but you don't want to use Twitch's viewer, then please go ahead and subscribe to that channel. Yeah, I'm just going to be posting all the VODs there forever. And it's just a way to scan through on YouTube instead of on Twitch if you wanted to. Because it just seems like it's a good idea. Anyways, but with that being said, that's all we got. I don't think I have to do too much anything else. Is there any people doing Reapers? Oh, there's people doing Reapers. You know what? I'm going to help these people do Reapers for a little bit. See how it goes. And then we'll probably do some other stuff. So I'll get into the solo guided hunter. We got people doing Cogs or anything you pick R4 or Salt Marsh R4. I mean, Salt Marsh is kind of safe, so we'll help these people out. Can you replay that? You were talking. No, I can't, but thank you for asking. I appreciate it. I don't really want to start the beginning of my... As I mentioned, I'm trying to, like... you know, I want to upload all the VODs on the channel and stuff, and I kind of don't want to open, like, every video with 5 minutes of text-to-speech. But maybe in the future. I just want to touch base with people, see how people are going at the beginning of the day. So you know, I don't want to kind of not deal with that, but you know, we'll see how that goes. Um. Anyway, I'm gonna be helping out with Saltmarsh here. Yeah, I hope everyone's doing good. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. I did pretty good. What did I do this weekend? What did I do? Oh, I did something. What did I do on Saturday? I did something important. I don't know. Oh, I got a jellyfish. Oh shit, I don't have the quest. Share? Apparently I don't have the quest, so I can't actually enter here. But yeah, I caught a jellyfish. What's up, Ludacris? How you doing? I saw your picture you posted in the Discord. Very funny with the names. Unless I can't get the quest because I didn't hand it in. Okay, I probably didn't hand it in. I'm gonna go get the quest. Oh no. Okay, we're good. They just don't talk to you unless you actually like have it. Aha, perfect. They're doing. Oh, they're doing Reaper too. Oh, that's it. All right. I guess I'll just help them out. I thought they were going to be doing higher Reaper mode or. Reaper 2 is a massive increase in the amount of damage that I deal, so I don't really care too much about the monsters that exist in this spot. Bye. Are we going in here? What do you mean you caught a jellyfish? I caught a jellyfish. So right now there's a special Pokemon available in Pokemon Go called the Nihilego, and I caught one. And it's a fun jellyfish Pokemon. It's very powerful, super strong, and I got 2 of them yesterday. The ones that I got, one of them happened to be a shiny Pokemon, which is very exciting. No, not a real jellyfish, a Pokemon jellyfish. I'll show you guys later. But I got a perfect one. I got my first perfect legendary Pokemon. So the way that they work is that the Pokemon can roll between 0 and 15 on all of its stats. And so catching the Pokemon, going and getting a 0 in all of them, or in all the different stats, is rare. Getting a 15 in all the stats is rare, and they heavily impact the actual power level of your character, or of the Pokemon in general. And I got a perfect jellyfish, which is very exciting, because I really like the Pokemon. No, it's not a real one. Went to Granger and bought some parts. 3-meter gas mask cartridges, dead blow hammers, punches, roll pin punches. All those things sound real. I don't know what they are, but they sound like they're real objects. Oh, everybody be dead. And nothing here. I'm gonna go murder people. Hey, what's up, Cruiser Zero? How are you doing? How's the old jaw hanging on, you know? How's the old jawbone doing? How's the old entire upper structure of the body doing? Hope they're doing okay. Happy Juneteenth, everybody. What is Juneteenth? I don't know what that is. Is you just celebrating all of the days that end in teen in June, like 13 to 19? It is an interesting thing to celebrate, but you know what? I don't know what they do in Arizona, so good for you, dude. Good for you. Proud of you.
You find a curious creature change in this room.
Juneteenth. Juneteenth, official National Independence Day, is a federal holiday in the United States commemorating the emancipation of enslaved African Americans. Oh. Why is it called Juneteenth then? Because like to a non-American, that it's very confusing. But anyways, happy America decided that slavery is bad day. It's a good day. Very important. Very important. Very good day. So. Yeah, why is it called Juneteenth? Instead of like any other day. There's got to be a name here. Juneteenth celebration. I don't know. It's something I do not know the answer. Did you fall running up the stairs, Cruiser? No, he didn't fall running up the stairs. Dennis said I didn't break it. Gums are lacerated and healing on their own at least. Oh, sick. So that's good. The gums are very sensitive. It's a very sensitive organ. And so you got to be very careful because if you do any damage to your gums, they can, you know, especially from like lack of care. You know, if you don't brush those teeth, if you're not flossing every single day, then your gums will turn on you and they'll get you in your sleep. And so it's important to make sure you're flossing properly and getting things taken care of. So wait, so today's a holiday in America, so people are like off today? Guess that means a lot of people are going to be playing computer games and just doing stuff. I think that Cordovan said something like that apparently the office is closed last week. I was kind of listening. Portmanteau of June 19th. Yeah, the problem with the portmanteau is it represents June 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. That's the problem with the portmanteau, is it's a portmanteau that can mean 7 things. It doesn't have the same ring to it. I also agree with that. I don't know the correct answer to the holiday. I also don't know. Yeah. So it's a tough one. It's a tough one. Like I said, sounds definitely a good day to celebrate and to be proud of. Yeah, it's more of a just a, you know, I'm glad I know now, and I will try to remember that for the future. I don't know how I didn't know about this before, but Again, it's one of those things that's just like, I'm not an American sort of deal. I'm from the pain inflicted. That's true. True. The pain that you feel today will help you out into the future. It's a symbol that you are alive and you can endure so much more pain. Yo, what's up, Murdy? How you doing? Oh, really? I thought it would have hurt like crazy, especially like in the jaw. Anything like that? Maybe you're a robot? I mean, you probably are a robot. There's nothing wrong with that, though. Robots are pretty cool. I feel pain because of rare genetic and genetics and they live horrifying lives. Yeah. I feel like people that don't feel pain right now, like, live horrible lives where they have to, like, double check everything, check to make sure they didn't bite their tongue, check to make sure they didn't stub their toe, check to make sure they didn't, you know, accidentally burn themselves by putting their hand on a stove, and check all these different things. But then, like, on the flip side, in the horrible dystopian future, all of these people that, like, don't feel pain are, like, strapped into suits that check everything and become, like, super soldiers for the government. It's like 50-50. Did you watch it? Take our speed and stairway. Did I watch it? Ick. I don't know. It's amazing that Fun Tank can deal so much damage. It's insane. Yeah, it's not like the highest amount of damage in the universe, but it's like just satisfying enough that it just works. You know what I mean? How's the smoke? Oh, I'm doing pretty good, man. Doing pretty good. Smoke is not really here anymore, which is nice. It was only like in the middle of the week and last week. Here it's we're pretty good now. I'm free. I'm in the clear. So now I can just get to relax. Like I said, play some video games, kind of hang out. I have 2,000 temporary hit points. 2208. Damn, do I love affirmation. But yeah, what else is going on? Yeah, I don't know. I'm just doing really good. I had a great weekend. I had a really, really good weekend. Yesterday was Father's Day, so did some of the old obligations for that one. And then what else happened? And then I kind of like just played video games and tried to relax. I was actually not feeling that great yesterday. I don't know. I had like this weird upset stomach, and I still was having some like breathing problems, but like a different type of breathing problem. Hey, Massive John, you should live. I'm gonna keep hits on him. Where it felt like, I don't know, it felt like I couldn't breathe in like a fully. I couldn't take like a deep breath, and I felt like this like trembling in my diaphragm, and it didn't feel very good. But I think it was just like lack of sleep. I did a lot of like burning the candle at both ends, where it was like getting up early, staying up late sort of deal. And so, ooh, Reaper bonus. And so having the opportunity to like just kind of re-energize, get some more water. I drank a lot of water this weekend, speaking of which. An extension pole. Yep, it's why you guys don't ever, if you ever look at your paint poles you got in the basement and you're like, oh man, I bought this in 1979. It's probably still good. Always look to Cruiser Zero as your example as to why you got to be careful if you're using 38-year-old plastics. Also, what's up, Sprinkles? Welcome back to stream team. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Glad to have you here. I don't want to sneak this up to Reaper 4. Yeah. Bought on Amazon like a month ago. Oh, man. Don't you know that Amazon sells you old paint rollers from 1978? That's on the website, dude. They literally say exclusively selling paint rollers from 1978.
But once inside, you can see signs of recent habitation.
That's what they say. Yep. Yo, what's up, Nocturnal? How are you doing? Anxiety type issues? No, actually, I feel great. I feel like no anxiety. It's so weird. I will say this. Something that makes me, like, is a heavy reduction on my anxiety is when I upload videos to YouTube. Uploading YouTube videos is the best way for me to deal with my anxiety and is the thing that gives me the most anxiety. I don't know, like, what it is. I just have, like, a weird mental block on uploading videos to YouTube where, like, I wanted to do it and I'm going to do it, and I have so many things I want to talk about, but for some reason, like, the longer I go without uploading a video, I get, like, really anxious. So, because I've been, like, working on the VOD channel and I uploaded a build guide, and then I have I already have 6 episodes of solo guided hunter playthrough, which is something I was working on this weekend, just, you know, editing it all together and throwing it all up there. They're already on YouTube and it's all preset, so it's on scheduled upload, so it's gonna keep going. It's great, so I'm very happy about that. Actually getting all of that stuff taken care of and out of the way is really nice. Man. Intruders. Up, and started working and not started yet. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm uploading one every 4 days. So every 4 days you're gonna get a new episode in the series, and then that gives people like a few days to watch it. And then I can upload other stuff in between. So for example, at the end of my bear video, I foolishly said that my next video is going to be a Chains character, which is not what I wanted to upload next, but it is what I am going to upload next. But that's not going to be the next video I upload on the YouTube because we're going to get a Lemania preview probably tomorrow. And so since we're going to be getting a Lemania preview, I'm going to be uploading Lemania on top of that. Did Stream Hunter die? No, I'm just helping people do some Reaper 4s. Hardcore's not over yet, and some people still need Reaper mode to get their like Reaper XP, and they want to get their 10 points and their 20 points and what have you. So while I have the opportunity to like log in and just help out a few people, I just want to be able to do that while I still can. I'm playing Blightcaster, and my character is insanely powerful. I can easily solo Reaper 4 now, so I just want to be able to help out those who need it. I'm glad I switched to Caster Dark Hunter in the first place. Yeah, it's not a good build, but it is technically a build. Hey, die, please. So yeah, think regular Druid is superior to Blightcaster? Absolutely. In leveling, no. Blightcaster completely demolishes. Blightcaster is 100 million times better in the leveling department than regular Druid. But Cold Druid, once you get 20 to 32, at level 20, Cold Druid is superior in pretty much every way. There's nothing that makes Cold Druid better than Blightcaster better than Cold Druid. Anyway, so yeah, but Strim Tom, you're using like Shardstorm for defenses. Isn't that amazing? Don't you want to use Shardstorm for defenses? Because it's really powerful. Yeah, you can use Shardstorm on your Cold Druid. You can just do Shardstorm on Cold Druid. It doesn't matter. Like, it's still good, as it turns out. Whenever you get a chance to be completely for lore of the hardcore season? Yeah, sure. I don't know what your character's name is, but I can definitely try. What's your character name, funny thing? I'll get rid of it. You need health. I think Firestorm owns harder than Blightcaster. I totally disagree. I think Blightcaster just completely demolishes everything, especially for Hardcore League, because you have infinity hit points. I got kicked. Yeah, sounds good. I'll do it when I'm not damaging in this quest. Hardcore is a different matter. Oh, we were talking about Hardcore League. So, but yeah. Man, so many people stand in melee range of this creature. Bad idea. I think we have one more pack to get, and then it's just this guy. Hey, bud. He's like, oh, I'm alive. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm super dead. Oh, God. Ruin. Is it Ruin? Greater Ruin? It's Ruin, Greater Ruin. Okay. Wasn't born yesterday, you know. Okay, so you want me to kick? I got kicked. You got it. I got kicked. Remove. Perfect. Done. Done deal. Done deal. All vids about how Twitch is dead and everyone's going to kick now. So, I talk about this a little bit in the solo Hunter guided playthrough, but here's like kind of my opinion and where I think about the website kick.com and other things about that. So, it is difficult to make the argument. Like when you talk about, you know, it's like, oh, what's okay with like the money and where the money is going. When you think about the fact that like, you know, you can easily say kick.com is fueled entirely by online gambling, because it is, because the people that own kick.com own multiple billion-dollar revenue online gambling businesses, which is where all the money comes from, which is why they can basically make no money off of kick.com and make any money that the website does make and give it to the content creators that are on the website, because it's fueled in almost entirely by online gambling. Now, and it's just an avenue for advertising their online gambling, which is one of the reasons why you have people like Trainwrecks as being like one of the top people on the website, as well as and being pretty much a representative of the website, and why 80% of the traffic is online gambling, which you can just go look at the website and find out in one second. But there are a lot of like, so the fact that they want to pay people a lot of money, you kind of have to get over the fact that pretty much all the money that you're going to be making is coming from online gambling. And, you know, gambling is one of those things that is complicated, because absolutely it can be fun for many, but a lot of people also can't control themselves with online gambling, and online gambling can be very dangerous, which is one of the reasons why a lot of industries want to regulate loot boxes in MMORPG video games and other online video games, because it's basically like gambling and they can be kind of bad for people. But then on the flip side, it's like, okay, cool. So then instead, I'm going to work for Twitch, which is owned by Amazon, and Amazon has some of the worst like industry practices when it comes to employee treatment and stuff out there. So, you know, it's a difficult battle to try to find like a moral high ground when it comes to the ownership of a website. So that's also a little bit more complicated. Then on the flip side, you have the fact that the other problem with Kick is that Kick seems to be like the low regulation, low moderation sort of website, where like if you get banned off of another website, you go to Kick, which is kind of like the, you know, the naming of, or like kind of the namesake of the website, which is not ideal, you know? It's like, oh, did you get banned for, you know, saying a bunch of things you're not allowed to say on some other websites? Don't worry. Come over to kick.com, where you can say whatever you want and you don't really get banned for it. Did you get banned from another website for, you know, intoxication or nudity or something else? It doesn't matter. Come over to kick.com. As long as you help us advertise our gambling, it's all good. So like, yeah, it's difficult because they want to give people a lot of money, but there's a lot of like negative association on the website in the first place, which also kind of sucks. Which is why they're doing like, they, you know, even when they want to give XQC $100 million contract, it's a $100 million non-exclusivity contract. Because if anything, they probably just want them to stream just some amount on the site to bring some people over there. So there's that. Softcore porn friendly. It's not going to be a softcore porn friendly streaming website. You happen to have like, you know, a lot of people get banned on other websites, so they go to Kick. So Yeah, so we'll see. Important note, I'm not like a Twitch fanboy because like Twitch pays my bills and that's how I like pay my money. Like I have to think about that. But yeah, it's not something that I think that it's going to be a big possibility that the hammer might come down on Kick at some point, because Twitch had to be careful about the gambling thing, because they had to recognize that even though they put safeguards on their website, a lot of children use Twitch, and a lot of children using the website means that they have to deal with the fact that like advertising online gambling on their website means they have to deal with like the European and like North American governments being like, hey, by the way, you shouldn't do this on your web. You can't advertise this to children because you know that there are children that are using your website. And I don't know how Kick is going to get around that. So it's going to be weird. Too far, Twitch is inconsistent shows favoritism and how they apply their rules and bans. Yeah, but I'm not talking about Twitch.
High Shaman Kefir is beyond the gateway, chanting some sort of incantation, but the door just...
Like, you're right. Twitch is inconsistent with his application of rules. And it definitely does play favorites. 100%. Absolutely. That is correct. People that bring in more money on the platform get special treatment. That is how that works. That is also how that would work on a website like Kick. That's how things work everywhere. Rules for thee and not for me. It's kind of like... It's like basically one of the... a heavy tenet of like, you know, modern capitalism and policy. If it makes more money, do we really need to change anything? I don't know. Yeah. Business Twitch, does that count as gambling? I have no idea what that is. But yeah, so end of the day, it's going to be a wait and see sort of situation. I don't have like a allegiance or loyalty to Twitch because it just happens to be where I stream. I like the streaming platform because it does a good job of, I don't know, it's just easy to access. The features are pretty good. And I don't feel like I get underpaid for the amount of time that I put in on the website and for the amount of work that I do. But some people definitely can. It also makes me wonder, like, you know, when you have places like Kick where they're like, oh, we're going to start giving people salaries, and they want to give people like $16 an hour plus 95/5 split on subs and advertisements on their actual live streams. You know, it's like, is that going to apply to everybody, or are they just going to try to take something like that and just give it to, you know, the top creators because they're trying to, you know, move over, or like higher end creators and move over some billing where like you get nothing unless you're somebody who is already known on another website? Yeah, they banned slot machines, yeah. Correct. But yeah, so overall, I don't know. It's a wait and see. See how it goes. Because who knows, maybe Kick will keep making big moves in the space. Maybe they'll buy literally everybody. They'll just keep spending hundreds of millions of dollars buying all sorts of different content creators. DDO's big for months, never heard about it. Yeah, that was called Mixer. That was owned by a small company called Microsoft. And 95/5 split is the big thing. Right, but the problem with the 95/5 split is it's 95/5 split with advertisers, which means they need to have good advertisers on the website. Because if they don't have a lot of advertisers, they don't have a lot of advertising revenue, which means the split sucks anyway. Which is the other thing, too. You know? Like, that's why it's always a big deal why these companies are like, oh, we worry about the advertisers because it really sucks. If you have a huge multi-million-dollar deal with the Coca-Cola, and then Coca-Cola says, we don't like that our ad played in front of something, or we don't like this is on your website, you have to make some changes, or we're going to take our deal and go somewhere else. Obviously, that would be very bad if you're a company that needs Coca-Cola money. Oh, I'm a wisdom guy. What am I doing? Sorry. I was not paying attention. Saying we can still do hardcore tauntines. I don't know what a tauntine is, but yeah, we can.
Says that the lizard folk are willing to ally with Saltmarsh. But first, she asks two favors.
There's plenty of their own advertising. Oh, presumably, yeah. Yeah, there's also the part of it where it's like, you know, if I think about myself and what I stream on Kick, I don't know if I want to be owned by like big gambling. I don't love that. It's a it's not a very pleasing thought. The idea that you know, I mean, it's like as we were just talking about, Amazon is also not the greatest country, or not country. It's right, but just wait. It's not the greatest company in the world either, and it's not obviously also one of the best things ever. But also, like, at least Amazon does send things to people, and there are a lot of people work for Amazon, and even I buy stuff on Amazon, but I don't really do any online gambling. So at least I like have a bit more of a connection to you know, the industry of buying and selling shit. Yeah. I mean, it's like people can enjoy gambling, and I'm not saying you can't enjoy gambling or the process of gambling or spending all your money on gambling. I just know people that have like had their lives destroyed by gambling, and so I don't really love the idea of being associated with a website that does that. And maybe like, yeah, but do you know people whose lives have been destroyed by Amazon? I know somebody who works at an Amazon warehouse.
Really needs to stop with these gamba sponsorships.
It's not their best. It's not the best job in the world, but pays the bills. Hosting for Kick? Yeah, that's why there's the expression, there's no such thing as there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. As it turns out, everybody owns everything, and no matter what you do, you're always touching something. You can be like, oh, well, I don't want to go to Walmart, because I hate Walmart, because they suck, and they're like the worst distributor, and they bully people, and, you know, they're horrible for the environment, they do all this other stuff. I'm going to go to some smaller business. Well, a lot of the smaller business gets their equipment and other things from Walmart, so what are you going to do? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, you can't get away from everything, especially when you have like mega corporations that are literally responsible for and own everything.
You've concluded negotiations with the Bullywug tribe.
So yeah. Just needs to stop with these Gamba sponsorships. I also agree. Why are you Amazon Rainforest, the Gamba sponsorships? Oh, the rainforest. Where's the guy? Guy's over here at the shrine. I don't have any mana left. Are they gonna get him? Are they in the process of getting him? I think they're in the process of getting him. Here we go. I don't really have any mana, but we'll sort it out. Yeah, the other thing too is also it's so new, right? So I think this is what might be like confusing to a lot of people, myself included. Or not myself included, but probably people like in the audience. There are probably a lot of people that had never heard of Kick.com until they saw news articles talking about $100 million deal for a streamer to stream on their website. So like, you need a little bit more than $100 million streamer. You know what I mean? You need like, you know, well, once there's like some type of wide stream acceptance, I can see other people like actually getting into it, but it's new for a lot of people. LTVC is higher for gamblers than gamers. What? What's LTVC? A couple days ago, yeah. Like their experience. Depending, each warehouse is different and some are quite good. It really depends. It also really depends on your experience. Yeah, lifetime value of a customer. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I've worked lots of places that have had shitty bosses. Fortnite dance in a moment like Ninja did? That's a great question. We do need to get yeah, XQC on New Year's Eve. Get him to do Dick Clark's Rockin' New Year's Eve, set him in the middle of New York City, and get him to be like, all right, guys, time to... I don't know what XQC would do. Mispronounce the name of animals. Oh, that's such a great clip. If you've never seen that video, well, that's a great video. Also, you know, Amazon is such a big, gigantic mega company. Even describing just the warehousing is not enough to talk about like the type of business that they do. Because yeah, somebody might work at the warehouse and have a bad experience, but somebody might have to deal with Amazon delivery and have a bad experience, and somebody might have to deal with the logistics and the infrastructure and people that the different types of negotiations.
Cheeto.
Companies might have to go bankrupt because they're trying to supply a deal that doesn't work or whatever. I don't know. And yes, Cheeto. What a great video. Good content creator. Anyway. It's going to be a wait and see sort of scenario. Who knows? Maybe they'll continue to make big moves. Maybe this is the only one. We won't know. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, speaking of questionable gambling decisions, with almost no context aside of monkeys and balloons,
Okay.
should I pick Archmage or Prince of Darkness?
Always Prince of Darkness, and you can have long hair that covers your face. And you can get upset when people don't understand you. Whereas an Archmage, no one's ever going to understand you because you're speaking in like wizard nonsense, which is less cool. I don't know. If Twitch ever just started losing some market share and just was going to do some slashing, I feel like I'd rather go to YouTube instead. I mean, it's not the worst idea to future-proof myself, but as I said, I don't like the core drive of the business, so I don't really want to be affiliated with it, regardless. So many things in the sky, falling out of the sky. Wait, are these the proppy monkeys? I don't know what a proppy monkey is. Is it proppy? I also do not know what a proppy is. These guys hit me with different words all day. First he hits me with Juneteenth. I don't know what that is. Then he hits me with Tontine. Now proppy. I feel like I speak the English language and I like have no idea of what is happening in chat today. Like my language skills are way too far behind. I thought I graduated from school, but apparently not. There's tower defending monkeys. Oh, gotcha. Oh, proper. Oh, it was a typo. I gotcha.
Gears whir into action, and the ground shakes as a massive door grinds.
Yeah, I didn't do any of that. Any of them tower defense video games, which is odd because I actually really like the tower defense mechanic in Path of Exile called Blight. I actually love it. I find it super fun to play, and yeah, I never really do tower defense games. I think one of the reasons why I like tower defense games in like I like games that have endings. I don't know if that makes sense, but I like games that have endings. And so one of the issues that I've had in the past with like a lot of tower defense games, I remember playing like a lot of early tower defense games, and they were basically just like play until you die and you get like a score. And I find that like not very motivating because I like completing something. I like feeling like I'm completing something. So going for a high score feels like frustrating because especially if it's something where it's like, oh, you earn a high score, which gets you points, so you can buy more things and you can get upgrades, so you get even high score. But then, you know, either you make a bad decision or you make a mistake and you end up losing or like not getting as high as you know you're supposed to get. So you feel like even though you got something, you feel like you didn't get enough. And it's that hollow feeling that I just don't like. That feeling of like being 9/10 the way there, but knowing the game does that intentionally, so that way you feel like you have to keep playing it. I don't really like that. I find that that feeling is very dissatisfying. You know what I'm talking about? Where it's like, it's sort of like in DDO, where you get ingredients in Kenneth challenges based on your score. The higher your score, the more ingredients you get. So if you know you need a score of like 2,000 points to get 400 ingredients, and you get a score of, and you need 400 ingredients to craft an item, and you get you know, 1950 because you made a mistake and you went down the wrong hallway once and you like didn't ran out of time, so you couldn't get enough XP or you couldn't get enough score, kill enough monsters. So you have to run the whole thing again just because you made a mistake or you did something, and it's like feels like you're wasting your time. You beat it, you won, but you still lost. I find that very, very dissatisfying in games, and so and that's how a lot of like the early tower defense games that I played were, or at least the ones that you find on like, you know, friggin' like Newgrounds and stuff like that. We're all like that, and so I just found that whole experience relatively dissatisfying. Is that gonna make sense? Am I explaining myself, Bell? Well, I don't know. It is when you die? Yeah, exactly. Yo, what's up, Wonderlist? How are you doing? Are you doing raids with us on hardcore? I don't know. I haven't been in... all I saw was pictures. I saw pictures of some people working on raids, and I thought that was kind of cool. So... I assume no, because the raids have already been done, it looks like. So it looks like I'm not doing raids with you on hardcore. But I mean, if I'm around when raids are happening, I just don't know. I don't know when raids are happening. So, but I'd love to join. I like doing raids, man. But I saw there was a Hunter Be Hunted completion. Hunter Be Hunted is spooky on hardcore because there's a lot of things that can go wrong in that raid. All the force damage that comes out, the final boss hits you and blows everybody up. So you got to be really careful about that. Oh man, look at those circles on the ground. Yeah, Bobby has the power to add people to Big Pipe. Correct. Guild on the wrong server? I'm not European. You know what, you want me to go to Europe? And tell everybody, guys, let's all go to Europe. Have a fanciful time with our properly regulated industry. That's ridiculous. None of that. Bug at that? Well, yeah, but the thing is, like, here's what I think. You know, if Europeans are so great, okay? If Europeans are so great, and they got so much power, you know, and they can do so many different things, can't they just deal with, like, 100 ping? What, you're so amazing you can't handle 100 ping by playing on the North American servers? Ridiculous. I thought all you Europeans always beat everybody at Counter-Strike. Can't handle, like, 100 ping? Ridiculous. Maybe you're not as good as you thought. So really, to me, it's just trying to help out with, you know, sharpening people's skills, in my opinion. More to come? Nice, that's cool. And it's kind of like European. It is kind of European, yeah. There are no Canadians. Well, Path of Exile has a Canadian gateway. So, it's only, my ping is like 9, which is kind of cool. Yeah, so bad they must always play with 0 ping or suck otherwise? Yeah, that's correct. That's why when you start to debate people that are in America, instead of actually engaging with you in arguments, they just go, USA! USA! And then they can't hear you anymore. Way easier that way. What's that? I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear you telling me that I'm bad at video games over the sound of the 4th of July Nathan's Hot Dogs sponsored hot dog eating competition featuring World Hot Dog Eating Champion Joey Chestnut. Yeah! That's what I'm talking about. What's the best way to try and rope you into schedule something? Would like to run them when everyone can be online? Oh, I just want to, like, just let me know. Either, like, posting in the Discord, or just send me a message, or, yeah. I'll try to be around. I'm going to be around Wednesday, and I'm going to be around Thursday. Assuming that LaMania isn't up at the same time. If you guys end up raiding on Wednesday, and that's the day LaMania comes out, I'm not going to be there. It is what it is. But yeah, I'd love to stream it. Yeah, I'll be around. Language thing is something. No one speaks the same language in EU servers. Well, I assumed that that was where, like, a lot of people learned English, was because they play on EU servers and they get into a lobby with, like, you know, 6 people that all speak a different language, but then everyone speaks English kind of bad. So you just figure it out. And you get a lot of fuck you. Turks and Russians who never speak English. Yeah, it can be complicated. I mean, I don't speak any other languages, so they just gotta wait till there's live translation, you know? You just have like a bot that runs over voice chat and it live translates everyone's communications. And also, the best part about live translation is that the translator, so whether it's like, you know, some Google Translate or something, it will the live translator will remove all like the curse words and the mean things. Is it immune? It is immune. Those Americans might be a little fixed. Yep, that's fine. It's good. Find out it's time. Love for you to join. Absolutely. Yeah, just let me know. I said, as far as I know, I got nothing going on. With the exception of maybe like, you know, if it happens to be Wednesday and then there's Lamania, like I'm going to be testing stuff on Lamania, like it is what it is. If Lamania is tomorrow, which again, we don't know when Lamania is going to be coming out. If Lamania is tomorrow, then it's fine. If Lamania is Wednesday, and it happens to be on Wednesday, I'm going to be doing Lamania stuff because I want to just check out some of the new content, and also I got to get that day 1 video out. You know, that content creator life. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, brother. America #1. What is Lamania? It's the preview server on Dungeons & Dragons Online. So whenever there's new content coming out, the preview server Lamania will open up to allow us to preview the new content. So you can see it ahead of time. China #1? No. America #1. Big fan of US America. Nope. I'm gonna play in the US West and all Asian players play. Get destroyed during those hours. Yeah, the trick is not to play any competitive video games because you're bad at computer games. That's really the gamer move. Play all those PvE things. One second.
Rogue.
Hope you're doing well, Strim.
Also, Infinite Tachyon, welcome back to the 2nd month of your sub. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing super well. You buy all the notes from the guy. 1 second. DCCL.
The High Priestess has just
Sorry.
arrived at the fortress's main entrance. You found your primary target at last. Fool! You and the air breathers cannot hope to
Alright, sorry. I had a message I had to respond to. Hey, what's up? She's up here on the sky. I like that sometimes bosses just don't cast Death Ward on themselves, so you can just do damage to them with negative damage. It's very handy. Dude. Flattery just makes you win more? True. Yeah, if your goal is to be bad at the game, then they don't realize that by beating you, they're actually feeding into your goal. They're feeding into your ego. Oh, not like this. Druid should be able to use Mithril. Mithril is not metal made. Mithril is literally metal.
Sahuagin will be unable to invade Saltmarsh and the surrounding coastal areas.
What? Mithril is... Sorry, somebody's in chat is upset that druids can't wear mithril. Mithril is definitely metal. Druids can't wear metal. So even though mithril is... The whole point of it is meant to be as strong as steel, but light as a feather, it's still made of metal. Druids don't follow like elf logic in Lord of the Rings. I actually have never liked the fact that druids don't use metal. And I've always thought it would be cool if there was like a sect of druids that was like all metal. Yeah, it's just usually not in its pure form. Or like it's you know, actual like metallic form. Usually it's bonded to something. You have metal oxides and metal compounds that are in nature. Like hemoglobin. There's iron in your blood. It's inside of your internal organs. But it's not like there's pieces of metal that are like in your body. It's that the iron allows oxygen to kind of bind to the protein in the hemoglobin. They haven't figured out metal bending yet, you know. No, they haven't. Need more time to kill. The forge is okay, but not like smelting iron. Yeah, that's most things though. Most things are too hard for most people, myself included. I don't think of myself as the smartest person. I usually like it when things are not like overly complicated. I don't mind when the story is complicated, as in there's lots of people and different things, but like some type of weird, I don't know, finicky rule, something like that, where it's like, oh, you can use this type of metal, but not this type of metal. I'm one of the people that is like, oh, you smoothed it out for my smooth brain? Perfect, thank you. Thank you. That is very handy. That is exactly what I wanted to see. Blow Plague Reaper. These metals are not natural and druids are nature dudes. Well, yeah, but metal's natural. Metal comes out of the ground, man. Metal comes from stars exploding.
Modded D2R update. After I found that sick as perfect glyphs, I decided to up the ante and roll an oversork but increase the mob density by 3. So far I got to Act 5 by level 39. Shit's fun.
Nice, dude. See, I'm so happy. I don't know how I introduced you to the Diablo 2 mods, because they've been around for like 20 years, but I'm happy to have done something good with my life. Now I can retire. I helped somebody find something engaging and fun. I can retire now. It's all over. Well, isn't my understanding, I could be wrong about this, that the first bits of metal that were ever, like, mined out of the ground that people found, they were, like, close to the surface? It was like they didn't start digging underground for metal. They found metal above ground before they started going underground for it. I'm pretty sure there's metal you can just, like, find right away.
The flow of liquid to
Or,
the
like,
bottom
at least there was somewhere on Earth before it all got, like, mined.
revealing a large ladder.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking about. The future Warforged get option Darkwood plating counts as medium. That would be interesting. In 5, they kind of have that, where Warforged just wear metal, but there's also different, like, frames of the bodies. So every single different Warforged frame has their own different, like, you know, stats and abilities. So based on if you're, like, a scout frame or a heavy frame or whatever it is. And then your armor just goes on top of that. Warforged just wear armor in 5th edition. They don't have, like, a special... They don't have, like, docents or anything like that. You just wear armor over top of it. And in fact, in 3.5, docents were not armor. Docents are, like, psychic objects that contain an entire consciousness within it. Whereas In DDO, they're just turned into armor pieces because I think that that was the best they could do at the time.
Return to the surface. A ladder leads up to the surface and out of the
Yeah,
portal.
so it's a little different.
You've escaped.
If you want to learn more about the docents, there's actually one of the novels written by Keith Baker. I've got a lot of items today. One of the novels written by Keith Baker in the Dreaming Dark series of novels. It deals with one of the characters, this guy Pierce. He actually acquires a docent and equips it, and then he begins talking to him, and it causes problems.
Strangest smell.
That's not good. I don't need any items. Why am I looking at items? Yeah, if you want to learn a lot about Eberron in a very short period of time, the Dreaming Dark trilogy does a really good job of explaining many things. They already have a humanoid shape. Oh, they're just bulky, so they definitely could wear armor if they want to. It's just that a Warforged without armor on is already basically bigger than a human with armor on. So you'd have to have specially custom and tailored armor that would be like twice the size, which means the cost would be twice as much. So you're already paying for the Warforged. A full plate is like 1,500 pieces of gold. So now you're going to be paying 3,000, but it's not going to be a linear amount because it's twice the size. It's going to be 4 times as much. You're going to be paying like, like 6,000 gold or something to get armor for the Warforged on top of what it's already got.
Massive tracks in the mud leave wet and stinky.
Oh god. Can you make a Warforged Dark Hunter because no medium armor?
There are definitely some unpleasant
I'm confused. Chris, are you talking about in real life,
as
like
much.
imagining that video
What
games are
about
real,
economies
or
of
are we
scale
talking
and
like
buying
in the
in
lore,
bulk?
or are you talking about in Dungeons and Dragons Online? What's stopping them from wearing armor? Because your counterpoint doesn't make sense to my point, which is talking about the fact that Purple Dragon Knights aren't in Eberron, so that doesn't matter. Purple Dragon Knights also look different thematically, like for the video game, and not in regular world. And also, half-orcs aren't wearing a lot of metal armor, because half-orcs come from Droam, which doesn't have the same amount of money or resources.
A Sahuagin
So it's a moot point.
maiden here in meditation, protected by a magical barrier, and oblivious to your presence.
But yeah, it's really, really good. It's written by Keith Baker, and he does a great job of kind of explaining a lot of the stuff. Not so much. What about economies of scale and buying in bulk? Well, so it depends, right? Because sometimes you actually pay more when you buy in bulk, because purchasing in bulk gives you the consistency.
The Sahuagin
Because it means you get more. But yeah, so imagine that the average person, like Warforged generally are like 6 feet tall, 7 feet tall, something like that. And they're also much wider than your average person, so you need a much bigger frame. It's also important to note that Warforged do wear armor because they wear uniform, and Warforged do wear armor in, not only do they do baseline in 5th edition, but also in like the stories that Keith Baker's written, they wear armor. It's just in DDO, they decided to do docents instead of armor. Nothing is stopping Warforged from using armor, it's just expensive and difficult to manufacture. Because it's bigger and takes more time. And also, a lot of Warforged don't need to wear armor because a lot of them are made of, like, very durable metals. You know, like, if your Warforged is literally made of adamantine or mithril, you don't really need to put it, like, add armor to it. It's already doing pretty good.
another way the Sahuagin served
You could. You probably could. And it wouldn't be, like, a bad thing, having an extra layer. There's nothing wrong with having an extra layer, right? I always love how many people run Carrion Swarm and Shard Swarm on hardcore. It's great. All you hear is do. But yeah, they definitely could and do wear armor in your pen and paper and in your stories and what have you. Everybody wears some amount of equipment. It just depends on what it is. Like if you're a Warforged already clad in mithril, right? So like the character Pierce, who is in the story, he's got like the mithril plating. He's very lightly armored. He doesn't need to wear additional armor on top of what he's got because he already is basically made of an extremely durable and malleable metal. But also, the additional armor would just slow him down and be cumbersome because he's supposed to be stealthy and a scout, so he can just kind of blend in. other than covering up some shiny bits. He's good to go. But like Warforged are people, and they can be like, hey, you know what? I would like some extra protection today, and train with it.
It looks as though many travelers have used
Yeah, I think that they will do a Warforged revamp at some point. Maybe if we get like a relatively Eberron-centric either expansion or even mini expansion, something like that, where we get something that's going to be heavily focused on it, and they do a revamp of the Warforged as a visually. That'd be very cool. I don't think that's what we're gonna get, but I would love that. Am I in the quest? Okay, I am in the quest. I thought I got like bounced out for some reason because it looks the same inside and outside. Yeah, I totally agree. I think it would be awesome. I would love to see them add more to the Warforged. For me, I've just wanted like more colors on more Warforged characters because I think being able to pick like, you know, all the different colors would be cool. So if they could have like a just a greater variety. Because why not? They're magical robots. Just let them have more colors. But then you have the other half of it, which is like also revamping how the armor system works would be great. There are lots of classes that can't really be Warforged because of the mechanics. So, for example, Warforged can't really be Dark Hunters because they have no way to get medium armor. So they can't interact with the medium armor element of it. So you're basically just stuck into adamantine, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's also not necessarily a good thing, especially if you want to have dodge on your character. Warforged, because they can't wear medium, also don't get the bonuses from barbarians. Now, technically, they get adamantine plating, but again, we talked about that dodge thing. And then finally, mithril plating is just so tragically bad, and it makes every time somebody asks me, you know, why is mithril plating one of the worst feats in DDO's history to date? Why I have to explain it as best as I can. It's like literally one of the few things that will make your character much weaker from taking. It's crazy. And on top of that, just because docents, a lot of armor sets aren't built with docents in mind, which means, let's just say you want to play a Warforged Druid. You can't wear any Druid sets in the game because they're all designed around people wearing armor and not with docents. What about Holy sets? Nope, same deal. Which is kind of unfortunate. All they would need to do is just add like an integration feature, which shouldn't be too hard to do. Basically, what you would do is you'd have like a conversion tool or something like that. So instead of having your armor here, you maybe have like a special slot on Warforged, and when you add the armor, maybe it takes longer. Maybe it takes like 30 seconds to incorporate the armor, even if it's like cloth or anything else. And your character incorporates it into their plating, which is why they still change in their visual appearance to whatever the armor is supposed to be, as if it were a docent, but they're actually just using whatever the armor is, and they can just convert every docent into armor at that point. And they can just use all of them.
The Sahuagin shrine also emanates an eerie energy. Whatever it's doing, it can be.
Oh, how's the weather? It's great, actually. The weather's really, really nice. I don't know why I'm so sneezy today. Maybe I need more water. But weather's really good. It's a beautiful day outside today. I actually don't know what the temperature is outside. It is... I have no idea if it's going to be hot this week. Yep, it is. It's only going up. The summer solstice is on the 21st. That is Wednesday. The longest day of the calendar year will be on Wednesday, and it is going to be a hot day, hot and sunny. Yeah, a conversion tool would also be good. That would work. But yeah, anyway, as I said, there's no like lore reason Warforged can't use armor. It's just they weren't designed to use armor in Dungeons & Dragons Online. And undoing that is like expensive because they have to like redesign how Warforged function with armor, and then possibly have like a conversion tool, or just say, yeah, Warforged just wear armor, and they just look a certain way when they wear armor. And then they would need to apply all the armor visuals to every single or all the Warforged visuals to every single armor piece in the entire game. So they have to go like, okay, this armor, this is now going to look like this. Either they have to redraw out every armor piece in the game, or if they're not redrawing every armor piece in the game, they just have to match up the visuals, which is still like thousands of docents and armor pieces they need to match up. I hate the heat? Oh, I don't hate the heat. I like the heat. I'm a heat sort of feller.
Clearly the Sahuagin
Oh yeah, it's going to be getting over 40 with the humidity, for sure. Nice and hot. Do you guys not like the hot weather? Is this not like a common thing? People don't love just getting hot and sweaty all day. Oh, yeah. I do like it. I do like it when it's hot. Yeah, but you guys have a dry heat. I'm curious. I kind of want to experience a dry heat. I've never had one. I've never experienced that before. The feeling of like it be, because people always say that dry heat doesn't feel as bad as like the high humidity. And I assume that that's true. People have told me that's true, but I've never like really experienced dry heat before. It's always humid here. In fact, usually in almost all cases, the hotter it is, the more humid it gets. Racial feat and save the slot. Well, that's what I assumed that they would do if they were to revamp it, is instead of it making it like a, this guy needs healing, instead of making it like a feat, they would make it like a bonus feat. So instead of having to take an armor feat at some point and use one of your real feats, they would just make it a bonus feat so you get to pick your armor, but it would have some type of limitation. I don't know. Be able to do well in regular service. I'm not enjoying Melee Ranger. I think it's a bad character, is the answer to that question. On the video that I posted, I posted a big message at the top, which says, just so you know, this character is bad in my opinion, and I do not think it is good. I don't think you should play it, but you're allowed to because this is America. So if you want to play it, you can. I don't think it's good, and I don't think you should play it. And I included other builds below. But you are welcome to try it if you want. You're welcome to give it a shot and see if you like it better instead. In the video, I put a forum post out, so you can go ahead. It's all there, easy to copy and paste. But yeah, visit Nevada for dry heat. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I've been to Vegas, and they did have dry heat. You're right. I have experienced dry heat. It wasn't like that hot. It was like 28. I forgot about that. Oh, I actually don't have a YouTube thing, like a link like that. It actually is just like below the stream. You just scroll down and the link is there. I probably should have a command. I have a VODs command. By the way, I have a VODs channel on YouTube where I just upload all of my Twitch VODs there. So if you ever want to watch, rewatch content of the stream, but you don't want to like do it annoyingly on the Twitch system, or if you want to watch something that you remember from like a long time ago, all of the VODs are going to be going up there from now on, and so you'll be able to get those. But yeah, it was like 28, something like that. It was, or like up to 30. And what I didn't realize they did out there in Nevada was, when I was in Vegas, along the strip, so on the actual street, pretty much just on the main strip, they had these sprinklers that would be attached to all the light systems, and then they would just have this, they would like mist out water above the street. So the street itself was basically air conditioned. So when you're walking down the street is effectively air conditioned because it feels like it's like maybe 21, 22 degrees, even though you're in the sunlight. But the second you walk off of the strip, it's automatically hot. It's like magic. It's crazy. How humid is it? It is currently 68% humidity. Going up to 91% by later today. Help. I'm struggling to hit 90 evocation DCs and Reaper difficulty. Any tips? I think my highest is 72. Yes. You need to make sure you have everything that gives you charisma and everything that gives you DCs. So, start from the top. Do you have charisma, a charisma item? Do you have an insightful charisma item? Do you have a quality charisma item? Do you have a profane charisma item? Do you have artifact charisma into your build? Or not charisma, but whatever your stat is, right? So you need to make sure whatever your main stat is, you need to have all of those covered. Festive, if you happen to have it, is also good. On top of that, you also want to check, okay, now I have that. Do I have DCs? Do you have enhancement bonus to your DCs, insight bonus to your DCs, profane bonus to your DCs, sacred bonus to your DCs, artifact bonus to your DCs, quality bonus? Quality, like the Black Satin Waste. Yeah, because it's got +2 quality spell focus. Or profane, like the legendary Dead Ringers. Or sacred, like you can craft on your Isle of Dread artifacts. Or, you know, what are you using for your sentient jewel? Are you using filigrees, like the Eye of the Beholder set that gives you +2 to all DCs if you have 4 pieces? Are you using the Autos set that gives you +2 to all DCs if you're using all 4 pieces? So right now my DCs are 89, just standing around in town. And I'm still missing sacred DCs. So it really depends on what your character is doing. And how many stats you have on top of that. You don't need tomes and other things to get to 90. You don't even need tomes to get to 100. You just need to be a little bit more focused and concentrated on your build. So yeah, so the answer to that question is you need to have all of the things that give you bonuses to DCs, and if that sounds annoying, it is what it is. Like, that's just kind of how you do it. Also, then other facts, right? Do you have 4 cores? Because each one of these gives you 1 DC. Did you take +3 DCs out of your tree here? Did you take another +3 DCs out of the top? Are you picking up any of your main stats, like either here from +2 on Prime Lavatar? Are you picking them up out of Fatesinger? Where are you getting additional DCs and stuff? Any you need to do? No, I'm just helping. Yo, what's up, Zixel? How are you doing? How are you? I said do the old login, help people get some stuff. Waiting for your new mouse to get here. Oh, nice. What kind? Is it like did you get like a white, like, is it one of them like lab mice that you do experiments on? Because it's crazy. You can order so many crazy. If you've ever looked at like the process of ordering lab mice, it's so sick. You can order pretty much whatever mice you want and they just ship them to you. You can get like, you can get mice with like pretty much every disease you can ever ask for. You can get mice with diabetes. You can get mice that are missing chromosomes. You can get mice that are like, that have like stripes on them and spots and also like perfectly customized mice. You can just get them delivered straight to your door. It's crazy. So what kind of mouse are you getting? The desert, regular through summer, listener, much prefer Florida, storms are glorious. Yeah, I can see that. I have mouse kind of nuts. I'm teaching it how to do a maze. Oh, like a computer mouse. Oh, I got you. Sorry, I got confused for a second. I was thinking something else, you know? Was 100 quests at you? Yeah. Yep. Well, that's the problem with pretty much every video game, is that they weren't so bad when they started, but then as MMORPGs go on, they start to overload you with too many things to do. This is why I think I found Lost Ark confusing when it first released, and I found it stressful, was that when the game probably first released initially, the first time, it probably had like a reasonable amount of things for you to do, but when they re-released the game for Western audiences, the re-release included all sorts of stuff. So it's all the new content that had basically ever been created was in the game. And so even though the level was capped, the item levels were lower, all of the new changes, the dailies, all the different quests, all the stuff with the house, all these things that they had innovated over time and added to the game are right there, right in front of your face. And so you kind of get overloaded with stuff. It's the same thing with like Guild Wars 2. I joined Guild Wars 2 and I started playing it, but there's like 25 capital cities and all these zones and areas and things to explore and 5 specializations, and it's like you just kind of like get overloaded with 100,000 things that you can do at any given moment, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but you can already see like how people can get overwhelmed, you know, relatively quickly. Oh, whoops! I should probably just instant kill these guys. So yeah. It's just easy to get like overwhelmed by new quests and new mechanics when you log into a game and there's like a million pop-ups. Hey, go here. There's an event. Did you know there's a festival going on? Did you know you can do this? Also, we just revamped this system. You can do this. And you're like, I don't know how to move forward. Does WASD still work? Because you're new to a video game. Kind of one of the things that is magical about playing a new MMORPG when it first releases is that you don't have all of that clutter and all of that confusion. Your objectives are like really direct and really focused. You know, so it's like it's really easy to start playing a game like New World because the game only gives you like a couple tasks at a time because they don't have that many things. But then when you start playing, I'm sure if you start playing New World like next year, you're going to log in and have like 3 different NPCs telling you to go to 3 different islands at the same time. Like imagine you subscribe to ESO Plus and walk into any main town in ESO and you have like 5 different NPCs following you around being like, oh, I've been looking everywhere for you. Hey, you have to go to this island. You have to go here. You have to do this. Did you talk to this guy? You have to go here. You have to do this. And you're like, ugh.
This door bears an ancient inscription. A hum of powerful magic pulses inside it.
Oh yeah, I haven't played through Guild Wars 2 yet. Much to the dismay of Dorek. He is upset about it, but you know what? Life is pain, as they say. Damn, everything made it safe. It's very upsetting. Dragons in your homeland? Exactly. There's like that drives me up the wall. Just hearing all of this nonsense back and forth when you're walking in town. You're like, I don't even know where to go or what to do. And I can't parse out what this computer is trying to tell me right now. Because the computer is trying to tell me something. It's trying to tell me where to go, but I don't know. I don't know what the new Destiny killer is. Destiny killer is in the game that's going to kill Destiny 2. Isn't Destiny 2 like the most popular that it's ever been since the release of the last expansion? How much PRR do I have? 160. From Avatar, Mantle, damage scale off spell power? Yes.
You spy a second gatekeeper portal in the corridor ahead.
You'll never believe what it is. Is it PUBG?
There's splinters of the shattered door.
Anthem 2? No, they're not making an Anthem 2. Diablo 4? Maybe. I think it's going to depend on how it, like, definitely in terms of the console market, probably. I could see the overlap between Destiny 2 players and Diablo 2 players, or Diablo 4 players. But even then, Destiny 2 has, you know, 20-week seasons with only 10 weeks of content, so they can have a 10-week lull where people aren't playing the game as much. Last Descendant? I don't know what that is. Beta and it was fun? I am sure it's good. I don't know what it is. People moving to Diablo 4. Yeah, again, I don't love Diablo 4 that much. I have already uninstalled it from my computer. So, I don't even have it on the computer anymore. I don't know. I don't really care. I don't find it that fun. Well, that happened. So for those that don't know, in this room, so the final boss does 3k light damage hit. Very bad for Pale Master. Yeah, the Pale Master just ate the light damage with Divine Wrath. Yeah. It wasn't the tank. That was the 1,000 health Pale Master who ate it. Like, instantly. You get your cloak. Uh-oh. I didn't think someone would die. Oh, he only got 6 points? Rip. Well, he's still got time. Mr. Absorb? Yeah, I wasn't going to die to it, because I was just going to make my save and only take like 1,500 damage. Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate. Rip. You know, those things happen. Nothing we can do about that. Nothing we can do about that. You hate to see it. I think it's also what happens too is people get like complacent, you know, where you're just like playing the game and not really paying much attention. And then all of a sudden, boom, someone just eats it. Anyway, life goes on. We keep playing. That person was only level 31 anyway. They only had 1,000 hit points as well, so I don't think they had fully farmed out a gear set. I think they just got to like level 30 and wanted to do Reapers. We'll see. Is that Legends of Asterum or whatever by EA? Oh, I have no idea. So, the other thing I think that also affected my desire to play Diablo 4 is I picked... So, my first character was on hardcore, and then I died. And I died after collecting all the Altars of Lilith. So, I had to go do that again right away. And I, like, literally didn't want to do it at all. So, that was, like, a problem. But then I decided to do it again. I decided to play Necromancer. I decided to play a different type of Necromancer, but I went Blood because there's this overpower mechanic in the game. And I thought, okay, I'll try the overpower mechanic, see how it goes. And then I find out that literally the only builds in the game are crit stacking, vulnerability stacking builds, and overpower basically doesn't work. So that character doesn't work either. So I just kind of like lost interest. I don't know. I'm sure I'm probably not the only one, but I'm glad a lot of people are having fun with it, but it's just really tough. It was like the death and having to redo the really boring thing and to then redoing it to find out that my character build doesn't work and I have to make a new character anyway. And it's like, I don't want to play the 2 million damage bone necro just because it's better, or the whatever, just because it's like, or the summon necro or the shadow necro. Or make a new character.
Use the codex page I gave you and get our allies to start pulling their weight.
D4 is not Diablo Immortal. I'm surprised. I am surprised. Because I assumed that it was going to be like pay to win really quick. So, like I said, give Blizzard time. They'll find a way. They'll find a way. The most fun to class? Yeah, that's what people are saying. It's like fast and fun. It's like Dominion, basically. It's got lots of builds. It moves all over the place. It's got lots of different things you can do. And it's not even that Necromancer is bad. It's just that my first Necro got like this really cool unique that was like build defining on hardcore, and then I died to like an after death, which is always like a sour feeling for me. And then the second time I run through, I found out that the build that I was building up doesn't work. And the problem with Diablo 4 is that when you get to the higher levels, you can't just respec, because if you don't have the proper gear, you can't just like play another build. That's not how that works. So your character's not strong enough, so you have to get carried. So my option is to like join other people, or like, ask some friends and be like, hey, can you carry me for a while until I can pick up gear that's good enough for me to use so I can actually change up my gear and my build? And that just also feels bad in all cases. So yeah, I think that they need a way to disable the level scaling system so you can actually change your character or not get completely obliterated. Because when you level up, your character gets weaker versus the monsters and you have to replace the gear. So changing out builds just doesn't work. ESO have that issue too? No, because ESO isn't challenging. Or rather, the monsters, it does have that issue in the sense that, like, yeah, there is a damage scaling or like level scaling system as well, but it's not the same. Like, no matter what, if you're fighting monsters in the landscape, they'll never get to the point where you basically can't kill them and they're one-shotting you. In fact, it's never even if you're completely naked, monsters will still take multiple hits to kill you. You won't do a lot of damage to them, and it'll take you a while to kill them, but it's not like you're getting one-shot by stuff. Whereas in Diablo, you can have full gear and get one-shot by stuff. So it's a little different. So it's just that the scaling is like really strong. You know what I mean? Like it's a really intense level scaling. Yeah, there's not meant to be like a bash Diablo 4 sort of thing. As I said, a lot of people are really enjoying it. A lot of people really like the game. I think Diablo 4 will probably be a lot more fun once they've ironed out some of the bugs. Last week they did this like this presentation where they talked about a lot of the things they want to change, some of the complaints that they've heard from people, and you know the things people have voiced their concern about, and all that's really cool. They mentioned that there's a lot of good fixes on the horizon. The problem is a lot of them are going to be coming in Season 2 and not Season 1 because, you know, Season 1's already in the box, right? They've already been playtesting all this stuff and they have all this stuff shipped already. So they can't really just, like, add to, or, like, change it up and add to it and be like, oh, suddenly we're going to be adding all these extra features. Like, they don't have, there's no real way for them to do that on their current time budget that they probably have, which is why they have to just go with, like, Season 2 for a lot of, like, the bigger changes, which is unfortunate, but that's just it. I would guess by like around Christmas time this year or sometime next year, they'll probably have like a lot of really good fixes to Diablo 4, which, because they wanted to make Diablo 4 more MMO adjacent, it's more Lost Ark like, with lots of like dailies and grindy things and repeatables, and you see other players in the world and stuff like that. Because they wanted to make it more MMO adjacent, that kind of fits the bill for MMORPGs. Remember, pretty much every MMORPG is bad when it releases. And it needs time to, like, you know, make itself better. Like, look at Elder Scrolls Online. Terrible video game when it came out. Insane number of problems. A lot of people thought it was going to get shut down. Turns out, all it needed was some time in the oven to cook. And almost 18 months later after the release, they come up with Tamriel 1, where everyone can play together and did all these other things. And then the game came back, and now it's one of the most popular MMORPGs on the market. So it just takes some time, and I'm sure Diablo 4 will get into a very, very fun and very playable state. Not playable, but like, you know, they'll like smoothen out a lot of things. It's just gonna take some time to get there. And so I don't need to play it while they're figuring it out. I'll go play other video games, and then I'll come back to Diablo 4. Diablo 4.5. Can't say the name for New World. I mean, I haven't played New World. I was planning on actually playing New World this summer. Just Dunzo? No, absolutely not. New World still has like 15,000 concurrent players at any given moment, which is not amazing, but it's good enough because Amazon already has those like customers, right? Consider that all the people that have purchased New World already are returning customers. So like every time they could go like, hey guys, major New World expansion, and then they have to make a couple things fun. They already have millions of people who bought the game already for $60, who are sitting there wanting to get a return on their investment, who at least some percentage of that are willing to come back. Just remember, it wasn't a free game. It's not like a free MMORPG. They sold like over 1 million copies before the game even launched. I am curious about what the total sales of New World would ever be. I was initially going to wait until New World was made available for free on Prime Gaming, which I was assuming they would do at some point. But yeah. New World's doing better than Lost Ark? I don't think that's true. I don't think New World's doing better than Lost Ark. But I'll just go check the old Steam charts, because both of them are only through Steam. Steam charts. I don't think that's true at all. I mean, it could be. I haven't checked Lost Ark in a while, but last time I looked at it, Lost Ark was like way, way ahead of the competition. Lost Ark is... Okay, so Lost Ark is losing players, but they're still at, like, more than double. That being said, Lost Ark is free, whereas, you know, you have to pay for New World, so it's
49? Tough. That's almost like 50. But
almost.
50 is usually associated with half.
That's right.
And half rounded down is 0.
That is correct.
So hi, I'm new here.
Yo, welcome back, Entombed. for your first month of subscription. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing well. That's right. Yeah, 0.5 in DDO or in Dungeons and Dragons. You always round down in Dungeons and Dragons. That's how everything works. So yeah, unfortunately we do round down here. So that is means you've kind of restarting on your sub there. But as said, thank you so much for tuning in. Welcome. We'll try to be welcoming to everyone that comes in, but we can't always do that. So I promise we'll try our best a little bit. Half Lost Ark population are bots. Oh, for sure. I'm sure there's tons and tons of bots on Lost Ark. It's probably pretty easy to get bots set up anyway. But that's also like, I guess like comparing Lost Ark to the, because yeah, it's down since March. They're at 1/3 of their player base. Did they do something to piss people off? Because they were really stable until February, and then they lost literally 75% of their player base over the past 4 months. What happened? I need Ipsum, because he still plays Lost Ark. He's probably got the news. He's got the deets. That was a bot ban wave? But was 75% of the player base bots? Okay, thanks game. You don't need to do that. I mean, it's impressive. It's a lot of bots, man. You understand? I know, obviously, everyone's supposed to be like anti-bot in video games, and bots are bad, and bots not good, and bots bad. And I get that. I get the sentiment. I understand why people think that. But like, for me, as somebody who has played a video game called The Path of Exile, in that video game, if it wasn't for currency bots, that would be the worst game ever created. Thank you, currency bots in Path of Exile. The only way trading works at all in that game. Currency bots. Path of Exile currency bots. Just a great tool. Because no one wants to sit there and trade currency all day. Some people maybe do, but the bots that just like mass trade all the currency, oh. You're like, man, I really got to break down like these 5 divines into something. Cool. Currency bot it. Yeah, interesting. I'm sure that Lost Ark is probably still more popular outside of North America, so I don't know how much they care about that. And as far as I know, isn't Lost Ark still catching up to, like, in terms of the release content, to the actual, like, full release of the game that's still, like, in Asia? So the Lost Ark that people are playing in North America is not the same? Burned out and dropping? Yeah. Like I said, I really enjoyed Lost Ark when I first played it. I had a lot of fun. I got overwhelmed by having too many things to do whenever I logged in. Putting in a whole bunch of dailies before I'm even halfway done the main storyline got me like stressed out. So I wasn't actually playing the game. I would just log in and do dailies and turn it off, and I stopped progressing the actual main story because I didn't have time because I was doing every daily every day. And then I was like, I got stressed and I had to take a break. Yo, what's up, the Death Drummer? How you doing? How are you now? Hopefully you're doing well. Also, it's very warm.
Quest complete.
So I'm probably going to have to change out my sweater. Also, Bagroid, thank you so much for gifting up 5 subs. That's insanely kind of you. I hope you're doing super well. Oh my god. Welcome to the stream team. Nick Unnerved, Black Mamba, Dillis, Rock and Roll, Wrecking Ball, and Spiral. Thank you. That's so incredibly generous and kind. I hope you're doing super well. I hope you're just, having a great day. And thanks, man. Wow. Your generosity is unbelievable. So I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing good. And I appreciate your insight into not New World, into, what do you call it? What's that other video game? Lost Ark? Yeah, I appreciate your insight into Lost Ark. As I said, it's a video game that I enjoyed playing when it first released. I had a lot of fun with it because the first class I picked was Deathblade, because I was like, well, if I'm going to pick any class, so these like wimpy names, Paladin, Bard, Sorcerer, whatever. Deathblade? Yeah, that's the one that I'm picking. And it turns out it was literally just Riven from League of Legends, so it was very cool. So I had a lot of fun with that. I enjoyed it. I just got like overwhelmed with a lot of the noise. And so, trying to keep up with what's going on in MMORPGs is difficult because it's hard to play all of them. You only have so much time in the day. And so I appreciate when other people can give me some insight into things that are going on in other games. I do the commands right? Do I save and then load and it's not working? Okay, so what you should be doing if you want to move your UI, so /UI layout, load, and then the name of your thing, right? So mine is main 3. So if I press main 3, boom, it loads it. So that's my UI right there. So are you putting a name? Are you naming your layout and then loading it? Or do you not name it? Like when you save it. Yes, you are naming. Okay, so when it doesn't work, what does the game do? Does it print out anything? Do you get like a message in general that's saying error, you have encountered whatever thing? Because sometimes you'll get an error. It shouldn't do nothing. If it does nothing, then you have a problem. But if it does something, then you don't have a problem. Whoever just late joined, stay at the start. Stay at the start. Do not run up the stairs. You will die. Stay at the start if you just late joined. Alright, D-door. Oh.
Something about these crates seems strange.
Okay, let's go. We're good. Okay, we're good. Let's go. This is like halfway or less. Did you change your bars? Did you flip your bars before you did it?
The archway leading into the dangerous.
Because it doesn't remember what your bars are set to. Are you popping out all your bars and like twisting them and stuff? What isn't moving? You said it does it halfway, so it's doing something. So what doesn't move? What are the problems? What issues are you having specifically? In as much detail as possible. All the hot bars don't load. Okay. So you can't load them. Okay. So you log. So let me just walk you through this. Right. You log into the game on a brand new character, for example. You go to your hotbar here. You take this. You pop out all the hotbars. You twist the necessary ones, and then when you use your UI command, they disappear before your eyes, and you can't load them anymore. Because I've never encountered that problem, so I'm not sure what to do about that one. But that would be a huge problem. Lockpick. How much damage do the staves do in rest stop on EE if you break them? 800? Come on, dude. It's okay, I got it. I use Druid Knock. Alright, careful in this room. Well, no, but you probably have magic resistance rating and fire resistance. Unless you have no fire resistance whatsoever and no magic resistance rating, just like wear a shield because you take half damage when you use a shield. Those guys are frozen, which is very good for us. Protection, all that stuff. Yeah, you're gonna be fine. I first have to pull out the bars, and then I use CMD and will autopopulate to where it is saved. You have to pull them out and turn them. So the bar 4 and 5, see how they're turned? You have to turn them ahead of time, or else they're not going to go to the right spot. You have to manually pull out all the bars, and you have to manually turn the ones that are turned. Okay, so for this strategy, we're going to go slow, so do not rush the boss, or everyone's going to die. What you do is we just kill the guy in the middle, so Massive John. You're going to go and attack the boss. We're going to kill the Titan. After the Titan dies, you're going to pull Guornis the Slad onto the right platform right in the center, and we're going to hit him down. Then all the ads are going to spawn, and we're going to cook down all the ads. Once they are dead, we're going to move over to the back platform, do the same thing, and then the left platform. The adds summon at 75%, 50%, and 25%. So as I said, we're gonna John's gonna go for the boss. We're gonna kill the Titan in the center first, while John moves the boss over to the right platform, and then we're gonna start working. Everyone good? Okay, great. Let's get him. He might not come, but yeah, there he goes. All right, add wave. All right, move the boss over. Add wave, watch out. All right, then move over to the last spot. You can just move and the boss will come eventually. Add wave. Nice job. Easy game. That's how you do that. The number of times I have done this and people have rushed the boss down and killed everyone is too high. I'm almost at my 23rd Reaper point. Nice. 800 after all that? No, 800 base. No, yeah, 800 base. When I describe things, I usually describe the base damage, so then you can go, oh, but I have this and this and this and this and this. And you can make that decision. Like for me, right? I am currently bees, so you know I'm gonna have 100 magic resistance rating, so I'm already taking half. This counts as 200 because I have a shield, so I'm taking 1/3 of 800, so it's now under 200. Elemental defense, my fire absorption is 58%, so I only take 58% of the 230, so I'm taking less than 100, and I have, 50 fire resist. So yeah. So you might even take literally 0 from it. Or I might take 0 from it. I'm going to sell. I have no idea what people want to do. So, if the Stormtrooper is awesome, and like you said about level 5 or 6, you can lazy and feel invincible to the mob falling over, and then I run into a trap and die. Yep. It's hubris. That's what kills people the most. It is literally just you're playing, and it's going super easy, and then you space out, and you die. Every time. Every time. Do the math for Death Scythe? What's Death Scythe? What is that? All hail boss. Is that what it's called? Oh, I don't know how much damage it does. That one just kills you, though. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Scythe Maw? Yeah. Oh, I was stupid and I sold everything to the general vendor. I was paying attention. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Scythe Maw. I gotta run to the bathroom, but that's about it. BRB. I gotta go to the bathroom. Bear pack. Somebody's like, what do you want to run? I'm like, to the bathroom. I'm back. Quest for Reaper. There are only like 4 enemies in there. Oh god, doing the bathroom on Reaper mode. Yeah, I wasn't doing that. We gotta start with Wake Me Up Inside. Oh, we're doing Feywild? Okie dokie. I'll help it with Feywild. I'll probably like do half of Feywild, then take a break. Yep. Perfect. Perfect meme. Is it Scathemaw? I thought it was Scythemaw. Is it Scathemaw? Dude, I don't know video games that well. Who are you people? How'd you get into my house? I have 20 MRR, failed to save, and 15% absorb, and it was 550. Yeah, so 800 sounds about right. I was just estimating based on like the 1,000 times I've ran that quest, being like, I think this is right. What is her quest? Here you go. There's a place I can find the DDO builder files for hardcore builds. I'm looking for the Acolyte builder. It's in the it's in the Discord. You can't post files on DDO.com, and so I have to put it on the Discord. So I can throw all the files in there. If there was a way to like just host the DDO Discord or not the builder files in the actual builds on the forums, it'd be amazing. Already? Yeah, let's go. We're doing Feywild? Sorry, I was spacing.
You awake from your unexpected slumber. At first, things seem as before. You're still at
Google Drive link? Yeah, I could include Google Drive links to everything and just upload everything on Google Drive. But the benefit of feeding people into the Discord is that the Discord is directly linked to all of my stream stuff. So, like, you know, all my VODs go there, my streams go there. I post about new events and things that are happening up. People are directly interacting with my content. So forcing people to go to the Discord means that people have to interact with me and also my content outside of just the stream and the videos they watch, which then makes me more money. So there's that.
She cackles as she teleports away. You see creatures
The path of DDO building that Matrim is building because dreams are real. True. The guides channel. Oh, you checked. Oh, you checked everything except the hardcore guides. It's really funny. Yeah, because it's for the guides. It's where the build guides go. It's in the guides channel. I can't find this. This is bullshit. I looked everywhere. Do you check the guides channel? The what? Why would they put build guides in the guides channel? I see. Can you do that? You can, but in a lot of cases, if you don't have access, if you're not on Discord already, it doesn't really work. Because Discord gets upset about those types of links. Like, that link works, and I can take it because I already have, like, the Discord. But it's not as happy if you post them, especially because they expire. I think they only last for, like, 7 days or something. Yeah, the files are in the computer. Exactly.
Inside the magically sealed gazebo ahead.
That's a perfect scene.
Three bears rest outside. Magical.
You're gonna use my Discord and you're gonna like it, evil. Strime Tom cackles as he teleports away.
That is correct, yeah. It is a very small price to pay, okay? Look, there are thousands of people that enjoy my content every day, and I don't ask them for a single dime. I don't say you have to pay for my content. I don't say you have to do anything. In fact, I tell you guys, you don't have to subscribe. You can just watch. Just, like, watch and enjoy the content. Use the build guides. You know, feel free. Turn the stream off. You know, whatever floats your boat, right? I just think that it's okay since I'm providing so many things and all these builds for free for everybody. But, you know, if it's like, oh, I have to go to, like, your place to find this stuff instead of somewhere generic, I think that is a very small ask. I think that is very small. Maybe your computer can't run Discord, you know? Or, like, somebody who works at Discord, you know, killed your parents or something, like Batman style. Like, your parents were coming out of the matinee theater, and you were, like, a kid or, like, a grown-up or something, and they went to an alley, and then somebody who's wearing a Discord hoodie was like, I work for Discord, give me all your money. And then they were like, oh, we can't give you all the money. And they're like, ha, ha, ha. And then the person who says, I work at Discord, this is from Discord. And then they, like, shoot them. And you're like, no, mom and dad. But you're, like, in your 30s. I mean, it would still be sad and terrifying anyway. But you, like, start crying about it. And then he's like, haha, remember Discord forever, kid. And then they, like, leave the hoodie on the ground and then they run away. And then you have this hoodie and you have a deep vendetta against Discord and you don't want to use it. And now you're stuck because if you want to get access to, like, some of the files, you now have to use this website that you hate. I can get that. I get behind that. I know that that's going to be a thing. And for those people, I'm sorry, but you will get excluded. You will get excluded. I apologize. I know you would want something different for that very specific situation, but it is what it is.
You killed my sister, so I'll have to make do with these vile cauldron leftovers. I wouldn't
If you are under that specific circumstance, send me an email and I'll sort it out.
good this time.
You know, if you can't use Discord because somebody, like I said, that whole string of circumstances that I can't even remember most of what I just said happened, yeah,
You need what I
then
have.
just send me an email.
So then, let's make a deal.
You've reluctantly decided to
Oh, I don't have my
allow
reaper point.
Kaylee's
Oh, I'm so
to
close.
In exchange,
That's a fair ask. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So, gotta get them aids.
for the ritual.
Gotham villain? It does. Absolutely. You got the Riddler. You got Discord.
Lay the loot.
Like some evil demon from another dimension who's just mad at people.
Last, burn the roots along with Lord Arden's true name. You play a brief melody on Hearsom's lute. You mash the flower's roots into a pulp with
Alright.
little-
Nimble
Set a small
15. That's
flame.
Dex 15 boots? Why are these spawning in the game? That's so
Lord
wacky.
Arden's true name into
There's a bunch of plus 15 items that are spawning. It's very weird. I like it. That's actually what I'm using on this build, is plus 15 goggles.
He springs out of the
It's,
bed.
yeah, because they're really good.
Lord Arden thanks you for awakening him from his curse. He
I love
earned
how I'm so dumb that the Streamlabs link there just says check out StreamTom on Twitter and doesn't. It's not a link. It's not a link to my Twitter account. It just says look me up on Twitter. Like, no, I'm not going to give you a link. I'm too good to give you a link. You have to look me up on Twitter. And you find out the last thing I tweeted was probably like 3 weeks ago because I am not active on social media. Because I don't get the point of sharing my thoughts into the universe, and I don't think I'm very funny in written word. But that is it. Also, what's up, Kalari? How are you? Are you writing? Already luckier enough? True. True.
a group of red
I get distracted by Discord as well.
It's strange that a noble son of Cole who retains violent
Anyone have one perform? I do not have one perform yet. I was wondering why specifically I come over here and stand exactly like this is so I can see the chest to see if it's Fate Twisted or not.
Frivolous request, it seems. Yet,
No?
in the
Okay.
Feywild,
I didn't put it do it
small
either.
promises may have strange consequences.
Roman name for the Greek god Eris.
This storehouse is
Ooh,
occupied by a
interesting.
very energetic chest. It
Slash say
big, toothy grin and
dozens.
Arden thanks you for awakening him from his curse. He
I love how I'm so dumb. What a great clip. Thanks. Thanks. There we go. I'm just going to repost this. You know what? I'm going to put that on Twitter. Here we go. A perfect encapsulation of my stream.
Hey guys, Brian here. Tom is
you
looking
go.
to hide his builds and force you to join his Discord. I think this is reprehensible. That's why I am making a pirate website that will provide the builds without the evil man and his evil Discord. Please come to freestream.com. Ripbozo, 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 Ripbozo. It's free real estate. Ripbozo, 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 Ripbozo.
I'm trying to imagine somebody like actually
With the Dryad
taking my builds and then uploading them onto a
Ripbozo
website that you had to pay to get
100.
access to. It's actually not the worst idea. You want to make some money.
What can I do for you, Outlander?
Oh, yes. Yes. Thank you.
My part in this story
Beautiful.
is done. Time to rest.
Does anyone have Globe of Invulnerability? Orion or Johnny? Go to place for pet picks, food, and ripping on cruiser. Also good.
As you reach for
Okay, your job in the final boss fight is stand still and spam that spell. If anyone has not done this on Reaper mode, all of the monsters in the final boss fight cast force damage spells that are non-resistible. They will kill you super fast. However, if you're in a globe of invulnerability, you're actually completely and entirely immune. So all we do is stand in the middle as a big pile, and then you cast globe, and it lasts for like 30 seconds, so you just like chain cast it, and we can literally never take any damage. And it goes from being one of the hardest fights in the game to being the easiest fight in the game.
unavoidable battle with the Electrum. You have chosen to stay with those and spare their lives. Risk of your own.
But yeah, I am literally invincible. Anyway, I thought that would be fun to just share that clip from the stream. I don't usually post a lot on different places, but that just seemed like it was appropriate because I mentioned how stupid I was with regards to Twitter. So I decided to post that moment on Twitter. Right.
More red caps.
Uh-oh.
These look like they
Monsters.
have fresh blood on their weapons. Most of these Eladrin appear to be victims of the red caps.
Get them, everybody. Get those monsters.
Must be desperate now.
You didn't like his hardest fight? It is pretty tough, yeah.
You have reached the top of the tower, where a regal Eladrin silently.
Yeah, so just stand here in the middle and just keep casting globe. That's it.
Yes, you fool, I'm still here. But your precious Greymoor.
And then everyone stand in the globe, and you can't take damage.
Idiot.
And we're just gonna range down all the ladies.
Most wanted you dead. Me? Who said these Outlander dotes were his tools? Yeah, me. But it was you who was supposed to die willingly on their
That's it.
blades. As a distraction while
If someone would die while in PvP, would that tomb die? Yep.
But no. Guess
Correct.
I just have to kill you all myself now.
The hag's
Yeah, death is death.
splits into several.
Wow, first try. Oh my god.
You need to watch closely to see which one is the real threat.
And that's it. And that's the fight. Isn't that amazing?
Hag dies, screeching to the last. After a moment, the
It is also how you do this on R10, for the record.
Who was that? What's going on? I demand an explanation.
Easy video games. Oh, I got a crown of leaves. Very cool. Miriam Timberlear is my vote for hardest fight. Yeah, I don't think this is the hardest fight. I think this is just one of the fights. Apparently they nerfed it. Pumped for llama news this week? Me too. I can't wait. When I know stuff about Lemania, you'll know stuff about Lemania. So I'm very excited to see what that looks like. Macrotech, the new Epic Destiny. And you better believe I'm going to make a video about it. I'm going to talk about it, try to get as much in. We're going to test it. We're going to try it out with a lot of different things, see how it goes. So on my solo trapper guided playthrough, part 1, it starts with a huge disclaimer that says Dark Hunter Caster Ranger is not good, and you shouldn't do it. Anyway, one of the top comments that just is on the video, I was just about to start playing with a friend and really wanted a build like this. Yours came just in time. The human race is not going to last forever. Can you tell us what's going to be on Lemania tomorrow? I don't know what's going to be on Lemania. I do not know what's going to be on Lemania. All I know is the Epic Destiny, the new one, Macrotech, is going to be there. But that's all I got. The reason why I say that is because, like, previews and stuff are like actual contents of releases. I think a lot of people think that, like, I know everything. I don't know everything. Because I'm a member of the Players Council, I sometimes see content ahead of time before it comes out, but that does not include, like, the specifics of releases and what's going to be in patches and things like that. A lot of times I get surprised by patch notes, just like you guys, because it's either stuff that never needed counseling, where they're like, oh, we're going to make this change because we think it's good, or whatever. That, and also the benefit of being on the Players Council is sometimes you see things that don't end up ever coming into the game. For whatever reason that ends up being. Which could be anything. Like, you know, a lot of the... got key. There's tons of reasons to why sometimes things don't make it into the game. Sometimes something doesn't work as mechanically as, like, you think it should, or... you know, there's just like an issue that goes through where it's like there's some unforeseen problem with like an initial design concept and it gets sussed out as being not good or not worth it. Like, I know a lot of people, when they revamped the Epic Destinies in 2021, a lot of people were like, when they first started displaying them in the beginning of the year, so I think it was like April when they did the first like preview before they actually came out like 6 months later in the year. They did the first preview way ahead of time. And a bunch of people were like, oh, they're rushing it, they're making this dumb thing. What a lot of people don't know is that SSG was like figuring out what they wanted to do and was already talking about and having these conversations like over a year ahead of even the first like possible release. Like, it was a long time, and there's a lot of ideas that just like died. Also, ideas and things I can't talk about because I signed an NDA. And if I break that NDA, my computer explodes. It's like Speed, but with secrets. Force field that triggers on every block. That'd be sick.
The careless satyr swings his torch too close to the powder keg, which explodes in a shower of sparks. Partygoers turn to gawk at the spectacle.
Could you imagine?
It's a simple task to move the sign.
Radiant force field. I know. Yeah, I gotta be careful about the old computer, man. Ooh, Reaper Point 23, baby! Said your window, or the air quality is so bad they had to switch to exploding PC. The NDA says that it changes based on the day of the week. The year, so the day of the week, the specific year, and it does a roll based on the humidity at the time. So it depends on the humidity at the time. So like, for example, if it is the year 2022 and it's a Thursday, then it does D100 based on that day of what specific horrible malfeasance happens to me. Based on the active humidity in the moment when I break the NDA. So exploding computer is one of the options. One of them is just liquefaction. I don't know what that means. Do they liquefy my assets? Do I turn into liquid? Who knows? Do they just like pop through the window? Does like, you know, Jerry just like drive up to my house and come through my window like, you know, 90s kids game show style and like dump a bucket of slime on me like it's uh-oh or something? Horsage? That is definitely interesting. So again, it's gonna really depend.
To your surprise, spindly legs rise from the dirt, and the windmill lurches forward.
Fun drink. It kind of does. Okay, we need to make sure we kill enough monsters with this. I also need to make sure I have aggro on this windmill.
The gemstone cracks, and the windmill shudders.
We gotta pull it over here. That's good. Smashes everything. We have 13 monsters killed. Go, 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 go. Go. I think that's close enough. Please tell me that's close enough. Yes, it is. You think you can take me? Uh-oh, that's too far away. Ooh, another docent. So many docents. Yeah, that's the problem with docents, is docents are like useless to a lot of people. Now that being said, Johnny and Co could have used that docent and didn't even ask. Well, I assume he didn't need it because it's the spring docent. So it should be fine. Yeah. I just assume he didn't need it. Don't even own a docent? Yeah, me neither. I don't have no artificial intelligence inside my head telling me what to do. I have no... There's no intelligence up here, everybody. Let me tell you what.
Or just a decorative addition to the view.
All natural.
Within the distance of just a few short steps, the temperature plummets and snow covers the ground. Whatever caused this sudden change in the climate surely
I don't know why, but I looked at Twitter. Mr. Beast, internet, YouTube #1 guy, tweeted, "Sometimes I regret going on podcasts and sharing everything I know about YouTube. I thought people would use the knowledge to innovate and be inspired, but tons just copy exactly what I do and don't change anything. Kind of sad how many Mr. Beast clones there are." And I think he's kind of like probably in that moment where it's super easy to see how many people do the exact formula of his videos or similar formula and just try to like make money off of it, as opposed to actually, you know, it's like the get rich quick scheme of somebody who is just like, they want to make the money. They don't want to, they're not in YouTube to be creative, or they're not, you know, following their passion. They're following the sound of dollar bills. And I can understand why people, you know, do that. And I can also understand how that can be depressing, but it also kind of obfuscates the point where everybody, you know, if you're a large content creator like that, like somebody who's Mr. Beast, you're going to see the clones because they happen to be more popular, because that's just like he shares his business strategy and he shares what works well. But it's not like he doesn't inspire people. I'm sure there are other people that do that, you know, create content because they see something that he does and they go, oh, I could do something that's kind of sort of similar, and they come up with a different idea. And, you know, you never know. The harder part is, especially, you're only going to see the people that do it well, and those are the people that are following the algorithm. And inherently innovative and new ideas are not guaranteed to be successful, which is one of the reasons why they're you know, innovative and new. If every new idea was going to be successful, then it wouldn't be so surprising, exciting, or refreshing when you see somebody with an actual new idea. But we do see people with new ideas like all the time in all sorts of different industries and businesses. because they're the ones that happen to make it through, but you also see a lot of old ideas. It's like you see a lot of remakes of video games and not a lot of new stuff. Does it mean that there are no new things that come out? No, there are like new things, but there just happens to be a lot of remakes because they're successful and they're low impact, and or like not low impact, they're like low risk, and companies will just shit them out because they know they can make money off of it, but it doesn't mean that there aren't new ideas or new innovations. You can even look at like bigger companies and bigger corporations. Look at like Capcom, right? Capcom with the Resident Evil franchise, you know, they're doing both. They're doing remakes, and they're remaking, you know, the Resident Evil games that they've already released in the past. But also, Resident Evil 7 and 8 were both commercial successes that were widely regarded as being very good products, and they were innovative, and they did something different. So, like, you're always going to have a bit of a balance of both. The same thing with, like, large commercial video games are going to be really derivative of one another, whereas you're going to have new, smaller indie games that are less popular, but are going to be still noticeable and exciting. Intimidate or spellcraft 80 plus this guy. But I can see like how it's depressing to only see like the people who are successful doing the very derivative thing and then getting depressed by it because you might have made an effort to inspire other people who are making other projects, but then you just don't get the chance to see them.
Osha hands you a key. He tells you that the frosted cerise flower can be found in the center of the Aurora Garden.
Nobody beating up dudes with boxes on their head? Yeah.
The true nature of your visit become gossip fodder for the other guests.
You didn't level your rando, so there's no one to run Crucible and Epics for you. Just do it yourself. Do it on normal. Also, wait, what is this? Dementia patient enters an episode but realizes he is safe in hospital care. 5 seconds clip.
You step out into the snow.
Hold on. I don't know what exactly this clip is, but it's from the garage. So let's go. And I'm also on the right, so that's convenient. Oh, I don't remember. Oh, I don't. Classic. What a classic clip. The title of that clip really does it all. Wait, why did I get here? Did we break the door? Did somebody break the ice? I hope somebody broke the ice, because if we didn't break the ice, that would be very annoying. Question about Eldritch Blast Warlock, sure. Is it worth going into the Shradi Destiny for... No, it's not. The problem with the Shradi Destiny is the proc rate is too low. It only has a 7% chance to go off, which is around, like, basically around the chance of, you know, higher than the base chance of a critical hit. So you have a 7% chance to deal extra damage to a target, which means you have around, like, a 1 in 17 chance, or 1 in 18 chance. No, 1 in 19 chance, basically. Actually, less than that. Yeah, I think 1 in 19 is correct. I think you have, like, a 1 in 19 chance of doing a little bit of extra damage, which is not good. Just the odds are too low. So most of the time it does nothing at all. Whereas, with Draconic Incarnation, every 5 seconds, it does something huge. Every 5 seconds, you just do a huge bunch of damage. But the Sharadi is very low. There's Primal Avatar. So the Primal Avatar Mantle doesn't work with Eldritch Blast.
It's the next step in solving this plant puzzle.
Yeah, the Mantle from Primal does not work with Eldritch Blast because the Primal Mantle only works on spells of the type that you cast, and the spells from or Eldritch Blast is not a typed spell. So what I mean by that is Fireball is a fire type spell. So anything that says when you cast a fire spell, Fireball counts as a fire spell. Eldritch Blast does not count as a fire spell. Now you might say, but Strimtom, obviously I'm a fiend, fiend pact, so therefore my Eldritch Blast is definitely a fire spell because I do fire damage. But that's just the damage the spell does. Eldritch Blast is not a fire spell because Eldritch Blast could have cold on it, or it could have ice on, or lightning, or it could have sonic, or it could have negative. So as a result, it is not a typed spell. So it is a spell and it deals damage, but the spell itself inherently doesn't have like a base type, so therefore it doesn't work with Primal Avatar at all because it can't activate any of the effects in the Primal or on the Primal Avatar Mantle. Does it count as force? It does not count as a force spell. Again, the damage types count, but it's basically an untyped spell. Blake the Watchful hits really hard.
Hidden away in his tomb stands a sculpture
Going over here. Fuck this noise.
plaque reads, "For my life, in ice." Prince of Frost had hidden a journal inside a sphere of
So yeah, so just use Draconic. Draconic Incarnation is the best one. Another one that works really well is also Exalted Angel works well.
As you drop the journal,
So this would be my top 2 picks: Draconic Incarnation and Exalted Angel.
squad of red-capped guards. The Frost
I like Exalted Angel because Holy Fireball is also good too. Yeah, Enlightened Spirit Warlock melees people, and Primal Avatar works on melee, so that's quite good. Exalted plus maybe something defensive? Yeah, something like that. It depends on what you're going for and how many points you have to spend. Oh, somebody needs deep snow boots? Oh, I didn't know people were looking for gear. I assumed everybody had their gear. Yeah. But yeah, Warlock, you're kind of locked into Draconic Incarnation. Technically, you can also use the Magus of the Eclipse mantle, but the problem is I just literally forget that Magus of the Eclipse is in the game. On so many days, I just totally forget that Magus of the Eclipse is in the game. Just all the time, I totally just space
She lets out a low chuckle.
that it exists.
How did you like my little prank? It was good fun, riling up that gloomy prince.
Fire Sword with Imbue or Magus Caster?
Master hears some
The problem with the Fire Sword with Imbue is it's just disappointing. Because the Imbue damage doesn't... It does, like, barely anything at all. I honestly don't think it scales with Imbue dice. I think it just does the D4. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's just the D4.
dearie. It'll be for the last time.
Ow. Stop. Go away.
That's enough taunting for one day. I'll let my pretty petals finish you off.
With a mad cackle, she vanishes.
Okay, I'm just gonna run around for a bit. Like, get this guy off of me. Some health back. The Shambling Cerise is, I think, the only creature in Feywild I'm actually kind of scared of. It's just that. It's a spooky plant. Right, doesn't have to be a Sork. Magus. So, I actually really like Magus with melee because the mantle has the null magic strike effect, where 15% of the time when you hit somebody with melee or a spell, it makes it so they can't cast any magic, and it strips them of all of their magic. Which means if you're a character that hits multiple times, you can do a lot. So, like, imagine a Cold Aura Warlock that has both the Cold Aura from the Frostlight, but then also has Cold Aura from their, like, literally their passive aura around their feet. And you're constantly dealing multiple hits because the aura is going out. Cold Light's hitting, your Warlock aura is hitting, you're attacking monsters, maybe you're two-handed fighting, maybe you're even casting spells with the Warlock aura. Maybe the aura is just a passive and you're casting something on top of that. I don't know. And you get the multiple hits on for the Null Strike, so basically no monsters are capable of casting any amount of magic while you're in the room, which is always kind of interesting. But then you need to have, like, the DCs to make the ice work, and then maybe you don't really want to be a melee, like, maybe you just want to be, like, an Enlightened Spirit, but you're a spellcaster, but then are you multi-classing on your spells? Like, I don't know. I just found it really weak when I tried to use the Warlock Dilettante, to the point where I just, like, stopped trying to use it.
Not many would dare to overstep so.
Seen Stream's Discord where someone found a new secret? Wait, someone found a new secret? Even I didn't see that.
I will allow it. You will perform
You sure?
the tasks I have set for you. Only then will I consider your request.
The Prince of Frost waves his hand, and a trio of portals.
Is defense better for me to go medium orb or light and heavy shield? Heavy shield prevents you from casting your spells because you have arcane spell failure on your blast. Also, if you're a warlock, the best orb in the game for warlocks is the Resplendent Fury that gives Insightful Radiance and Insightful Radiance lore, as well as being able to have Insightful Charisma on it, which is very good as well.
They look at you apprehensively, but make no move to attack. You skillfully tend to the griffin's wounds. In time, the griffins will be able to return to their usual lairs. The amphitheater can now return to regular use. That takes care of one favor for the Prince.
Wait,
of
make
Frost.
believe you can play the lute and it doesn't
Tramp of the
AoE?
crimson boots echoes through the amphitheater. Then a vicious voice calls out.
The ones who bring me the matriarch's head gets an extra share of gold!
Oh, interesting.
Have caught up to the
I didn't even know that. Yeah, that's
He's
neato.
in no condition to fly.
Yeah, Resplendent Fury is one of the best. Resplendent Fury and Stygian Wrath are basically, if you do any amount of light damage, Resplendent Fury is best in slot. And if you do any amount of negative damage, then Stygian Wrath is best in slot. There's no replacement for either of them. Yeah. I assume it's a slapper use of the fiddle for mortality lessons because it's simplest explanation. However, just tell Arcaniverse we found a secret and he'll get it figured out. True. Also true. As well, I can decrease that with spell agility.
Then gives a single nod.
Yep.
He begins heading towards where he last knew his brother to be.
You just gotta dangle the carrot. It's a classic move. I hope nobody dies to this thing. That'd be really embarrassing. Oh, and also that person that would be dying would be me. Also, the friendly giant, I-beam, hurts you, so you gotta be careful about that. Go away, please. Sorry, I do a lot of damage. I'll try to be over here so that when I pull aggro, it doesn't turn and kill everyone. Oh, that's people being I-beamed. And he's I-beaming nothing. Good. That's perfect. Perfect I-beam. To be fair, those orbs also serve the problem that the EPL stance that gives 9% crit to 4 elements. Ignore the Pamora Og. So, I think both... I'm trying to think of the best way to describe this. I think that the stance that gives crit to the 4 elements is okay because the 4 main elements, fire, lightning, cold, and acid, are heavily resistible. So the trade-off is that you get more damage with it, but you have to deal with the additional problem, the primary issue. Additionally, those elements usually only just do their damage. They don't have secondary effects, whereas a lot of other things have secondary effects. So, like, you know, your light and your negative. Like, negative can also be used to heal, as an example. Same with positive. So there's other things there. The problem is that sonic damage is also included. And sonic damage also has a secondary effect. In pretty much all of its spells, which makes it kinda good. Over top of stuff. And the most resisted spell is negative. Negative is the most resisted. It's not the elements, which is another problem. So, like, I don't mind the crit being imbalanced from the perspective of damage of the 4 primary elements do the most damage, and then everything else does less damage, but they have secondary effects or they're harder to resist. For example, light damage is borderline impossible to resist for most creatures, and therefore it does less damage, but it's more consistent, just from the perspective of the itemization and the total amount of stance you can get from gear. But that's not how it works in game. So conceptually, I can see why they would be okay with that, but yeah, it's not how it works. Alternate Mantle procs on melee hits. It does not proc on melee hits. It needs to be spells. Should we do Joe's Draconic add to the Eldritch Blast, or should I avoid that? If you have an imbue for your Eldritch Blast, which is the one from what's that called? Enlightened Spirit. If you have the Enlightened Spirit imbue, then it'll work. If you're not using the Enlightened Spirit imbue, then it won't do any damage. So if you took the Enlightened Spirit, then you're all set.
Paging through this well-worn journal,
Oh yeah, nice.
you learn that the bandit captain has a private stash.
But I also made a video about the... Oh, basically what I'm asking is, imbue dice add to your Eldritch Blast or pack damage? No, because imbue is different from those other things. Why is there a rental crisis in Canada? I don't know. I'm not an economist. I assume that that's because of more people needing houses and not enough houses being built.
Codex pages.
That's usually what causes most rental crises. Or, you know, a speculative bubble, or speculative inflation in the housing market, which then drive prices up, which then drives people out of different areas. Also gentrification. There's like a lot of problems. It's not like one thing. I don't know the answer to any of that because I haven't been paying attention, but I just resigned myself to the fact that I can literally never buy a house before I die. Only strip with one class. That is correct. Yeah, they definitely need to do some house cleaning with some of the damage types. But yeah, it's complicated. Basically, if it was up to me, I would split all of the damage into two groups. You have your primary damage, acid, cold, electric, fire, the top, or and force. And those all do more damage than your secondary damage, light, negative, poison, positive, repair, sonic. And so your top 5 do more damage than the rest in terms of like itemization. Like you said, you've got like the extra crit or whatever. But then the rest generally have secondary effects or are less resisted. The reason why force gets to be in the top damage tier is because it's unaffected by magic resistance rating, meaning it actually does less damage than all of them combined. And then change how negative works in the game.
I wouldn't want to interrupt your busy schedule. The bear looks up at you. He's known you were there all along.
But also, if it was me, I would probably add in additional spells that kind of supplement some of the existing issues that are in the game. So, for example, I would add in spells like I don't know, like Frostburn or something, which is like a fire spell that deals like cold, or sorry, a cold spell that scales with cold spell power but deals fire damage. Stuff like that is what I would think about. If I had full control, oh, I make so many wacky spells. Apparently spells take a really long time to make in Dungeons & Dragons Online. Like, programming each individual spell and getting the animations and doing everything else apparently takes a tremendous amount of time. Which is why they said they probably won't do a class like Alchemist ever again. Because Alchemist came out with like 100 and something spells. Good question. Character bank comes with the character when you transfer worlds? Yes, your character bank does. Your reincarnation cache does. Your shared bank does not. But your character bank does. Not sure about TR cache? It generally does. Some people have had issues with their TR cache has not come with them. Every transfer I've done, the TR cache has come. So I don't know. Yeah, it's not supposed to. They have repeatedly stated that the TR cache does not come with you. It does. Maybe it's not supposed to, but it will follow you. So that might change at any point without a patch note. There might be literally a patch that comes through with no notes, and then it stops going with you, and they're protected because the official website says it does not come with you.
You strip the gloves off of the dead form Morian, and they immediately shrink down to your size. They're magic.
Yeah, that's the other thing too, is it doesn't always come with you. So if you're not sure, just take everything out of your reincarnation cache, then reincarnate again.
Suffer the consequences.
Wasn't a promise over deliver? Yeah. And you know, customer service is a problem in Dungeons and Dragons Online when, like, some people will be stuck and they don't know what to do, and so they will send me messages because they can't get a message back from customer service. I get a non-zero amount of messages from people saying, "Hey, Stream Tom, I sent a ticket to customer service and I don't have this thing solved. Can you help me?" And I'm like, no. Did you save? I don't know what tax freedom means. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Usually quests are quite easy. Yep. Wait, there's a mildly sketchy quest in Ataraxia? What's sketchy in the quest in Ataraxia? The dwarf one? Spend without paying taxes? Why would that even exist? Why would you have a tax exemption day? Seems like a bad idea. Like, I'm no sort of economist. It seems like that would be something that would be bad for a country to even have in the first place. You can have tax exemption status, items that are not meeting, like, taxes and what have you. But, like, that would cause so much confusion in terms of billing and other things. Like, if I was, imagine you're like an independent contractor or somebody who runs a smaller business or something, or like any type of business, wouldn't you just underreport things and report more business and more things taking place on your tax exempt day, and then you don't have to pay taxes on anything? And then cut your taxes in this half with this one simple trick. It's called fraud.
I was able to make off with the pages and leave those droves. No.
Yeah, like, that'd be a horrible idea. Almost all the quests in the harbor. Went to the outside area on the left and searched the houses area for quests, like you said, but I couldn't get any quests or open doors level 4 cleric. Okay, there's so many NPCs, just don't know where to go or what to do. Okay, so you don't have to pay for stuff. There's lots of free quests in the game. But yeah, so as they're saying, so if there's somebody who has a red chalice, it means it's not free to play. But if there's a yellow one, they should be free to play. If you're level 4, you should not have run out of adventures to do. There should still be quite a few to go. But I don't know. So I don't know the exact... There is a list of quests on the DDO wiki of all of the free-to-play ones, but yeah. Are higher than level 4. Maybe a few of them, but there's like a lot of quests, man. Yeah, you can also do quests on higher difficulties. Like, you do it on normal difficulty, then you do it on elite difficulty. Door. You don't want to stay here and fight. Waste of time. Just go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. You door. You door. Yeah, there you go. And because of the wiki link, you can actually click on the quests, because they're all sorted by level. So you've got, like, you know, all the quests on Korthos Island. Then you have all the quests in the harbor and the marketplace at level 2. Then in level 3, you have, like, some in the Cerulean Hills, which is just off of the harbor. You have the Waterworks quest. You have a bunch of solo quests. Red Fang, the Unruled, and Swipe Signet, both in the marketplace. Apparently there's only 2 level 4s, which is interesting. There's lots of level 4s. I just can't read. There's the Depths quest in House D Tavern. So you go into when you first walk into House D on the left side, there's a tavern. You walk in there, and there's a bunch of quests. All right, go to the door, John. Go to the door. Go to the door. Here we go. Here we go. Zaza. Let's get him. Keep John alive. And kill this thing. And it's dead. Nice. Nice work, everybody. Hey, what's up, Grey Wolf? How are you? Tax Freedom Day, the day of the year the average Canadian family has enough money to pay the tax imposed on it, falls on June 19th. What do you mean, has earned enough money to pay taxes imposed on it? You pay taxes on your income. You pay taxes on all your income. It's not like, oh, you earn $50,000. You don't have to pay taxes above $50,000. That's not how taxes work. Taxes, in a lot of places, especially in Canada and Ontario, are set into brackets. So if you make more money, then you just pay into a new tax bracket. So, for example, you know, it might be like, you know, you have to pay 20% of taxes up to $26,000. And then once you go past $26,000, from $26,000 to $52,000, you pay 25% on that amount. So the first amount, you only pay 20% for on the 26,000, and then the next bracket, you would pay 25% on the next 26,000. You bother looting low-level chests? I loot everything. It's a video game with treasure. If I stop looting the video game, my soul has died. There's no such thing as, like, you pay enough taxes and then you're done. You pay taxes based on the amount of money that you make. Which is how it should work. Less services you get in return? That is correct. That is how it works. Because if you have more money, therefore you pay more taxes. Therefore, because you have more money, you can afford things that other people can't afford, like possibly to live or different types of services for those underserviced. Tax brackets, I've seen everything now. That's it. You've seen it all. Turn the website off. It's all done. And now you can finally sit down and write that memoir. I traveled around the world, and I heard about taxes on Twitch.tv. So in a gym, I tell you what, we got a top tier US bestseller. Yeah, so there's no such thing as like you stop paying taxes when you paid enough money in taxes. That's not how that works. That might work, or not might work. That might be in other places around the world, but I don't know. I've never heard of that before, that idea.
Yet something seems off. A sense of unease.
Yeah, exactly. There's always breakdowns of the tax brackets. A lot of people get confused, where they'll be like, oh, I don't want to work they'll be like, oh, I don't want to work overtime hours, because if I work overtime hours, then I can put into a tax bracket and get taxed more. You do get taxed more on some of the extra money that you make, but you don't make less money. It's not like, oh, because you made $50,001, you're actually paying more in taxes and therefore like losing money. That's not how that works. You only get taxed on the amount that you make more, not on the total amount. Which is something a lot of people don't understand. And so when I was working, when I was putting myself through university, I took on a ton of overtime hours from people who were like, oh, I don't want to pay more in taxes. And I'm like, okay, dude. There was a student there who, because he had student loans, and so the government takes money back from you based on how much money you're making. So that was a different story, but for the most part, a lot of people like really misunderstand how that works. Americans, how value-added tax works? I have no clue. We don't have VAT here, so I don't know. All I hear about Europeans is that they hate it. Sounds like how the taxes work needs a rework, or how they were calculated. I don't know. I don't think that's a huge issue. But I don't know why we're talking about taxes now. It's a stupid conversation, because again, a lot of people don't understand how taxes work. Also, myself included. I'm not like some tax savant. Right? I pay my taxes, but I am not like an expert in all of these things. Also, unlike a lot of people who pay taxes, I don't get upset about the idea that I pay taxes, and then those taxes are used to service individuals who have issues that I don't personally have. I don't mind that my tax money goes to subsidize people who can't afford to pay for things. I can afford to pay for things, so I don't have to worry about, you know, trying to figure shit out. When selling stuff on eBay and they get all pissy. Also correct, yeah. Filling out tax forms for other countries is very annoying. That is a huge issue. It's also bad in Quebec as well, because the Quebec taxes are very different than the Ontario taxes. So yeah. Limit how much you pay. Social security taxes? Yeah, but that's like different type. Are we talking about income tax or social security tax? Are we talking about property tax? Like, I don't know. I don't know every tax. There's like also a zillion taxes. That's why computers take care of all that stuff. It's too hard. They go sit in one place for a very long time? Yeah, exactly. Go sit in the corner, government. But yeah. New topic. What do you think about the new Epic Destiny macroeconomics? Oh, dude, I never took an economics class. I feel like that would have been nice. I don't understand why in like high school there wasn't even a single class that was dedicated, that was mandatory to like any type of economic principles. There was home economics, which was not a required class. So I never took it because I wanted to go in the sciences stream. So I was required to take chemistry, physics, and biology 1 and 2, and math, and English. So I had, of my 8 classes I took in the 12th grade, I had to take 7 of them. So like the last class I didn't take home economics because I didn't think it was important. And I decided to take music because I thought it would be more fun. And it was like really cool. And yeah. And I didn't know anything about taxes. Or investments. Or anything like that. They should never teach you. They don't teach you about credit cards. It's very cool. Code to deal with this VAT. Yep. You know, the market model is, the building market model is super cool. Yeah. You're gonna graduate for one semester? Yeah, it's not required up here. Try to find these quests when you have time. Yeah, you can also, as people are saying, you can also sort quests. There's the P button, brings up the adventure compendium, which has basically all the quests in the game on it. You can sort there as well. But yeah, finding quests in this game is literally just exploring around and talking to people. The Bear Druid build, what class can you replace Favored Soul with? Favored Soul is kind of important to the build, but if you don't want to take Favored Soul because you don't own it, you could just use Barbarian because it gives you weapon proficiencies and you don't need to take a Falchion proficiency at level 1, so you can take a different feat instead. And you also get better power for your rages. But the Favored Soul is pretty good and really important. It's like a big chunk of damage. But if you don't have it, then yeah, you can just replace it with something else. Honestly, if you don't own Favored Soul, I would probably just play a pure Bear Druid at that point. And just go all in on Bear Druid. Because the Favored Soul gives access to Divine Will, which is a big amount of damages. Go away. Go away, demon. I guess I block. Nothing to do. And also, don't ever feel sorry or like apologize for asking questions. Dungeons & Dragons Online is a confusing video game, and I do my best to try to make things clear for people and to answer people's questions to help them out. So that's what I'm here for. I don't regulars. Played a Monk Rogue Ranger now. I mean, Monk Rogue Ranger sounds like a really powerful imbue build, so it doesn't seem terrible, but yeah. Also, because hardcore is just exciting. It's like, on the regular server, it's hard to convince yourself to like make a new character. Because why would I make a new character when I would just play my main? But then it's also hard to convince yourself that you should turn your main character into a stupid build, because you know if you start on a stupid build in your main character, you're stuck with it for weeks or months, depending on how fast it takes UTR. Sounds like Voodoo build? Beard Druid? Yeah. Well, the issue is you could take Cleric if it used Divine Might. It just doesn't use Divine Might. Cleric should just get Divine Will. That would solve this problem. If Cleric got Divine Will, then I wouldn't have to recommend Favored Soul all the time to everybody. But Cleric doesn't get Divine Will, they only get Divine Might. And you don't really get a lot of Charisma on Bear Druid. But you get a fair amount of Wisdom, because it's really easy to gear for. The gear set that I put together actually got Wisdom, Insightful Wisdom, and Quality Wisdom. How fun is that? Hey, die, please. More monsters. Anytime, Magister Reese. I'm glad to be able to help you. I don't mind answering people's questions because, like I said, DDO is confusing. And that's realistically why I ended up, like, getting a following in the first place, because I just sit here and answer people's questions about DDO. Also, we talk about taxes. Very fun. You know, as everybody comes in, they tune into a live stream, they're like, oh man, it's the middle of the day. I'm on a holiday because I'm in America and it's a holiday today. And then I'm going to turn on my favorite live stream, sit down and relax. It's a beautiful day outside. I got a Coors Light or whatever people drink. And then you're like, you turn on the live stream and it's taxes? Oh, I love that discussion. Let's go. Is it a holiday? Apparently it's a holiday today in America called Juneteenth.
The Dryad calls for the test to begin, and creatures instantly spring to the attack.
I haven't played D&D online a long time ago. It's frustrating because I didn't understand anything. Yep. Returning to a video game is always really hard. Well, it's because in pen and paper, the way that Favorite Soul works is that Favorite Soul gets wisdom for their DCs and charisma for their spell points, as well as the ability to cast spells. So you need to have both wisdom and charisma in Favorite Soul. So it's a huge cost, even though they get a ton of extra divine spells. You have to like kind of divvy up the points, and that's how it used to work for a very long time. Then in I think 2018-ish, somewhere around there, Favorite Soul was updated to use either the highest of your wisdom or your charisma instead, which made the class dramatically more powerful because now you could just stack one stat. And they also got the ability to use charisma or wisdom to hit and damage with their favorite weapon, which is very cool. Oh god, the lag in here is dramatic. I don't like it. So it just changed everything. You don't say things that you don't know, which is appreciated. Oh, yeah. I tell people all the time that if I don't know something, I just say I don't know. Oh, level 32 just died? Dude, no! Oh, no! No, what did he die to? An enforcer at 32? No, dude.
The Thornright explains that he crafted a
Not Shanine, Sashane? I don't know how to pronounce his name.
The Prince of Satyrs then took that needle.
Third time 10 plus points. Yay me. Oh man. Oh man, that sucks, dude. R.I.P. He'll get it eventually. It's a U.S. federal holiday. The states might not celebrate it. Wait. You can have a holiday, a federal holiday that's not celebrated by a state? Ooh. Damn. Again, that sucks, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. And you're still working today? There you go. It's closed, but state remains open. Right. Oh yeah. Okay, I get what you're talking about. Yeah. It's a federal holiday, but it's not. Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah. Sorry. No, I'm not confused. Yeah, he died. He died. It's very sad. Very sad. No states. Yep. No, that makes sense. Sorry, yeah. I got federal holiday and stat holiday confused. It's odd. USA is just strange. We do that too. For some reason, my brain was just thinking you guys were saying stat holiday, and you were not saying stat holiday. You're saying federal holiday. One of my favorites is provincial holidays that are not recognized by the government. So the Ontario government has a holiday. I'm gonna position the lady, and then we're gonna beat her up. So just give me a. You just follow behind me, but don't touch the witch. Do not touch Beatrice. Don't touch Beatrice. So just follow along and kill ads. Just don't touch Beatrice.
Where would the sports be?
But when you work for the federal government, there's the Ontario holiday Family Day in February. But because it's an Ontario holiday and not a federal holiday, it's one of the few times where if you work for the federal government, you actually do not get the day off. Because you just don't. Alright, Beatrice, come here. Alright, I'm moving Beatrice. Just don't attack her, please. So what you do is you pull her to this corner, and you ignore her. Also, Dale was slain. Rip Dale. Up here, and then she'll have to chase. Alright, get her. Get her, get her, get her. And now you come down here. And then we're all set. You just drop these guys down and they just start sniping. These guys do a huge amount of damage. Ooh. Guys, stand to be judged, AoE single.
Strim, we're gonna go beat up a lady. Where did chivalry go?
Great question. I don't know. But I'll tell you what thing, they definitely missed their call. There goes many holidays. Fairly optional. There's not both. Interesting. Hey, live, please. The one downside to this strat is it does spawn a lot of extra ads. That's okay. Cool. And now we just have to find the treasure that she was looking for. Have you 59 items? I think it's because Matrim is currently hard at work on DDO Builder 2, as well as polishing off hardcore golds. And so, you know, can't blame the guy for it since it's a free tool. I can't really get upset about the update status of the free tool because I'm just excited that I get to continue using the free tool. That is amazing, and you know, blows my mind every time I get the opportunity to use it.
The air nearby tingles with magic.
But it is, you know, it is sad that it's not there either.
If you got to higher
Okay,
ground,
come up here.
to the source of this disturbance.
Where is it? Where's the item that I'm looking for? I get the tingle here. So where is it here? Is it over here? Oh, there it is. I gotcha. Yeah, exactly. Matrim is also the type of guy where if you're like, hey, Matrim, I want to pay you $5. Can I give you $5 for coffee or something, dude? Just so you can have like a cup of coffee? And he's like, no. Go to hell. Very aggressive. But you know what? I respect that. I'm paraphrasing a little bit. He doesn't actually say go to hell, but... It's more like no thank you or something like that. I'm not sure the specifics of the wording, you know.
Oh, step pressure! Laughs the master of the hunt. May this treasure serve you well in months to come. Today, you prove
All right.
worthy.
So now we give him the little thing. Everyone's in. All in. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're good. Boom. All right. Next is needle in a face stack. Am I the leader? No. I'm just kind of doing stuff. I don't want to be leader. That's just funny. I'm just running around doing things. Doing all damn things. Still the leader? I do that sometimes, because I just kind of, like, stop paying attention. The dead leader. True, our leader did die. A horrible death. Used with Flame Cleansed. Yeah, it's interesting. I haven't made a lot of gear sets, or actually any gear sets involving the Wrath of Sorakel, which, as I said, is a very neat item set. Because the upgraded version has a lot of stats on it. The problem is, using all those, like, different stat items is annoying, and having to possibly sack your Your artifact is also not ideal.
Somewhere
Yeah.
in these woods, there is
Also, I just realized I wasn't running in this.
one specific tree deserves more attention than
Okay, what are we doing here?
there's the chest containing Mearsom's magic.
New bear build. It doesn't work with Ancient Power, correct? Since it doesn't take two-handed fighting. Ancient Power works based off of the weapon in your hand. So Ancient Power does work with two-handed fighting because Ancient Power is while you're wielding a two-handed weapon, not the two-handed fighting combat style. It might say two-handed fighting combat style. That is not how it works. I'm pretty sure it's with two-handed weapons. I think that's actually something that confuses a lot of people, not just you. So wolves get bonus damage while using two-handed weapons as well, because two-handed weapons inherently have plus 1.5 times their damage multiplier with all attacks. Or like times 1.5 damage multiplier, which works in animal form even if you don't have the two-handed fighting feats, because that's just what two-handed fighting weapons do. Life Tier Life, would it be better to swap Warlocks with Fighters since I won't be doing Reapers and just going to level 30? Yeah, you could. Or Barbarian. Or go pure Druid. Honestly, if you're going to do that, and you're going to swap in like an extra level or something, what I would recommend you do is go with, 15, or instead of taking it at 20, take it at 5. So go like Druid 1, 2, 3, then take Favored Soul at 4, and then take your other level at 5, and then finish off Druid. So go like Barbarian or Fighter, and then also, instead of taking a weapon, like focus, or not weapon focus, weapon proficiency at 1, take something else, and then get your proficiencies for free from the extra class you take. So take like Quicken or something.
As you open the chest, a unicorn leaps out as you defeat the unicorn. A deer bursts out of it. Is that
Okay, kill this guy. Get him. Goodbye, Raven. Where'd the egg go? There it is. This two-handed fighting style, so we're just based off the feet, not the weapon. Interesting. Yeah, it does work. It's all okay. I think it's also important to talk about the fact that that ancient power absolutely does not do what it says. Just ignore what's on the feet. Don't think about it. Take it and be very happy. It gives like plus 18 to hit and a whole bunch of other stuff. It's really crazy. It's a very, very good feat. It is very buggy and does not at all do what it says it does. If you're playing a melee character, there's nothing better, no matter what style you're using, than Ancient Power. It's really crazy. Alright. No pets. Hide on the bed. I got nothing else to say.
Adventurers in my lair. I'm a real dragon now, so
The little dragon announces.
we're gonna play hide and tag. So first, you close your eyes. No peeking.
If you never tried it, if you have all of them, it's with the two-handed weapon. I believe it's plus 18 to hit and plus 12 to damage with the two-hander. If you have 3 stacks. It's absolutely broken. It's completely wrong. There he is. Where are you, sleeping dragon?
The little dragon cries.
Tag, you're it. Run! Close was he? I don't even know where he is. Estrilla was slain by explosion death volume? No, that's the boat quest. No, that's the boat. Oh no. Boat rip. Oh, someone died to the boat? So for those that don't know, that's the quest Blockade Buster. There's these exploding boats. Does it work with Bastard Swords? Yeah. Makes a huge difference. It's massive. Absolutely massive. What effects do and don't apply to War Axe and Bastard Sword? Yeah. Alright, and we're done. Give me that treasure. Okay, I gotta hella use the bathroom, but I'll be right back. Alright, but I'll get next. I should use the bathroom, be right back. You know, you get killed by the boats? Yeah, because they explode. Maybe somebody said it 15 seconds, maybe somebody detonated it by accident. Said 3 minutes in AFK. Honestly, good call. Also, Backen was slain by a Carnage Reaper. This is why we don't do heroic or epic Reapers while leveling. Because you can run into catastrophic problems like that. Okay, I'm good. I just had to use the bathroom. I've actually been drinking more water today than usual because I've been feeling like worse than usual, and I definitely need more water in my internal organs to like do well with my body. And so, yeah, I've just been adding more water. Hydrate? No, I've already hydrated enough. All right. You're ruining it for everybody. Give me a second here. All right, we go back here. Click this, edit that, and limit cooldown. There we go. And we've done it. I'm a big believer in everything is there. I don't have to put rules out until someone ruins it for everyone. Yeah, there is still the hydrate emote, which is totally spammable. But the thing about the hydrate emote is you have to pay for the hydrate emote. So you can skip, you can still get to tell me to hydrate with the emote as long as you pay for it. And you might say, but Shrimp Tom, isn't that literally pay to win? Yeah, it is. Get wrecked. That's how it works. Pay to win is fantastic. It's like, here's the thing. Okay, I don't like pay to win, and as a general concept in video games, because it feels unfair, you know? But that being said, if I made my own video game and I gotta pay the bills, oh, dude, I'd put that pay to win in there. Oh, shit, dude. Let's go. AFK, yeah. Anyway. Chatcaster Ruin. Stream, can you check your question, please? Yeah, give me a minute. I'm, like, doing this really dangerous quest. Or repost it so I don't have to scroll for it. Those are your two options. You killing guild leaders with the best part of running quests like that is? Yeah, it's not good. I think it's scary that user quests from 21, excluding what goes up where you can just die. Spell wards paralyze you. If you don't have freedom of movement, your character is going to get hit by a spell ward, get paralyzed, and then die. Horde wilting is annoying, but you're immune if you're in any of the forms. As a Blightcaster. And, oh, not Yubi! Not again! Yubi just got to level 20, didn't they? I saw them post in the Discord about being level 20. Aw, rip Yubi. Also, Ianvor was slain by Ancient Magma Brute. Ancient Magma Brute, get him again. Yubi did again. They literally posted yesterday they got level 20. I gave them a congrats. I was very proud. Answer's no, not really. I'm trying to think of, I'm just thinking on it. I don't think there's anything super dangerous. Oh, what killed me before? Driders. Driders will hit you with the web knockdown. If you start getting webbed by a Drider to prevent death, the trick to that is block it. Just block it. So when you start getting webbed, just stop moving and block. You can't get knocked down if you're blocking. Those you're on high road? Oh, then you're fine. Yeah, there's nothing dangerous in high road. I mean, I guess technically in the end of the road quest, there is a dangerous section, which is the... Yeah, this guy sucks. There's the section where the guy can throw you into the spikes, but like just stand in the doorway and you can't get killed by it. That's about it. Yeah. Did you know that when you're doing Underdark? And now you know. That affects also Vine Blights as well.
Just a recap of what happened. Toprak_DDO redeemed hydrate. Toprak_DDO redeemed hydrate.
Fine.
Toprak_DDO redeemed hydrate. Toprak_DDO redeemed hydrate. Toprak_DDO redeemed hydrate. Toprak_DDO redeemed hydrate. Arcaniverse redeemed hydrate. Murty TV redeemed hydrate. Toprak_DDO redeemed hydrate. Hydrate has been eliminated.
Oh, it's a lot of water. Whew. I'm going to be well hydrated today. I tell you what. As long as you pay him. That's just it. That's the rule. Okay, what do we got here? Reaper Bulwark, an extra 2 physical resistance rating in Reaper mode? Oh, yeah. Is it scary? Are they? 13k from the cloak? Yeah, the cloak be good. All that water using to hydrate? Oh, my posture's great. I'm sitting up in the chair. I got this. I will say, managing my posture has become so much easier thanks to this wonderful chair. Oh, my posture be good, man. Because I used to sit at the computer like this all day and just hunched over. Now I can sit up straight. Got that lower back support. Black and blue and newcomers to get you a favor? I mean, you want to run it.
You arrive at Irsum's stronghold after a long climb up the ice stairs.
1750 yet? I mean, that's why you want to run it. Bears aren't true neutral? No, dude. They're lawful evil. Yeah. For me, I find the on Blightcaster, it's not too big of a deal. Well, it has a bit of an impact because Ruin and Greater Ruin are actually spells, so they get turned off by silence. So most of what I do actually gets turned off by silence. The only thing I can do is basically Shard Storm and Dragon Breath. And also, you definitely don't need them. Especially considering Black and Blue, the final boss fight, is so crazy dangerous. People get one-shot by it all the time. I would definitely not do it. I would avoid doing that quest entirely. Newcomers isn't that big of a deal, except for the random traps. It'll also blow you up. Yeah, with when you're still using Carrion Swarm, you don't care about silence, because you just keep Carrion Swarming people. And then you still got, what is this called? Barrier Scales to save the day. I love Barrier Scales, it's so good. Also, I didn't use Dragon Breath when I got Gaping Maw. Even still, I took Gaping Maw later. I took it like last. I took pretty much everything else first and filled the top of Draconic way later.
I have provided you with a feast for the senses. Once you and your fellows are ready, the table.
A recap of the recap trace back.
Okay.
Most recent call last. File, line 4, in module not found error, no module named power line. Error, failed to pull string from source. Heck, your mom got him easy clap.
I was listening to this code string. I was trying to figure out what the issue was with the code, you know, with me being one of them codey programmers who codes things and programs things. And, yeah, you know what? Didn't understand really what you were saying for a second. There I am, all listening and stuff and being attentive and whatnot. I can't heal myself, so I'm in a lot of trouble. I'm silenced. Please kill this. I gotta run away. I have to straight up run away because I'm getting murdered. That was actually kind of scary because that stupid curse got me. Lost Logan did this quest instead? I know both. Are we from out of reach last night? Yeah, Chains of Flame on Epic is just a bad idea in general. If you want to have the same amount of fun as Chains of Flame on Epic, just take your arm, bend it like this, and then slam it onto the corner of a table until you hit the funny bone. You're having about the same amount of fun. Okay, so I haven't hit my funny bone in like years. Is it because the funny bone gets like less sensitive over time, or is it as I get older and I take more hits to the funny bone, my brain is just calibrated better to handle it? Like, or not handle it, but like I avoid it unconsciously. I'm better at maneuvering the bone, so I protect it. Not the bone, but like the nerve. Okay, gotcha. It's actually more likely that it's just less exposed. So you need to do other things? True, there are no L's. Slavers 3 finish this item. Farming Slavers 3? Oh, that's horrible. I haven't done Slave Lords at all. So I can't even go into Slave Lords 3? Oh. Finish the old Slave Lords item. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. Slave Lords is a good place to get gear on hardcore because it's really consistent and a lot of it's very powerful. I just didn't have the patience, so I didn't do it. No bard buffs? It's not bad. You can even intim the Fomorians at that point. Boneheaded thing sometimes. Okay, so when I was in high school, I used to sit next to this kid on the bus who was like, he wasn't, neither of us were the smartest kids in the world, okay? Like we were both like, you know, smart kids, but like we did stupid stuff. And he used to be like, oh, do you want an elbow war? So elbow war is where you sit next to somebody and you square up and then you slam your elbows together until someone has to quit because they can't handle it because it hurts too much. It's not the smartest thing I've ever done. I'll tell you what. I did not lose every elbow war. I did lose quite a few. What's wrong with that kid? I don't know. I was complicit in the elbow war. Look, everybody makes different decisions when you're growing up. Is there any negative heal in any Epic Destiny? Negative heal is in negative healing amplification. Yes, there's negative healing amplification in Divine Crusader, Exalted Angel, and Renegade. Not Renegade. What's it called? The Legendary Dreadnought. Are there any abilities that heal your HP in terms of negative damage? No.
I'm a rogue.
Why did nobody trust the low dexterity wizard? Because
Okay.
he can trip at any moment. Why was the werebat afraid to fly? Because every cloud has its silver lining. What do you call a halfling fortune teller who escaped from prison?
A high,
small,
medium, and large.
Medium at large.
Or a small, medium,
Why
and large.
do zombies love to eat archers? They need the bone and marrow.
Bone and marrow. Yeah, that one's funny. I had not heard the last one. I knew the small, medium, and large. I know I said high, medium, but yeah, small. A halfling escaping from prison. Halfling psychic escaping from prison. The small, medium, at large. Classic. Only good heal, and then also all the positive energy heals. Oh, you're getting into? Oh, yeah. I just do Offering of Blood on normal, and Offering of Blood if you loot the chests on the side as you're going up, because you can buy like a rogue hireling for opening the locks. You loot the side chest, and it gives you more than enough. Unless you need more than one Sands item. Yeah.
Guys, remember that Strim is evil man that wants you to get his bad builds from his evil Discord.
That is correct.
He used to make decent builds like his acid arrow build, but he just snapped and now just bad build and Discord walls them. Source?
Yeah, I Discord
Heck,
wall
your
them.
mom
That's such a
got an easy
horrible
clap.
paywall, dude.
Anyways, remember you get your Strime Tom builds
Remember.
from freestrimetombuilds.com/gigakibcheer100.
Remember. That might have been a typo, but it's a really funny typo. Set till ransack? Wait a week? So the chest is guaranteed to give you... The final chest is 11 to 20 every time you loot it. So in 8 loots, average 15. You're almost at the 150 you need to make one legendary item. And then you just loot side chests. And every second side chest you loot is going to give you some.
Quest received.
That's kind of how you do that. Bispack, guess it just won't work. You can. You just need to take positive healing amplification. Remember that Abyss Warlock, when you go undead, gets a ton of defenses because you suddenly start to pick up all of the extra, like all the immunities for being undead. So there are a lot of benefits to being a negative Warlock. But you have to pay the tax of only healing yourself with negative energy burst and the death aura, because you get both of those. And that's kind of the tax there, so you just have to pick up some positive healing amplification so you can be healed. Granted, having over 100 positive healing amp is very easy. Ship buffs plus one item, or like an augment, puts you at 70 or 80. And then anything that gives you negative healing amp also gives you positive healing amp and epics. So it's really easy. You go full positive? No, you can do both. You just need to have a positive augment, and then anything in epics that gives you negative also gives you positive. So you can still stack negative healing. It's just that you're gonna have like put an augment of positive somewhere in the build.
Guys, remember that Stwim is evil man that wants you to get his bad builds from his evil Discord. He used to make decent builds like his acid or wow build, but he just snapped and now just bad build and Discord walls them. Sounds. Keku mom got an easy clap. Anyways, remember you get your Swimtom builds swimfreeswimtombuilds.com/gigakadcheer110.
Thank you for the bits, everybody. It's very kind.
These codex pages
Oh, that's really funny.
adventurers. They have such short lifespans.
That's super duper funny.
All, it would be no trouble to bring them to
Holy
you
shit.
alive. A century or 3
Thank you. Thank you. I have no comment, no words. You know what? I've been beaten in my own game. You guys should be the live streamer. I should just like sit in the background. You know, it'd be kind of cool to be one of those Twitch streamers who's like so huge they don't even do anything. They just put the camera on themselves and read chat all day, and then get paid $100 million to go stream on another website. That'd be sick. Oh God, swim the horror. I don't think he can pronounce that properly though. Brian can't do it. I mean, maybe he can. I don't know. Ricky and a better body to do that. Hey man, I've been on a health food kick. Okay, I've lost a bunch of weight. My blood pressure is down. I'm feeling good, but just because you're still right doesn't change that. Major hate on XQC? No, I was making a joke. Here's a detail, don't matter. Mm-hmm. There we go. That's for all chests that drop keys and other guaranteed items. Because, like, also, I think it's okay to poke fun at somebody who just got a $100 million contract. If he can't take a joke, that's even funnier. But he's, like I said, everything I've ever seen with XQC is usually pretty entertaining for the most part. Entertaining young lad. I just don't really watch the stream because I'm not much of a sit in the sea of 80,000 people who type a message that no one can read. Okay, what do we do here? Group was finally nice to get the cloak. Thank you everyone. Thanks for carrying the first time playthrough hardcore. Anytime. Glad to help. Just stop shit posting? Nah, you'll be fine. Being rich is super serial? Oh yeah, dude. Being rich. Well. Yes, that's an extra slot, baby. Let's see if we can't get another one. Let's get another slot. No. No, that's good. Okay, I gotta turn in my fragments. I apologize to make a joke. The way I phrased it was shit. No, it's all good. Don't worry. I'm not mad at nobody. Which means I am mad at somebody, so watch the fuck out. Sans items at Demon Consort is hilarious. What? So it depends on, some of them are really good, some of them are not so good. I actually think that the braces, the Demon Consort, the ones that give you like the extra temp HP whenever you get hit and other things are actually not that bad. I don't think they're amazing, but I think that the effect could be handy if you don't have anything else. The problem is it's like, people will choose consistency over almost anything else. So if the bracers give you an effect where it's like, oh, you have a chance to add something, like a chance to get temporary hit points, why would you ever take the chance to get temporary hit points when you can just have an effect that says you gain this when you do this? Give me a fragment, please. Am I in the top 10 again, or do I need to keep going? I'm 17th place? I'm not even close. Damn, I didn't realize I got shoved so far down. This looks like another hardcore season where the bottom of the list is going to be 400,000. So yeah. Where are you? Where are you? Arcanaverse. What do we got? Arcanaverse. There he is. 31. It's not bad. It's not, you know, it's, I'll take it. It's not bad. It's over 400,000. Got lots of people up here. Doc Jekyll is up here. Look at all the people at exactly 400. 400, 400, 400, 400. That's precision to the finest degree. We're at 13, but he got a 31. Like I said, I'm 17. I'm still helping people farm, though, so, you know. There's a lot of people on these lists. Like I said, I'm having fun kind of working my way through. I'm going to be playing lots of Hardcore League to help more people, so yeah. So many people getting 5k favor. Do they not know? Some people go for max favor. Like, it's not like there's a decision. There's this person with 5,000. So I don't know if they did that intentionally. But yeah, a lot of people just farm out all the favor. Don't know why. They're at 70, 90 over here. Am I still up here? I don't think so. I don't think I have high enough favor to make it to the bottom of the list now. Yeah, I'm not. I'm off the bottom of the list. No, I'm not even the top 100. It's okay. Let's do 5k. Yeah, I don't find the favor enjoyable, so I don't want to farm it out. I just don't enjoy it at all. I'm happy that people enjoy the favor farm. I don't even care about being on the leaderboard. I think the leaderboard is awesome. Seeing the leaderboard go up with the favor, where you have season 1 top favor 61.56, 63, 64, 67, 69, 73, 7,000. You got 73 over here, and I don't know where they're going for the top this season. But I like how it just keeps going up, man. It's cool. People pushing for the top end, trying to do everything they can. Time to play in this move is not giving you much of that. The footprints can be done relatively quickly if you're willing to do a lot of game time on normal. And because you basically just play elite through the easy quests and then run normal through the treasure quests, and you can be done pretty early. Yep, I'm not. I am not a 7,300 favor sort of person. There they are. I don't think I'm not, definitely not even on the favor list. Dude, I don't care. Somebody's named November? Great name. Wait a minute, I forgot there was also Joe Byton. That was a druid player. Oh look, there's Doc Jekyll again. Look at all these people I kind of recognize. So yeah, you got lots of people on here. Whereas for me, I'm usually on Reaper. Did I die on Hardcore 6 for Reaper mode? I don't know. No, I didn't. I lived. I'm number 26. Now you might say, wait, you're 26? Doesn't it say wait a minute. Arcornivores? Hold the phone. Yeah, this one even confused me. I forgot. I couldn't find my name on here the other day, and I was like, what? I remember being here. Because Arcanaverse is down here. You gotta keep scrolling for Arcanaverse. I don't remember where he is. There he is. 69. Nice, dude. So Arcanaverse got 69. And I got 26. Tom Caper of Arcornovores. So, yeah, that was a good time. We can do 1 or 2 more quests if you need, Johnny. Before I go solo Dark Hunter guided playthrough. I'm down to do a couple quests. Getting 2 characters on the leaderboard? Yeah. Oh, I'm leader. Need...
I'm so glad they decided to give Dark Hunter curative admixture instead of regular cure. Too
It is
bad
cool.
I'm a dumbass and keep throwing it across every single room I find myself in.
Yeah, I've been there before. I've definitely been there before. Anyway, that was a donation of $3 from HH. Thank you so much for the $3. That was very kind of you. Also, totally agree. I do throw it all over the place and in all the wrong places. All right, come on in. 3032 R4 Cerulean Hills. And we're gonna do, what's it called? Home of Memory. Thank you. Thank you, brain. All right, Home of Memory next. Or if Thorn or Carnivores, yeah. So you left your brain? No, you assume too much of me. Sometimes I just can't remember the name of a quest on any given moment. To be fair, there's a lot of quests in this game, and I'm trying to remember a lot of things. I'm trying to be entertaining and funny at the same time. While I might not succeed at that all the time, I succeed some of the time, and I'm trying to do a lot of things. There's like 1,000 of them. I'm actually amazed by the human capacity to just remember details and bits of information. Like how many things you can possibly know and be able to recall at any given moment. It's kind of crazy. Not just like locations and location data. Like if you close your eyes right now, some of you might be able to just mentally picture all of the objects in your house and where they are located. So you might be able to like walk through and be like, okay, I know that I left my book over here, and I know that I left this there, and there's a cup on the counter, and I bought this, and you can kind of like walk your way back and go through all of these things with your mind. On top of the fact that you might remember the names of all of the objects and some of the details about all of the objects, like that, the fact that you can keep going is crazy. Keepers. But he's also dumb, correct. 8 coins in every SMB3 level. Mm-hmm. Oh man, I know where all them whistles are. Gotta know where do you find every whistle for skipping stuff.
A groan from the nearby cot shows that this orc elder is alive, though not in any condition to receive guests.
Oh, there's so many scorpions. Oh, that's really bad. They're going the wrong way. Okay, gotta watch this out. Scorpions are just kind of going haywire here. Are they going to the beginning of the quest? That's bad. Okay, we're good. That's dead. I just want people to be like getting killed upon login when they like are load into the quest. Or not just names, but also past traps and names. I think it's fine if you forget one name for 10 seconds. Yeah. But what if I didn't forget it? You know what I mean? What if I had the mental fortitude to remember all details perfectly all the time? That's what I want. That's the kind of goal that I'm seeking.
A screen blocks your path, decorated with masks and totems. To your surprise, one of the totems.
Okay, we're all here.
Strength and endurance to reach the
Let's go.
home of the
All right. Shade forged. AFK and start, please. So what we did there is you need bull's strength and bear's endurance to be able to get through the door. And so I cast mass bulls and bears on everybody so they all have it, so we could go through the door quickly and easily without having to go do the side paths, which makes this quest dramatically faster. However, one person's late joining and they don't have the buffs on them. We didn't clear the sides. So if they go to the sides, there's a good chance they're going to run into something and get murdered. And I don't want someone to die. So I want to keep that as a separate plan. So that's one of the reasons why I had everyone group up there, so we cast the mass bulls and bears.
Swim the horror, the scorpions going haywire.
Yeah. Oh god, swim the horror.
It seems that the
Okay,
vital
we're good.
resting place of the orc elders has a watchful and hungry
Many what
guard.
ifs? Yep. Consistency, man. It's all about. You're just gonna be consistent. Do everything the same. It's the reason why I'm excited about the solo guided Dark Hunter playthrough, is that everything that I did, you can exactly replicate because I haven't gotten lucky. Whereas I'm in a situation where I've been like doing something and I've been insanely lucky, and that's why I have an outcome that I have.
You've found what the initiate was sent to retrieve. The skull
It's
of an
been
orc
pretty much consistency for everything.
What sent the initiate
You know,
to
how do you get the trapping gear? Guaranteed sources. How do you get the thieves tools to increase your trapping ability? Guaranteed sources. Stuff like that. So you can replace or replicate what I did. Alright. Ancient Magma Brute Killer Quest. Classic Ancient Magma Brute Killer Quest. Everybody loves the Ancient Magma Brute Killer Quest. And then after this quest chain, I'm going to be jumping back and doing solo guided Darker Hunter playthrough.
The old mine here has long since
Yes, unless you buy it or unlock it later.
must have dug one too many times.
Well, yeah, but you can just play a different character. You just need the ability to deal with traps.
arrived at the main shaft of the abandoned mine.
As well, the characters, so in the build description that I linked, I wrote the build out, I include the fact that you shouldn't play it, but also there's a wizard version that is basically the same, but better in every capacity. And then there's also the melee Dark Hunter, which is also better in every capacity. So, if people want to replicate, they can do a better job, should they have the desire.
Any way to get back, so forward is the only option.
Oop, circle. But is the name better in every capacity? I don't know. That's tough. I will say, I do recommend, if you're going to buy content, Universal Enhancement Trees are pretty good, because they're inexpensive in comparison to the regular build, which is good, because your regular stuff that you use is going to be more, like, you know, buying a class is more narrow, it can only be used on one class, but buying a Universal Enhancement Tree means you have Universal Enhancement Tree, so you can use it on every character that you decide to play, which is cool. So there's always a small amount of investment you can make. So I usually would recommend, if you're going to buy anything, buy the Universal Enhancement Trees. And especially if you're going to buy any Universal Enhancement Tree versus Unlock, buy Falconry. Because Falconry takes hundreds of generations to unlock, and you will die before you unlock it in real life, whereas it's 495 points. It is faster to do a past life and earn 2,000 DDO points to buy it than it is to, which is permanent on your account, unlocked all servers, all characters, than it is to do the 700 favor to unlock it on just one character only. Just do a past life and then spend the DDO points on it. You earn on it. Past life is 2k points. No, a past life is 2,000 favor. If you get to level, like, 30 without getting 2,000 favor, you did one hell of a past life. How many builds need it? Well, I'm just saying if you're going to get Falconry, I would recommend you do that than the alternative. No, it's only on the character. When you unlock Falconry, it's only on the character that you unlocked it on. Oh, right, I gotta open the door.
She doesn't seem to notice you. The old woman rambles on, her thoughts clouded by some terrible experience.
Here, somewhere.
A shadow passes over her face.
The garden! The garden!
She gasps.
So, yeah. Like, I'm not saying you should all unlock Falconry. I'm saying if you said, hey, I want to unlock Falconry, do I grant out the favor, or should I just do a past life and spend the points on it? Do the past life and spend the points on it.
You take it with you. Perhaps
Is more of my argument. Do you buy instead of unlocking? Yeah, probably. Artificer's quite good. Imagine that the Universal Tree comes from, then do the expansion and get the Universal Tree with it. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I gotcha. Is the ranged Dark Hunter can work with throwing weapons? I don't know. Probably.
in this musty cistern.
Dark Hunter doesn't have synergy with ranged attacks. Well, not doesn't have synergy with ranged attacks. It doesn't get Arcane Archertry, which slows down its ranged capability a little bit.
You emerge into the hot air and find yourself on the back porch.
Yep.
You use the sun.
Great Dark Illusionist and Vistani work on basically every class.
Before you stretches an
In some capacity.
the remains of the family's crop field. You pause, struck by a headache, as a cold voice sounds around you. Come here, Lily. A little bit farther.
Worries that you can get falchions as a favorite weapon.
Voice again.
Almost there, Lily. I'm waiting under our favorite
What's the best anime RPG game? I don't know. I don't watch anime.
To see their estranged daughter. They notice
What's the
that
best
something
spell
about
in the
this
game? Why? Oh, easy.
hinged
Mathematics. So we'll just do a calculation on the amount of damage that Dragon Breath does. So Dragon Breath does 1d6 plus 10 per caster level with no maximum. Okay? So the average damage of a d6 is 3.5. We're going to add 10 to that. So that's 13.5 damage per level.
vision fades.
And it gets plus 1 per level. So times 32. But wait, it's actually not times 32 because that's 432 base damage. It's actually not times 32 because your character actually gets even more damage than that because you get an extra 6 caster levels passively. So if you, from just like leveling up in epics, you get an extra 6 additional caster levels. So it's not 32, it's actually 38. But wait, there's more. So it's not 30, so it's 38. But wait, I'm a Blightcaster Druid. As a Blightcaster Druid, I get plus 5 to the caster level of my acid spell. So it becomes caster level 43. So we're going to times this by 43. And that's the base damage AoE. But wait, I forgot. I take an ability that makes it deal double damage. So we're going to multiply this by 2. So this is the damage of Greater Ruin. But this number is actually bigger. And it's area of effect on a 15-second cooldown. Isn't that awesome? It's more damage than the highest damage numbered effect in the whole game.
Finally return to the gate
And it's AoE.
and leave this
And it costs less spell points. And it can paralyze if you take the paralyzation effect. And that's also a conservative number, assuming you're not playing something like a Cold Druid, who gets, I think it's plus 11 on the caster level, or a Cold Sorcerer who's a Dragonborn who gets like plus 13 on the caster level. So the answer is number big number, big, AoE, big number, huge. Big number. It gets just think of a number, double it. Now double that number, and that's half of the damage that a doubled number would be half of Dragon Breath. Because think of how big the Dragon Breath is. So yeah. Left at 200 HP. Good job. They lived. Not sure anymore. That was not been fixed. It's still in the game.
The air grows more humid as you approach the next chamber.
Well, as a gape, it should be.
70. That's a bunch.
Yo, no Bob, welcome back to the stream team for friggin' 100 generations. 70 is crazy. I think it's 72 is 6 years? Damn, man. This guy is one for the ages. Thank you so much for the support, young man. I hope you're doing well. I hope your day is going great. Thank you. That's so incredibly kind. And to stay here for 70 months. It's weird to think. It's weird to think. Because, like, I don't know. Like, I think of myself as somebody who's, like, going to be in this for the long term. I want to continue to make content. I want to continue to make new things and to keep streaming and keep making videos. And I want that to be for long term. But it's always hard to think about and conceptualize because the next year is always coming up and situations change and costs of living change and all these things are different. And then I think towards, like, you know, the fact that 70 months is a crazy long time, dude. That is unreal. I'm like, maybe it'll all work out in the day. So thank you. I appreciate it. That's correct. It does not work on Eldritch Blast, just the aura. So thank you for 70 months. And you know what? Here's to 70 more. That's dumb. Very dumb. Dude, the burst seems really good at 20, but less so now. Context is sensitive. It depends. Is the answer. The answer is it depends. Is it good? Depends. Good against what? Compared to what? With what? What weapons are you using? What spellcaster are you playing? What damage? What difficulty are you playing? How much spell power do you have?
Now to return to the gatekeepers and tell them what happened.
Well, this guy's got the golden warforged skin. That's sick. And his Sacred Fist blade forged. Yeah. And also, do you need imbue dice? So, yeah, especially if you're a handcraft Sacred Fist and you want imbue dice, which is going to be the most. Next is housekeeping. So, like, what would you give up and what would you get as the alternative? You know? It's like, well, okay, well, you get Dreadnought Mantle. Well, Dreadnought Mantle gives you +1W. Well, +1W on hand wraps is kind of bad because hand wraps have a pretty low base damage, so maybe it's not as good. Okay, so then what do you get instead? All right, well, you can also get -15 armor class on the enemy and vulnerability stacking. Do you have vulnerability stacking? Because if you don't have it, then maybe Dread Mantle might be a little bit better, but then you have to spend a lot of points in Dread, which means you're going to take all your points in a Primal Avatar. Are you still using Shard Storm to keep yourself alive? Because if you're doing that, then that's also another trade-off, because then even if you want to take out the points, and where are you going to make up the imbue dice? What percentage of your damage overall is imbue dice? Each imbue die represents how much percentage of your damage. So does -3 imbue die is what percentage decrease to your total damage? So these are all questions you have to answer. So the answer is it depends. It's usually pretty good. If it's working and things are dying and you feel good about it, then don't make a change. Give it a shot. See what you like.
What is the best build to steal builds from Strime Tom, and post his builds on your own pirate website, streambuildsathome.com.
Exactly. I agree. I don't know what the best build is to steal builds. The best build to steal builds from Stream Tom? I'm not sure. What's up, Tyrannical Dad? How are you? Sounds intense? Yeah. The answer is, if it's working, don't change it. If you feel like you want to try better, try something else. You just got to compare and contrast. Like, I could just tell you something, and then you might just take it at face value and think I'm right, and then try it out. But, like, I don't know your build well enough to know what's going to be better or worse. But generally, the Primal Avatar Mantle is very, very good for endgame melees. So, if you're a melee and you're at endgame and you're enjoying the Mantle effect, then keep using it. This is generally very good and powerful. Get them all.
We screwed up. Bad. Adds capstone.
The only other mantle I would think about using on a character like that would be the Primal Avatar Mantle. And I don't think the Primal Avatar Mantle is going to be as good. Or not Primal, sorry, the Legendary Dreadnought Mantle. And I don't think the Dreadnought Mantle would be as good unless you have a lot of physical damage. So if you have way more physical damage, then the Dreadnought Mantle will be better than the Primal Avatar one, and you want to swap. But if your physical damage is not as high, then you want to go back. So it depends on what your upper bounds on crit, double strike, and everything else is. If your average strike per hit, not including the mantle, is over 1,000, and not including the imbue dice, just the physical, so the leftmost number, if that is over 1,000 damage on a regular hit and over 13,000 on a crit, then I would say the Dreadnought Mantle is going to be way better for you. And then in all other cases, you're going to want to go the other way. 13,000 is probably a little much because it's it's a hand wraps, but I'm not sure. I don't know the specifics of what people chase in terms of hand wrap damage. The thing about DDOs, we don't have, like... There's, like, a lot of, like, approximations that people make. about what the damage is and how powerful it is and different skills and abilities. But there aren't a lot of like, there aren't just like DPS charts you can crack and break down and look at your character and have things that kind of either auto-calculated or just like follow a flow chart to where you're supposed to go. So it's pretty freeform, especially considering the game also has 13 difficulties on it. So like, you know, if you're playing on Elite to like Reaper 4, you can kind of just do whatever. If you're doing R10, then you need to be more critical about what you're actually doing. There's a skill in long cooldown ideas other than or Weapon Master Great Axe. Yeah, use the Fate Singer Epic Strike. It'll change your life. The Fate Singer Epic Strike is very, very, very good on leveling Barbarian. So if you're not using that, I would highly recommend it. It's a game changer, dude. You do use Fate Singer? Oh. Then yeah, I don't know. Do you know about the bug with automatic consecration effect when you put it in the build? No, I don't know what you're talking about.
As she falls over and scatters into dust.
But yeah, Epic Sword of Shadows is your best bet for damage.
Then disappears just as suddenly.
We compared to casters, that is the entire video game. You're a melee character, you will always feel weak to casters 100% of the time until level 32 raids. You're level 32 and you're in raids, you will not feel as bad. But until then, you will feel worse than casters 100% of the time. There is no time where you will eclipse the feeling of playing a caster. That's how DDO was designed. Chronic Mantle proc on Eldritch Blast or only spells? Eldritch Blast is a spell, so it does proc. So the answer to your question is yes. Okay, well that was 4 hours of reapering that I wasn't expecting to do, so sick. Alright. That's enough reapering for me today. Hope you guys are closer to your goals. We'll do more soon. I'm going to pass the lead over to Death Verdict. And we're going to take a bit of a break. We're going to go do some solo guided playthrough. So 2-minute cooldown has a 0-second cooldown. Oh, you mean the thing at half? Yeah, I knew about that. Yep. Alright, I gotta sell some garbage, and I think I'm gonna go back. Good luck on getting your Slave Lord's piece. Or not piece, the materials. Fatesinger Mantle and melee until at least 23. I use Fatesinger Mantle usually until 26. And Druid, not DPS caster. Druid's definitely a good caster. Melee Druid does more damage than Spellcaster Druid. Sustained, but most fights are less than 10 seconds on the highest difficulty, so it doesn't matter. Because in that point, it's just all burst damage, so who cares? I would nerf Monk more. How dare they be fighting with both hands? True! You know how hard it is to fight with both hands at the same time? I don't, because I don't fight anybody. I've never, like, been in a fight as a grown-up, so I'm not sure. But it sounds like it's hard. Right? Try fighting, like... Try doing anything with 2 different hands at the same time. You ever, like, try to, like, I don't know. Take one hand, do one task, take another hand, do another task, and you're trying to just have your brain work and do different things? Yeah, it's impossible. Fighting with 2-handed weapons, or 2 weapons at the same time, especially your fists, nah, it's ridiculous. I'm going to deposit another 500k. Put that in the bank. Okay. Elbow war with elbows? Ugh. Okay. Now we're going to finally do this solo guided playthrough bit. I just got distracted. Random ring with +5 insightful con. Oh, sick. That's a lot of health.
Rick totally underscore horses underscore my peepee's already mangled underscore throw hammer underscore barb underscore the underscore throw underscore apostate underscore assassin underscore donut steel underscore final underscore revised underscore dark underscore hunter underscore edition underscores courses cousin xx underscore smiley face underscore not underscore cringe underscore caster. Gone but not forgotten.
It's literally still there. You can still click it. It hasn't gone anywhere. Didn't die from the broken staff. So stay away. He was not far away. Yep. You zoned out and work is over? Dude, that's awesome. That's like the best thing I've heard anybody say all day. Man, I was just spacing out and all of a sudden work was over and I got to go home. Sick. I love that. Anyway, I'm going to use the bathroom, get some more water, and then we're going to go do a thing with the Dark Hunter. Whoa, look how dark my character is. Classic backlit character. Ooh. All right, I'm back. Uh, um, sorry, I am like planning something out. I'm doing something tomorrow. Need to message some people. Yo, what's up, Nearsoth? How are you doing? How's one of my favorite people that lives on the east coast of Canada doing? Are you feeling good? Shape and get and cast faster. That's half as much, right? I don't know. You tell me. My sacrifice literally died before I got key explosion, so I couldn't play around with it. Which makes me sad. Selling garbage. Canada, just England? No, there's a whole ocean in between. Fortunately. Big ocean, man. Big ocean. Okay, so I got 12. Double checking, hold on. This is Trap the Soul. This is Con Negative Resistance. Okay. Just making sure I don't sell anything I actually need. Oh, I forgot I got these goggles. Oh my gosh. Those are my search goggles. I need those. Concentration, Impulse, Nullified, Pendant Subtle Pain. Technical Ring is Search Disable Device 7, which is cool, but useless. Sell all this garbage out of the game. Get rid of this, and I'll keep that because I need those. Get rid of this. I have a lot of garbage. Expeditious Boots, I don't really need anymore. Greek Club of the Scrag, I don't really need. Alright. Oh, I gotta do the thing. I don't even remember what quest I was doing. I'm so spacey right now. Where am I? Who are you people? You have your face? Oh, what'd you do? East Coast, I'm in your favorite Ontario city right now. You're in Toronto? Oh, shit. Wait, why can't you feel happier face? Did you have surgery? Face surgery on your face? Is it a state of England, or are you meaning you're just Americans with funny zip codes? It's not a state. So, the United Kingdom, sometimes referred to as Great Britain, is an island that is close to Europe. Canada is not a part of Great Britain. And it's in North America, which is next to the United States. I guess they don't really teach a lot of that in American schools, so I apologize you guys don't know that well. But yeah, Canada is very close to America, actually. Very, very close. Yeah. That is correct, yeah. All right. Let's put this away, put that away. Let's do this. All right, let's do this and that. Why did I put this in the treasure pile? I mean, it is a good ring. Don't get me wrong. Why did it go in there? I don't miss anything. So all I have to do is Strahd's thing, and I think I'm all set. And I gotta go get a new hireling. All right, let's go get some hirelings and get going. How close? It's pretty close, actually. I've seen him attack about the same time before and after you got it? I'm not sure. Some fillings? Nice, dude. That's awesome. Get those teeth filled up. Some people are more prone to requiring fillings than others, which is, you know, unfortunate. But hey, what are you going to do? Sometimes you just get the bad genes. And sometimes you need fillings. It is what it is. Because some people are affected more by, like, or they're, like, the diet can affect a lot of people. But also some people, even, like, outside of just the diet, will also have issues as well. So it depends. It depends on the person to person. So it's usually better when to stop sucking. Mm-hmm. All right, so we're going to do Ravenloft. Ravenloft has quite a few quests and quite a few traps as well. So I'm going to show you where to deal with them. But it's also fairly easy for my character because I have Tanya Brightstone. Tanya seems a bit fond of destruction for a holy servant, but she claims she merely enjoys bringing the god's wrath down upon her foes. So I'm going to go re-get my House P buffs, and then we're going to go do this. And you're going to see the power of having a higher level murdery favored soul. So that will take care of it. Meteor time? Meteor. Meteor. I think you might be thinking of Diablo. You don't got meteors. Oh, unless you're thinking Comet Fall. Does she have Comet Fall? I don't think she does. I think she has Blade Barrier. Yeah, she has Blade Barrier. She doesn't have Comet Fall. She might cast Comet Fall anyway, because hirelings are kind of screwy. They'll give them extra spells, but it depends. Traps outside of that? I'm not sure. We'll find out. There's no traps in this quest, though, which is nice. Now, usually the beginning of this adventure into the mist is a little sketchy. Oh, apparently I'm out of potions of heroism, too, which is actually a huge problem, because I don't know if I'll be able to disable traps without it. So I actually will need to go buy more potions, which is annoying. And I apparently don't need Barkskin either. But the monsters that are in here usually are quite dangerous. However, wisps actually take extra damage from force, which is amazing because I deal almost exclusively force, which is great. What makes the different hirelings behave differently? The text on the hireling package. So you see how Clarife says she wants to kill people with her magic? That means she wants to kill people with her magic. It means she will choose to do that over healing you. Yeah. So you just got to read the text, and the text will tell you what the hireling does. It's in the video game. You just read the text. The text on the description tells you what the hireling will do. You kind of have to infer a little bit, like when the text says the hireling is really excited about bathing in the blood of their foes. You have to be like, what could that possibly mean? Does that mean they want to hurt people? Or are they going to heal me more often? It's difficult to know. Also, I'm feared? I'm plus 26. How did I fail that? Amazing. But that's how you know. Weather? Yeah. Way text indicates the hireling. What are you talking about? What? The actions actually do anything. Recently found out it can be altered. Yeah, you can right click on the hireling and you can customize the AI. You can basically just stop them from doing certain things. It's like, where's the wolf? It's around here somewhere. And I'll get you the weather here in just a sec. I am agitated that the weather comes right at the beginning of my solo guided hunter playthrough episode, but you know what? It is what it is. You can't you hit record and then everything goes downhill. Not downhill, but you know what I mean. All right, get him, spike growth. Do the damage. It's only doing 36, which is not ideal, but it's good enough. Ooh. All right, let's go. I'll do it now. I'm going to forget later. Responsive healer. Doesn't run out of spell points. Yep, you can do that. You can customize it. I have to go to town anyway. Made a mistake. Yeah, all you want to do in a lot of cases is turn off Universe of Light and Cure Light Wounds. But they will act like this. All hirelings do things. So if your hirelings aren't doing anything, it's probably you have them set improperly. If they're on defensive, your hireling will not do anything unless they are attacked. Sorry, or you are attacked. Which means if you're attacking monsters, they will refuse to do stuff, and they have different AI. If you set them on passive, they will do literally nothing 100% of the time and never do anything unless you command them to. And so this trick is you set them on active. Setting the hireling on active will cause them to act on their own, so they will attack monsters and also heal you and make different decisions with regards to that. But yeah, there shouldn't be any hirelings that do nothing. Some hirelings will have a desire to attack the monsters, especially like healing hirelings, with their melee weapons versus healing you, which is why you want to right-click on them and just turn off attack. So, for example, as we were talking about, Weo likes to swing at monsters with his mace, which is super not helpful most of the time. So what you can do is just turn it off so that they can't do that. And then as a result, they don't swing at them. They don't swing anymore, which is good. All right, where are we getting? Morinba. Let's get the weather. Sweet.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you a special report on the weather with your
Ask your
host,
question twice?
Strim Tom.
Correct. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shrimp Tom Weather Broadcast. My name is Shrimp Tom, bringing you the weather from a place that is not named Shrimp Tom. It's Moranbah in Queensland in Australia. It's northeastern Australia. For those that don't know much about it, it's 15 degrees Canadian right now during the evening as we get up to a balmy 23 during the afternoon here today. Nothing too hot, although it's got that humidity, 86% right now, and climbing. So just keep in mind, it's going to be a warmer day, not for Australia, but for maybe non-Australians that happen to be out there. For those of you Americans at home, that's about 70 degrees freedom, 72, something like that. So pretty warm out there, not too bad. As we look towards the rest of the week, we've got temperatures staying pretty much stable. The 21st, 22nd, and 23rd around the same temperature. In fact, it's staying pretty much stable for the next entire week. Not a lot of variation here on the temperature. A lot of cloudy weather coming in, though. We're close to the coast, and so you got a lot of that cloudy weather. A little bit of rain coming next week, but this solstice, while it might be the longest day of the year, it's going to be the longest regular day of the year because you just got a little bit of overcast weather. And again, temperature hovering pretty much around the same every single day here. So, stay warm out there. You don't need to wear a jacket. Maybe carry an umbrella every couple of days, but for the most part, you should be fine here in Moranbah in Queensland. Back to you, Shrim. Pretty warm for winter. Oh, it's a great temperature for winter. Big fan. Hey, what was your question? What is your question? Shrim, what happens if you get maximized to -2 mana? It should... I believe they patched it so it doesn't actually reduce the cost of spells. But it might still reduce the cost of spells because somebody was saying that they didn't fully patch it. But when I tested it on the preview, when they were releasing that content, it seemed to function that way, but it might not. Stack with movement and items in the haste spell. Abundant Step is an ability that dashes you forward. It is completely different than movement items and the haste spell. It's a button you press on the keyboard that causes your character to jump forward. It's like a dash. So it does stack in the sense that they are different effects that do different things. And they are not related. Like they're both kind of related to movement, but outside of that, that's about it. It's the shortest day? Wait. Is the solstice reversed? Oh, I guess that would be the shortest day of the year on the southern hemisphere. Huh. That makes sense. Equal to level called? I don't know. Are you talking about the Sacred Fist ability that gives you movement speed equal to your level? That one does stack because it comes from the character sheet and doesn't have a typing bonus. So, how do you know if something stacks in DDO? Question 1, is there a typed bonus to it? If the answer is yes, there is a typed bonus, then it doesn't stack with anything of the same type. If the answer is no, there is no typed bonus, then it's the exact opposite. It means it will stack because there's no typed bonus on it. So, to give you an example, out of my enhancement tree here, I'm going to disable these traps. There's 2 traps here. Also, you might notice I kind of hooked around this side. The reason why I hooked around this side is because if you come in this other side, the monsters, when you get to the table, will aggro on you. But by coming around this way, I don't have to deal with the monsters around the table, because instead, I can just come over here and loot this, and none of the monsters spawned. There's like these guys that pop off the wall. If you're doing R10, this is the way people do it, because it's just faster, because you don't have to deal with the monsters and or other nonsense in the room. But yeah, let's look at an example. So this wolf hide says plus physical resistance rating. It doesn't say a type. It just says physical resistance rating, therefore it stacks with everything. But the builder says the Vistani capstone doesn't stack with haste. Is that incorrect? That is incorrect. The builder has a lot of... Ooh, Jesus. The builder will have a lot of bugs in it that are not perfect. It's not a perfect program. It's made by Matrim, who is a, community contributor. He does his best, but there are some bugs in it. Like I said, if you're ever unsure, just read the text. And you're looking for like typed bonuses. Yeah. If something says a type on it, it will not stack with anything of the same type. So you'll notice that on a movement speed effect, it'll increase, like, so for example, you've got like, where's speed? I guess Expeditious Retreat also isn't clear, because it says base run speed, which is just as confusing, but it's an enhancement bonus to run speed. Wow. They should probably fix that too. That's somewhere they can clean up the house. Oh, I put my hireling on freeze somewhere. I don't know why I did that. And builder? It depends on the circumstance. Sometimes yes and sometimes no. Matrum's builder is very, very, very good. It's just not perfect on everything, and you're going to find small bugs here and there. However, if you do find a bug where something is supposed to be stacking and it isn't, where you download it through the GitHub, just report an issue, and he fixes things very quickly, usually. If he can, anyway. He's been working on a new version of the builder, so I don't know exactly when. Also, it just occurred to me, I'm an idiot. I got house buffs. These wraiths like to chaincast Dispel Magic, which is very annoying. And they did, which were good. I disabled all the traps here, so we're all set, and we are good. Now, in the event that somebody is watching this, and they're like, oh man, Shrimtom, you disable those traps. I've done this quest so many times without the ability to disable traps, and I've died. Here's how you get through this without disabling it. You come to this side, because the traps are here. You jump on this. You jump on this. And then you jump to the end. And you don't take any damage from the traps if you can't disable them. But you should be able to.
The monster's around here someplace. You can smell him. He stinks.
And when in doubt, just like check. So like just put an item on and then see if it works. Because the game will tell you this information, right? So you can go here, and you can be like, okay, let's see, movement speed. I wonder if it stacks. Well, the movement speed is telling me I have 114, surrounding error is 115, which makes sense because I get 15% from Longstrider. That is all I have, that's all I should have. So that tracks. So just always, like, if you can just verify quickly, just, like, look at the stats in-game and then check. Yeah, I'm just gonna drop some spike growths here, so they have to run through the spike growths if they want to get to me. And go to the final boss. Even 40 jump? No, you can't dodge every trap. If you want to learn how to get through every trap in the game, though, my solo guided playthrough for Fighter is a character that has no evasion and doesn't even have that high jump, and I show how to get through all the traps, even with those constraints. If you ever need more trap, or my solo Bard playthrough, which doesn't have that much tank, and has to also deal with all the traps. A lot of traps you can get through by dodging, a lot of traps you cannot do that. So it depends on trap to trap. Like every answer in DDO, it depends. Ooh, I got the linguistics item. Sick. Yeah. Yep, it reduces the cooldown of your like talking skills. That's just an improvement right there. Not gonna lie, that belt is a little bit better than my belt. Replace that Korthos gear? Oh yeah. I'll take it. Siege Spider at level 19. Oh no. That means somebody was doing the Sharn Docks quest at level 19 and died. Maybe they were going for maximum favor? I'm not sure. Alright, Bone Grinder is up next. Now, Bone Grinder has an optional chest. I think I'm actually going to do the optional chest. Because there's a cloak that's pretty good that I would love to get. It's a Constitution 6 cloak. But do I need the cloak? There's also an Insightful Intelligence item, which is also nice. So again, it's somebody else to think about.
Voices fragile and carpet.
Yeah, there's also a lot of effects in DDO, like unique effects. You're never going to know, you know, exactly where certain effects are good or bad. I should, with skill boost, be able to do this. Plus 11, plus 11. My bluff is, okay. Need a 14. Nice. Nice. Is there any chance of running Reaper today? I did for the last 4 hours. So, if you time travel back in time, you can jump in the Reaper party. Yep. Well, it doesn't have to be your bad, just time travel. And then you're all set. But, worst case scenario, we can do it again another day. And then another day. And then another day. Is there a formula for this? For stat... Wait, for stat jump for epic legendary thresholds? What does that mean? I don't know what you just wrote. Please break that down. I'm not smart enough. What specifically are you talking about? Are you talking about the stats of players? Are you talking about the stats of monsters? Are you talking about experience point gains? Are you talking about Reaper points? What specifically are you asking about when you say stat thresholds? I'm not sure what you mean. You do Reaper so I can't run it with you? That's not... I don't always do Reaper during the day. I just happened to do it earlier today because I just logged in to check some stuff, because on Monday I just checked things on the weekend because I hadn't played all weekend really because I was just out doing other things, and so I just wanted to check it. And then when I was in, there was already a group up that was doing Reaper mode, so I was like, well, I'll just jump in and help people out. Health and access equivalent. Oh, monster statting. Okay, yeah, so monster stats. We don't know the formulas for monster stats, but yeah, monsters gain a lot of stats as they go up in level. It's fairly linear until legendary quests, where they pretty much just double all their numbers. Yeah, elite is about 50 DC higher requirement than hard difficulty. 40 to 50 depending on the quest. Like, for example, in hard Isle of Dread, you can get by with 60 DCs. In elite Isle of Dread, you want like 110 for a lot of DCs. There's the mangled corpse, which is what I was looking for. Uh-oh. Wolves. Right. So the reason why this blade barrier thing is good is because it just gives me an extra spell to cast, plus also monsters can run through it more than once, which makes it quite useful. So I can have monsters chasing me around in the stupid forest and they die from it anyway. Yeah, we don't know the formula. It's one of the core things about DDO is that we do not have all the information. Just like in pen and paper, you won't have all the information on the monsters. You kind of just have to encounter them and deal with the abilities and attacks that they have, and try to glean some information. I missed on a 19, but I hit on a 20, so I know the armor class of the monster is 20, and you kind of work your way backwards from there. That's the best you can do in pen and paper, and that's the best you can do here. Excuse me, Valentina. I totally talked to you. I'm pulling Leonid Krasovich in and out of my blade barrier because I don't have enough spells to cast. Gotcha. Chump. Plus 20 heart. Don't remember if I got it from Gold Rose Store, but when should I consider using it? When you really hate your character and you need to fix it. Plus 20 hearts are really great for fixing a build. So it's like, imagine you're playing a character, you get to like level 12, and you're like, oh, I hate this. I can't play this anymore. And you just decide you want to play like Sorcerer or something instead. Well, now you can turn whatever it is into a Sorcerer. Plus 20 hearts are like a rescue. It's the equivalent of like an autos box, basically, because you get to reset your character entirely from scratch. The only thing is, if you are a 3-class multi-class, you have to be very careful about what you're doing, because 3-class multi-classes are kind of bricked when it comes to level swapping and stuff.
That's the last of them. Now, the pie makers within mad crackling comes from upstairs as a dredge climbs, fully formed, out of the bubbling, tarry counting of the cauldron.
Okay, I don't know how I missed with this ability, but I did, and it is upsetting me. Okay, Bella the Younger is here. I don't super care about this. I'm trying to kill Morgantha. That's all I care about. That's all I'm trying to do. Kill Morgantha. Get them Morgantor. Gator dead. This place you have to be a little careful because the monsters can hit you quite hard with their blade barriers and other associated spells. Also negative energy spells, which suck. Which is why I'm going to be constantly refilling my health as fast as I can in between each set of attacks. And also crowd controlling as often as I can. My hireling's shrined. When did she do that? She got her mana back. Alright, I guess she's shrined. Sounds good. Cool.
All of the oil spreads across the floor and then catches fire, filling the windmill with billowing, choking smoke.
Those are good for skipping lives. Yep. Monsters are hard from hard to elite, much larger than normal. Hard to elite should be about the same until you get to legendary. Epic hard to epic elite is basically the same as heroic hard to heroic elite. Epic Reaper is a dramatic step up from epic elite. Which is hilarious. Yeah, it's just weird. There wasn't even a shrine in the building. The shrine doesn't spawn until the fight's over. Maybe she could target it when it hasn't like been there yet. I don't know. It's like invisible, but she can still get it. Yeah, and I will say there's also like a different playstyle. If you notice that somebody is playing the game and they have a lot easier time than you, ask yourself, like, what exactly are they doing to make their experience easier than your experience, if that makes sense. Because a lot of it comes down to playstyle and a lot of individual decision-making in quests. Deciding which monsters to target during a fight, among other things. I got Transmuter. Transmuter is dragons. Alright, let's do it. Warning, this is a very bad idea. Oh no, I actually have to do golems as well. Never mind, I'm not doing this. I can't kill the golems. It's the only one I can't do, so I'm not doing this. So, I'm basically, when they tell you the first card determines what the dungeon is like, and you can go to the DDO wiki to determine what the invitation to dinner quest is going to be when you're trying to solo this, or just do this in general. And so I can reset it and come in and then ask her to read it again. And I get Merchant. The Merchant is Golems as the final boss, which I can't do. It's the only one I can't do. Because Golems take half damage from force, which means it would take me literally hours to be able to kill them. Because I just don't have the damage for it, and I have to kill 2. So I'm just going to keep resetting until I don't have to fight the Golems. There's only 3 total that you have to fight the golems out of 7, or out of 8. 7? I don't know how many there are. Anyway, I have a higher chance to not get golems than to get golems. Priest. Priest is not golems, which is fantastic. So now we are all set. So yeah. I would have done dragons. It was just the problem with the dragons with transmuters, you have to kill the golems first. You haven't searched for it. It would be surprising if they were able to use the shrine before it appeared. Yeah, I agree. That sounds like that looks like that's the case. Another SP doing no damage and then chug SP pots. Mm-hmm. I actually find the Sorcerer Hirelings are not as bad. And the Wizard Hirelings, I've been pleasantly surprised by them for the most part. Guess there should be high priority. Maybe. Depends on the circumstance. But yeah, I usually pay attention to any champions that are in the room with me. Because champions are usually like a sign as to how your fight is going. So, you know, always double check if there's any champions. So the Shadows of Hate that are in here can be kind of dangerous, but they're not actually undead, which means they're fully subject to the paralyzation effect from Color Spray. So I can literally just Color Spray this guy to eternity. The other one that's with me is going to get Color Sprayed as well, and now they're both Color Sprayed, they can't do anything. Shadows of Hate have been programmed as slads for reasons I do not understand. They're also counted as neutral, which is hilarious. So they're not really affected by any of the alignment spells. when they're Shadows of Hate. So you would think that they wouldn't be neutral, but here we are. Okay, so I need to go to the Ally. The Ally is on the 3rd floor. Now it says Torturer Dungeons. I'm going to show you how to get to the dungeons easy. One of the ways you can do it is go into the basement and go past Rahadin. But going past Rahadin is always a dangerous gamble because Rahadin himself is very dangerous. However, we can make it past Rahadin with no issues by going to the 3rd floor. So that's what we're going to do. All the slads are neutral in this game for some reason. They literally come from the plane of chaos, and yet they are described as neutral. It's very weird. They're also not neutral in pen and paper, so I think it's just a long-standing bug. All right, so we're going to come into the 3rd floor here. And you're going to come across the room and go to the door here. Now this is great because when you come down here, you're going to notice it says to the dungeons. This takes you to the golem room. Double golems, the room I didn't want to do. However, I don't have to fight them here. You just have to walk through and talk to the lady in the torture room.
Metal statues regard the flame from either side of the room.
Cut and paste too much? I mean, that's just pretty much efficiency in general. Anytime you can save time, you're going to do it. I get that. Alright, so now we have to find the keystone in the upper servants' quarters. So we're going to do that. However, the upper servants' quarters is right here. So, contrary to popular belief, when I said don't go to Rahadin's room, that's exactly what we're going to do. It's now like a bit of a circle almost. So we're going to go through the other door that I did not come in. And it's going to lead to this room here. However, Rahadin is very dangerous, and I don't want to fight him. He does a ton of damage himself, and he has 2 Shadows of Hate that you fight. To avoid fighting him, you just hug this right wall here, and he doesn't notice. If you have any pets, they will automatically grab Rahadin, so make sure you turn off any pets or hirelings. Also, there's a trap here. I actually don't know what this trap does, but I always disable it every time because it gives more XP. But I don't know what the trap does. Yeah, like, for me, I have a custom D&D campaign. In my custom campaign, each of the players has a custom, like, path, basically. So you know how, like, as a wizard, you pick, like, a spell school in 5e? I had all of them, you know, instead he's got, like, a custom path, so I'm writing that out. So what I did is I wrote the framework for one, because I'm doing it for all the players. Then I copy and pasted the whole document so I can keep the framework the same, and then I'm working backwards on it. Because it's efficient for me.
But the icon of Ravenloft awaits discovery somewhere within the castle.
Torture Strahd? Yep. It's trapped insanely. Oh, is it? Interesting. Will all R1 heroic epic quests? All of them? I could. I'm just not. The weirdest traps in this quest? Do you mean the teleport traps in the basement? When you do the optionals? Oh, right. I don't have enough search. Eee. Alright, let's go. Oh, protection from evil is also very good here because it protects you from evil. No, it protects you from, like, different types of mind control effects, specifically the command spell, which is very nice. Did my hireling fall to the bottom? Oh, no, she did. Okay. The mine's on the table? No, I'm not sure about that one. Alright, so now we go up to the 2nd floor to grab the priest, or the priest thing, which is the treasure. Which means we have to fight the spooky, scary skeleton that's here. And then, finally, I will be able to go talk to Strahd to then fight the extra Strahd optional, to then have not only an extra loot from the final chest, or like an extra bit of end chest loot, but also get the next treasure. Oh no, Thornrick was slain at level 28. What? What do you mean Thornrick was slain by at level 28? What was he slain by? -2 cost? There you go. So what causes that? I have no idea what the specific trigger of that is. Okay, so this guy's actually kind of dangerous. So I should have put on Death Ward before I did that, but I forgot. Anyway, I'm going to Shrine here. This is good. Does slash death? No, you can't slash death on hardcore. It's disabled. 50 mana? It's not bad. Slash death is disabled. Sir not appearing in this film. Classic character. Right. Ooh, Devotion Gloves. Not that bad, because I do like the extra healing spell power. Get my Death Ward up now, so we're all set. I should probably be using that every time, but I always forget. Disable Device 5. I don't need this anymore, so I can fully replace this with Devotion 79 Gloves. Considering I don't have a Devotion item, I'll take it. So now we're rocking 168 positive spell power. This is also maximized and empowered, so it's healing me for 26 and 52, 32. I don't have a lot of caster levels on Closed Wounds, which will increase as I increase in level. And then the last thing is I gotta go to the Death card, which is on the 3rd floor. So this is one of the longer ones, I will say. The Treasurer. It's definitely a little bit longer than you like. That little sword that was appearing above me, by the way, it's spawned by these guys, the Restless Souls. To stop it from dealing damage to you, you just have to block it when the sword comes down. By using the block key on the keyboard. Just do the old block. You're all set. Block. Alright. And now we go into here. And the fun part about this is actually going to let me skip all the way to the end. Because the last place I have to go is the top of the South Tower. It's the last area I need to explore for this quest. And conveniently, if you do the optional boss with Strahd over here, that's actually right where that takes you. So I can just go right from there to there and kind of like move around. So I use the Shrine. As I said, one of the things I'm going to be doing a lot is using shrines with this character. My spell point pool is not as high as I would like, and I only have like 3 spells I can cast. So it takes me some time. You also notice me jumping a lot when I cast spells. I didn't actually explain this a long time ago, but I guess I should. So the reason why I jump is because, one, if you try to cast spells while moving, your character slows to a crawl. It's very, very bad. Even with mobile spellcasting, your character is basically immobile, and you're going to die to every single monster that comes to pick a fight with you. So what you want to do is you want to move while casting. And to move while casting, you jump in the air. Because when you're in the air, you don't lose height from... or you don't lose speed when you cast your spells, which is important. However, that's the secondary goal. Also, while you're in the air, monsters on the ground can't hit you. So it serves 2 purposes. So it's kind of the old double whammy, as it were. Alright, now we fight a big ghost. Alright, I'm going to put this down. And we fight 2 ghosts at the same time. It's not too bad. Hey, come here, big ghost. I find the targeting is really screwy in here because there's like this invisible ceiling that's above you that prevents you from clicking anything. So you see how I'm clicking on this? I can't do anything. But if I zoom in, eventually I get past the ceiling and now I can click it. There's like some barrier above here that you can't see. Bam, and I got nothing. That item, that chest can drop a named item, so just keep that in mind. If you're ever running this and you're like, ooh, I can get a named item. Also, there is a shrine here. If you use a shrine, these witches will pop out and attack you. There's like a secret door. You can also search for the secret door ahead of time and then kill the witches before they attack you while you're resting. It's a very weird mechanic. I think it's the only time in the game where shrining causes you to be attacked. It's kind of neat. I don't think Strahd can do anything to me that's dangerous. But we'll see. However, I don't kill him quickly, so it's going to be a little bit of an adventure. Are there any hints for its chest drop named items? End chests drop named items. And then optionals, you just have to test it out and then know. You can also look it up on the wiki. The wiki tells you every chest in the entire game, which ones drop optionals or not. Did he cast Disintegrate in Heroics? Also, there's a trap floor. If you're wondering why I'm not going, that is why. There's a broken floor there. Anya, get him! Oh, you must face Strahd? Interesting. Yeah, on epics, he does both that and horde wilting, which is dangerous. I think it's because of the pit. I think she's really screwed up by the pit. I forgot how much health this thing has, especially when he makes, like, basically every save. It's almost dead. Come on, die, dude. Thank you. It's over. Ambush and offering of blood? Sort of, but it's not tied to the shrine. If you just wait there, you'll get attacked. You don't have to use the shrine. When you enter there, the game triggers a timer where you get attacked, whereas the other room is when you use the shrine, it triggers the attack. Yeah, Ravenloft has some screwy stuff. I like it, though. And that's it. Then we run up to the top and we're done. Also, if you're wondering why I'm jumping over here, it's because I'm just cutting the corner. Instead of walking individually all the way around, I'm basically just cutting the corner. I'm taking the inside track. Like I'm some type of Formula 1 racer or some shit. Zoom!
With the keystone in hand, you step through the
Alright.
wards unhindered. You check your bags. Sure enough, the icon of Ravenloft is still there.
Almost there.
With a sigh of relief,
Doesn't Frayed Leathers drop from Slave Lords 2?
with Esmeralda again.
Because you say you were farming Slave Lords 3 earlier, so I just hope you're not farming the wrong Slave Lords. Because that would be very irritating if I was you. Ah, okay, cool. Is there any more? Just the bundle? Yeah. For me personally, I don't think Ravenloft's not my favorite expansion. I know why people like it, and I know why it's many people's favorites. It's just not my favorite. Okay, I'm gonna get House P buffs, and then we're gonna go run Ataraxia's Haven. What is my favorite? Probably Feywild. I think I would go with Feywild. I really love the adventures. I like the colors that are used. I like the music. I like the story. I like a lot of the characters. I only find one of the quests irritating. I really like the itemization. Fade Arc Illusionist is one of my favorite enhancement trees. Unicorns. I really like the raid. I like Hunter Be Hunted, I think. Or not Hunter, Dry the Demigod. Very fun raid. Yeah, like, I like Ravenloft. I just don't... I find Ravenloft is draining, which makes sense. The theming is done very well. But I just find it draining to spend a lot of time in Ravenloft, especially with the colors. The theming is done really well. I think the adventure area is heavily underutilized for what it is. I think they probably spent too long developing it and not enough time developing and what was going to fill it, and how they were going to actually do that. That's why they had to kind of cut the chase with the teleport effect everywhere, which even SSG has said that they don't like. A lot of the quests are filled with really irritating monsters. A lot of constructs, a lot of undead. And if you're like a melee, it can be a huge slog because you can't critically hit anything. Whereas in hardcore, not hardcore, as spellcasters, you just blow your way through Ravenloft. You don't even notice until you get to the golems. The Curse of Strahd is one of the best raids in the game, and is absolutely amazing. And Babala Saga is a raid that is too long. So yeah. Chances hate Ravenloft, the rest are pure gas. How many quests do I dislike in Ravenloft? I think the first chain is pretty much all good. I don't really like Yester Hill because it's just boring. It's just a big hill. You run around in a circle. I don't like the Scarecrow quest either, really. I don't like Death House. Not Death House, sorry. Wachter House. I like Death House. I don't like Wachter House. Did I not summon a hireling? I thought I did. I guess I did not summon a hireling. Interesting. Thought I did summon a hireling. I really like Amber Temple. Amber Temple's a fantastic quest. I will defend it till I'm blue in the face. I really like Amber Temple. I think it's a great adventure. Okay. I'm gonna go get my hireling because I need it. Are raids soloable in DDO? It depends. Some yes, some no. It also heavily depends on your skill level because raids are not like numbers things. They usually require like specific things for you to do. And what I mean by that is it's not just like, oh, you have to kill an ad after a certain duration like in a lot of other MMORPGs where, you know, you just need to do enough damage and you can overcome anything. Sometimes you just need to be in two different places at once because, you know, a raid fight in a regular MMORPG takes place in one room, and a lot of DDO raids, even though they might be considered one-room raids, the rooms are big. Like, for example, in the raid Dryad and the Demigod, you might be able to solo it, but the problem is you have to protect this, like, Lady Hawthorne in the center while she's singing, while she's being attacked by unicorns, these corrupted unicorns, and if you don't protect her, you lose the raid, but you also have to do a bunch of mechanics on the edges of the room. Also, if you're too slow, if you get unlucky, the mechanic involves you to have to kill a bunch of guys that have a ton of hit points. And if you're too slow, you have to do extra mechanics in the form of a dance that does untyped damage that can kill you. So, like, can it be soloed? Yes. Have people soloed it? Yes. Is it easy? Not even close. Can you out-level it? No, you can't. You can't just outstat it. You need to have the strategy for it. And that happens to a lot of raids. Some raids, on the other hand, are incredibly soloable, like Tempest Spine, like an old raid. The Curse of Strahd is probably not soloable, because the Curse of Strahd is a mechanic that instantly kills people, and the only way to avoid it is to have somebody else there with you. So there are some people that have soloed it. For example, like Aldbar has soloed it, but he created his Phoenix build specifically for being able to solo the raid because it can self-resurrect 3 different times. It can't do that anymore, actually, so I don't know if that build will work for soloing Curse of Strahd. Yeah, he soloed the Dryad and the Demigod with the Acid Sork, and then afterwards said it was one of the worst... playing Acid Sork was one of the worst experiences he's ever had. Which I thought was really funny. What's the coolest wilderness zone in your opinion? I don't really like wilderness zones in DDO. I think they're kind of wasted space. So I have to pick something that... a wilderness zone... pick a wilderness zone, Strim Tom. Pick a wilderness zone. Yes, run through all my crap, monsters. But I think my issue with wilderness zones is that they don't quite give you the feel of going on an adventure, which is like, you know, traveling from place to place in pen and paper D&D with random encounters and stuff. They don't quite give you that feel. And they kind of just like add playtime, but they also take a long time to make because they need all the theming and characters and spaces. So I think my favorite would probably be the Feywild Adventure Zone. I think it's small enough that you don't really need teleports anywhere, but it's dense enough with lots of different things that there's always something to do. And plus the area has different distinct parts to it, where you have like the winter part, you have the summer part, and then you have the swamp, and they're all very distinct in terms of their areas, but it's not too big. So yeah, so I definitely like that. But yeah, I'm not a huge Adventure Zone area in general. I don't know why. I've just never really liked the Adventure Zones that much. I remember when the Searing Heights first released as its standalone Adventure Zone. For those of you that don't remember, the Searing Heights did not have quests in it. Neither did the Cerulean Hills. They both released with no quests, and they were just Adventure Zones, which was because they were the first ones added to the game. And yeah, it was definitely different. Let's just say that. Okay, come through my thing. Nice, and we're done. That was easy. Not for Slayers, but for the journals. Yeah, they do give some good stories. I agree. I will say Epic Orchard has a really good journal. The story of Vol and the Abbot is really great. It's a really, really good story. And Ravenloft also has a good story. A lot of the stories that are told through the journals is good. Yeah, I agree with that as well. Yep. A Shrek impersonation when you kill stuff in the swamp. You can do that, yep. Also true, think about how many red alerts happen in the game. They're talking about how lag is a problem because of the red alerts. How many red alerts happen in this game because people are like aggroing entire adventure zones and not fighting anything? Thunderholm, also a great story. Yep, totally agree. Actually, totally forgot about that. I do think that the adventure zones for the Reaver's Refuge are also amazing. They're extremely high quality. Like the adventure, like those ones, they're very small, they're short, they're themed to the area, and you get a ton of XP while you walk to them, so you feel like you're doing something and exploring as you go. The Reaver's Refuge 3 adventure zones before each quest is not only interesting visually, but the fact that they decided to do something like that in the first place is already just confusing and interesting. And they're really good. I like them. Big fan. It feels pretty much all Adventure Zone to me, and I know you like that game. Correct, because they serve a different purpose. Dungeons & Dragons is a game about going and experiencing dungeons, and Lord of the Rings is not. They're different games, and they have different feel. Lord of the Rings is slow. It has calming music pretty much everywhere you go. It has beautiful vistas and locations, and the world builders take a lot of time to put things for you to just look at in the distance, to explore and to find little small things. The DDO developers are making a level. They're making a big Mario level, and one that's going to have fun things to play and to find. But the problem is, the adventure zones in DDO are vehicles to quests. They, in them of themselves, are not really content. They're vehicles to quests. Now, the developers might disagree with me about this, and maybe some people in chat do. But, like, Ataraxia's Haven is a vehicle that holds quests as opposed to putting guys in town to add a little bit more context. So the quests are the star of the show, like the actual places you get to when you land. So they don't use the whole area. You lose this area and this area. There's an entire island of Ataraxia's Haven that is not terribly used. Yeah, you can get good XP. All the XP is in the overland zones. You don't level from dungeons in Lord of the Rings Online. Dungeons don't provide experience. They provide loot. So they're entirely different things. One game is designed around having the overworld feel very good, and in Dungeons & Dragons Online, the overworld is like a cool feature added onto the quest that you're already doing. I don't hate the Explorer Zones. I just think that the Explorer Zones don't do enough to make them feel quest-like. It's a clear deviation from what you're trying to do. Right? It's like, it's a clear deviation from what you are attempting to do in the game, and they want you to play this other game that I don't particularly like. Dungeon to give XP instead? Yes. Also, I feel like because the developers knew what people were doing with that, they probably shut it down. I disagree. I think that there is character to some of the adventure zones. I do think they add good context as well. Like, again, if you don't know much about Ravenloft, exploring through the adventure zone in Barovia is not a bad idea. There's tons of books and notes. You can get a little bit of context of how these places are sorted. You get to see Strahd's castle up on the hill overlooking everything. The geography is kind of cool. And there's like little trips and traps. So yeah, it's cool. It's not just the one thing. I just don't like it that much. And that's the other thing, too, is also, like, the Explorer Zones the first time are cool to explore, and then after that, you've explored it, so they lose a lot of their value way faster than I think quests do, because quests at least engage you with the combat challenge, where the exploration challenge only happens one time. which is another kind of like core issue to the Adventure Zones thing. There's no traps in this quest. I'm just running around fighting monsters. Looking for keys. I'm looking for keys. Facing our mounted combat strike. You can also use shields.
Your thoughts become jumbled.
Shields are also technically mounted combat because if you have nothing in your main hand, you can offhand shield bash. This guy dispelled my magic? What a jerk. I'm gonna go rehouse speed buff after this. Oh, true. You know what? I haven't done that section. I'm gonna go do the traps in this quest. I forgot about it. Self rather than how it impacts running the quest. Exactly. You like the fact that you can keep your hireling instead of having to resummon it. But if that's what you're saying about the Adventure Zone is something that, like, you know, it's like a positive. That's like a bit of an issue. That's pretty far down the list of things that like kind of make the thing impactful. Anyway, as I'm saying, I don't think SSG should stop designing Adventure Zones because I do think that Adventure Zones are a really cool concept and are a core part, like going on adventures, a core part of Dungeons & Dragons. I'm not saying that they should delete them. I am saying I don't enjoy them that much, but I also know people that do enjoy them. I know several people that enjoy the fun of hunting down things in the Explorer Zones and going around. It's also important to note that the Explorer Zones are also accessible to everybody as well. Explorer Zones are very accessible content. Dark Terrius, welcome back to the stream team for 22 months. Appreciate the support. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. Hate them. Delete them, please. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not going to advocate for deleting the Adventure Zones. Shred out of a fox. Wait, you say your dog just killed a fox? Can't you get like traps for that? I don't know how you trap foxes. We don't have foxes around here. Like we have, I think that is an animal that might be in the area, but I don't know. Does it make the world as alive outside of quests? I agree. Yeah, talking to people in town is not the most inspiring way to pick up every adventure, and so having a bit of variety is good. I didn't say feel bad. I was asking. It's a dog eat dog world out there, or I guess a dog eat fox world. You know, when an animal is a carnivore, sometimes it's got to take a risk. So, you've probably never seen where I'm going to go. Here is an area of this quest that has traps. Because there are traps on this treasure chest. I don't know exactly where. Ha ha ha. Also, ancient smugglers rise to protect their treasure. Too bad, ancient smugglers. You're dead.
With the smuggler guardians out of the way, their treasure is yours.
I believe that is all the traps. Now I can claim the treasure and click the piles of gold. I'm not going to do that, but if I wanted to, I could. But yeah, if a carnivore makes a bad decision and then gets eaten when it was trying to get a meal, what's what happens. They call that the circle of life. Circle of life. 5 to 7 minutes Schindel in every life. Yep. Yeah. The Underdark is kind of annoying. But they're still alive. Hey man. Hey, if they wanted to do something, if they wanted me to pay attention to them, they should be more dangerous. A lot of older quests in DDO are a lot simpler. You'll notice that obviously most of the monsters here are dying in one spell cast versus in Ravenloft it was 2 or 3. Newer quests tend to have more powerful monsters than older quests. So you got to keep that in mind. Quest and Fate takes that long? It does not take that long. You just mount up and ride up there. It takes maybe 90 seconds at most to get there from town. At most. There's no way it takes more than 90 seconds. Which you could make the argument that 90 seconds is still too long, but it's definitely not 4 minutes. There's no way. I'll believe it.
Colony has been destroyed.
Its Meteor Swarm and heal seems pretty good. Yeah. If only you could build like entirely custom characters like you can, like the monsters are. It'll be like, oh, like it'll be fight the Warforged Barbarian Shamans in Gwillenstand. And you're like, oh, cool, Barbarian Shaman. What the heck is that? And it's casting all sorts of crazy magic. And you're like, whoa, that's crazy, but that doesn't match anything that you could even make yourself. Yep. Explorer zones with walls. I mean, Giant Hold, it looks cool, at least. I really like the volcanic look of Giant Hold. I'm obviously biased because Giant Hold is an old area that I like. But yeah, I like the volcanic look of Giant Hold. There's like the colored, like the purple stone and everything. It looks neat. Yep, Giant Hold also has a bunch of teleports. Very true. So here you have to be careful. The Duergar assassins have sneak attack, and they can get you right there, which is why I use the circle there. So that way they would get hit, so they would be popped out of stealth, and I wouldn't have to deal with the assassins. That amount back in the day you died. Yep. Oh, totally. Mounts changed DDO. I still remember before mounts released, I wasn't not in the mount hater camp. There was a big mount hater, like, if you were on the forums, man, there was a lot of people that just hated mounts. Like, they were like, mounts are like the worst thing ever. Developers totally wasted their time. Were nothing, worthless. I was in the, like, I don't know if we need mounts in DDO, but also every pen and paper game I've ever played, you hire, like, you get horses, you get, you know, you hire, or you get a mount to go somewhere. Like, their mounts are pretty common in pen and paper, I would say, as a general mechanic. And so it's cool. I don't hate mounts. I'm happy, you know, so it's like, oh yeah, they'll add it. It'll be kind of cool. Then I started using the mounts, and oh man, DDO is so much better with mounts, you guys. You save so much time when you have to go in adventure zones and stuff. It's the greatest. I love mounts in DDO. Absolutely fantastic. No complaints. Yeah. Yeah. I don't ever want to go back. Mounts are amazing. All right. So I have one more quest to do. It's full of traps at level 10. Let's show you how to do it. Don't you find a King's Forest too large for the content it contains? Exactly, yes. That's the same reason why I'm not a huge fan of the Ravenloft Adventure Zone. It's kind of the same.
This tucked away cave entrance has
answer for which just be a monk. On the ground, I'm good. I don't think we'll ever get... I think the only flying mount we will get is something that is flying in the sense that it doesn't have an animation for feet. So, for example, they're like flying carpets, right? Because they want to add the flying carpet mount. It's not going to let you fly, but it'll be like you are riding on a carpet as you go around. I think that's the closest we'll get to flying mounts. Also, Dukep, welcome back to the stream team for 27 months. Appreciate the support. Rock on, dude. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Rock on. I forgot I need to actually check for loot. I actually read these items. Warded Helm of Stunning. Is that even good? Reanimating of Illusion. Is that even good? City to Frosty Reception. Do you have VIP mount movement speed? Alright. That's still less than 4 minutes, so I stand vindicated. I need to go get house P-buffs. On carpet leaves footprints behind, and your mounts, your wings, freshly visuals in a weird place. Yep, correct. See, I'm biased because I like Feywild and I like the music and I like the ambience, so I don't mind riding through it. Bullywugs and Gingerbread Golem, which are clearly the work of genius or scholar. A genius. Well, it could be a genius and scholar. It could be, you know, a genius and scholar and baker and frog enthusiast. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get actual flying mounts like they have in World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy and stuff. I don't think they'll ever add that to DDO. Mostly because that would cause problems all over the place. DDO is just really not designed. It's designed with a verticality of your character going up jump 40. The entire game is with that. Yeah, but that's going down. You don't go up. It's only going down. So yeah, so there's not going to be, you're not going to get a flying mount that'll let you fly like all over the city and go all the way up there and go all the way up there or anything like that. That's never going to happen. Same thing with like the fly spell. Every quest is just business. Oh, I don't want that. Okay, so we're going to talk to Inquisitive Ingram because he gives us the quest Hiding in Plain Sight. A very trap-filled quest. I'm going to show you how to do. To farm it for gear. Well, wouldn't you love it if even if you did have to farm it for gear? If it was true love, Praetor Plateau, you'd love it even on the bad days. All right, let's go do not Beaudry, Hiding in Plain Sight. Force dragons? Like the epic level of Force dragon? I've always liked the idea of adding Force dragons or prismatic dragons. Think about Force dragons and prismatic dragons is they're basically in space. They're like space dragons, and they start at CR 40. So. The dragon to do what? Eat pancakes.
Root tracks lead to this wall and then stop abruptly.
All right, so check this out. First trap is right here. Now, in here, there's a trap box. The trap box is trapped. So if I get close to the trap box, it's going to go off. The trick to this is you just use it from outside the trap. And then the trap box for that trap is actually over here. How devious. This quest is full of traps. This is safe, but this quest is this is not. Also, I gotta remember to put on my disable device item video game so I don't fail. Well, no, starting as in like that's the whelpling, the little wormling. The Force and Prismatic Dragons go up to CR 80 when they get to the Great Worm stage. Yeah, trapping the traps is a great idea. Like putting a trap where inherently the traps are trapped, or the solution to the trap is trapped. No, it's not that they can't add it. They would just need to give like a good context for it. There's a trap here? Oh, there's a dart trap. So a lot of the traps in this quest are random. Literally didn't even know this was here. And I do not know where the box is, because it's not coming up on my screen. Oh, it looks like it's over here. Dart traps basically do 0, so you don't have to worry about them too much. But yeah, I did not even know that that trap was here. Very cool. Keep going. Hey everybody, what's up? Murder time. Good job. Thank you, Tanya. Okay, so more traps here. Now, these traps are quite dangerous. They're blade traps in the ground. To disable them, you have to go into this doorway, because they're going to pop out once you get over here. You're going to find the trap box, and then you're going to turn it off. The blades will follow you, but they will not follow you up staircases. Also, give them a second before they come down, because they kind of like whirl for like a second or two afterwards. You won't do it. But do you think Golafan is capable on hardcore? Yes. People have already done Golafan. A lot of people have already done Titan, the raid that comes after it. No, I don't like a Golafan. I could probably do it, maybe. It's just the trap room that sucks, and then being patient. There's also a random chance for a trap here. Looks like there is no trap, so we can keep going. Okay, and then we come up here. Get that. Same this. So there's a trap here. They're random. So whether the traps are here or not is totally random. So just keep that in mind. If you have enough spot to detect traps, that is very handy. As a ranger, I actually get an ability next level that gives me plus 10 to my spot skill. So it'll increase my spot by another 10 points, which is very, very handy. And I will be using that when I get the chance. This can be trapped, and it looks like it is. So there's a lever here. More traps. Again, this is why you want the spot check. That's why this character works fairly well, because I'm an idiot, and I forgot to put on my trapping piece of gear. So what you do is when you're not sure, you just get the hireling to rip the valve. Problem solved. Anyway, note to self. Always remember to put on the trapping gear when you click on the trap. This character took like 2 damage from that anyway, because I have lots of resistances and stuff, so I don't have to worry too much. Now for here, because I worry about spell point conservation, and because I don't have a lot of spells, I'm just going to run all the way to the end of this hallway and aggro every single spider, pull them all with me, get hundreds of them, huge piles of spiders, and then once I'm all the way at the end, then I drop, boom, the ring. And the spiders will die as they come into my ring. Getting rid of the alert, and making sure I save as many spell points as possible. So that way I don't have to worry about as many of them. Cool. I have to rebuff here as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is the valve here? Lever? There we go. The lever spawns in one of these random corners. Are they up with the results? Yep. The best part about the rogue combination is that the rogue bard is you get the extra skills points from the Inspire competence. It's really nice to have. It depends. If you have a good amount of dexterity, you can usually keep evasion going through the entirety of heroics, even into high heroics. Not that bad, I find. Okay, so there's a trap somewhere down here. It's randomly spawning. Then we stop. Search. There she is. Use the skill boost that I put points into. There we go. Good job, Strim Tom. Alright, now we have the Trapped Swim. Now, the Trapped Swim is not too bad. Just remember that you can't heal while you're in water. The only way to heal in water is to drink potions. So, since I have no healing potions, I got to do this in one go. Hirelings are capable of healing underwater, though, so if you have a hireling with you, you can just call it to you and then have it heal you while you're underwater. Or be like me and take like 12 damage on a save, which is less than I thought. I'm going to swim and see how it goes. To disable these traps, you have to pull a valve at the end of this. I rolled a 1. Damn, I'm taking like, what is this? 30 damage? 36? Oh, I got lots of health. I'm good. Now, at the end of this tunnel, you want to always swim into the roof because there's a blade trap at the bottom that will hit you, and it can totally one-shot your characters. You just want to swim up at the end here and then pull this valve, and now anyone coming behind you, the traps are now disabled. So if you're like a rogue-type character, you can swim through first, pull the valve, disable everything, and then you're all set.
Water drips from your body.
And then I'm good, so I can pull my guy, and then we keep going. Now, there is a trap here. To disable it, the trap is all the way at the end of this hallway. So, just kind of go in between these heads so they can't get you. Also, I'm surrounded. Oh, no! Oh, that was the wrong spell. I actually did not want to cast that. Alright. The box is over here, so I'm going to go disable this. Ow. Matter of reflex saves? Yeah, I actually don't have intelligence to reflex saves yet. I'm picking that way later because I'm stupid. Anyway, there's 2 traps here. There's this one, and there's a second one in the back. So this is a double trapped area. So again, going to use the skill boost to disable both traps. Roll the 1. Still succeeded. Hell yeah. And then we crack this valve. And that's basically all the dangerous parts in the quest. There's only one more dangerous part of this quest, and it has nothing to do with traps. It's actually the final boss fight. Now, usually final boss fights are not too crazy or too intense. However, here, that is the one exception, because it's a council fight. There's multiple bosses you have to fight at the same time, and they all have reasonably dangerous spells. But I'm going to show you the trick to getting an advantage on them. So this is a trick for this boss fight that helps you out a little bit. Instead of climbing this ladder here like the game wants you to climb, what you can do is you can start up here. If you climb the ladder, the bosses will start attacking you as you're cresting the ladder, which means you're still in your animation when they're hitting you. Because I climbed up these boxes instead, I can jump in and start hitting the monsters right away. So I can jump in, like so, and start hitting people with damage. Also, I should put on Death Ward before I do any of this stuff, because the guys do a lot of damage. I don't think they have anything that even procs Death Ward, but just in case I should have done that in the first place. Anyway, once everybody is dead, then I can loot all the treasure, and we're done the quest. And because there's so many monsters in here, a lot of them tend to be champions, and you get extra champ chests, too. A lot of weapons. And armor pieces. Oh boy. Sonic Absorbive Sonic Resist Shield. Cool. And that's all the 10s I want to do. I don't really want to do any of the 10s. The rest of them kind of suck. And I can't do them. So, it is what it is. It only fails on a 1. Skills don't fail on a 1. Yeah. I just rolled a 1 and succeeded. Skills don't fail on a 1, because the idea is you can become so skilled that you can't fail at a task. The example I gave earlier was like a master piano player who is an absolute expert and a machine at playing piano. They will play piano, and they can't fail hot cross buns. It's impossible. They're too good at piano. All right, gonna put some more jump. I don't want to put swim now, because my jump is going to be good enough with the jump spell. So yeah, we'll do swim instead. Swim sounds good. Get some more swim. So we can swim fast. And now I get one of my favorite spells, Wild Instincts, which is literally just plus 10 listen and spot, which is nice because the spot will help out. On top of that, I also got another 2-weapon fighting feat, which gives me another boost in health based on my combat style.
She is searching for heroes.
Okay, so
Heroes able and willing to face an unknown foe in the ancient ruins.
I don't need primal energy. I do like Wolfhide, because this is just physical resistance rating. I'm basically just going up here. I kind of want to get this permanent displacement, because permanent displacement's really, really good, and get the other stuff later. But since I'm going to get permanent displacement, that means I'm actually going to reset so I can get rid of Bend Light, because I don't need that anymore. So I'm going to reset this tree real quick, and get rid of Bend Light. So we take the cat, grab this, grab that, grab the wisdom, grab this, grab that, grab the wisdom, Then I have one more point to spend somewhere. So I just put one more point into... I'm not missing anything, am I? So it looks pretty good. Cool. So now I've got Trade Arc Explorer, grab the 3 points here, and grab the displacement. So now my character's still got 2 points remaining. And I'm going to put those into Wolfhide to get some more physical resistance rating, because it's powerful for me. I have to max out the wolf to do that? I guess we max out the wolf. Wolf gets more health, I guess. How was Nihilego raids? Let me show you how Nihilego raids were. Because I did want them. And now I can sell. So in skill that you can't ever succeed? Correct. A 20 is not an automatic success on a skill as well. It doesn't matter how lucky you might get. If you don't know anything about installing an electrical panel, you can't install an electrical panel. Also, if you ever see how these things are grayed out, plan for this is just move it, and then it ungrays itself out. If you didn't know you could do that. You don't actually have to re-drag them out from the tree or anything. You just like move it, and it fixes itself. Okay, so How was my Nihilego? Let me show you. I got 2 things on the same day. We did 5 raids. First, wrong button. I got this Nihilego. This is a 2256. It's my space jellyfish. Now you might be wondering, why is that important? It's important because it is a, oh, it's hard to see, but it's a 4-star jellyfish. That's right. This is a perfect jellyfish. This is my first perfect legendary. Very exciting. But wait, there's more. I also got this jellyfish. I got a shiny, which is very exciting. So I got both a perfect and a shiny jellyfish. Wowzers, dude. Unbelievable. I'm very proud of myself, so it's a good time. You have a Typhlosion? Of course I have Typhlosion, dude. That was one of the first Pokemon I ever got. Because Typhlosion is sick. So right after I installed Pokemon Go, I installed it about a year after its release because I didn't have a phone that could run it for the first year. And so I installed Pokemon Go. There I am staring at my phone, and I'm like, is that a Typhlosion in the house? And it was just in the house. It was just in my house at the time. And I was like, oh, sick. And I got myself a Typhlosion right away. Caught it. My roommate, who had been playing for a long time before me, did not catch the Typhlosion. Whoopsie. You have Bofa? D's nuts? Yeah, I do. Shiny Bidoof? I do not have a shiny Bidoof. Wait, you want the Typhlosion? Dude, there's Cyndaquil everywhere. Yeah, it's probably all the people in our chat who are like, oh yeah, the Pokemon, right? You guys are, that's what you guys are talking about? I know all about that. I got pinged. Why'd I get pinged? 70 check? Check if you're eligible for the 70-30 split? I didn't know that that was a website. That's kind of cool. I already know the answer, but yeah. Page, revenue, click download my subscriber list right under subscribers. Upload the file below. Your data never leaves your computer. Source code here. I already know the answer to this question, but where do I go for this? Hold on. Go to the subscription review page and then do that. Okay. And then I go download my subscriber list. This may take several minutes if you have large numbers of subscribers. I don't have large numbers. Okay. I do that. Go here. Oh, that's not how that works. So yeah, I am not eligible. I already knew that. It's good to see how far away I am from being eligible. Again, it doesn't count Prime subs, which is a good chunk of my subs, which I appreciate. So I'm not upset that I have a lot of people subscribing with Amazon Prime. It is. It is very difficult. Oh my gosh, builds emote. It's good. Playing classes, a couple hotspots in your school somehow. Amazing. Someone tried to blast this and a horde of adults and children alike came running. Yeah, people still do that, by the way, as grown-ups. If there's ever, you might not notice it, but if there's ever like a day where there's like an event going on in Pokemon Go, there's special Pokemon spawning or something, you'll see people out. I've yet to catch a Cyndaquil. Really? Oh, Cyndaquil everywhere, man. I probably have one. Also, you know, you don't have to come to the city, right? You know, you can remote trade, right? Okay, I'm in the tavern. Do this. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'll use the bathroom. And, yeah. I shall return. Just let the bus system do the walking for you. I don't let the bus system do the walking for me. I do it myself. Anyway, my roommate bought these cinnamon twists from the store. I don't exactly know what a cinnamon twist is, but it's delicious. I'm gonna keep eating this thing until I'm done. Sorry, I gotta take a. It's been 5.5 hours. I'm taking 5 minutes to eat this. It's not gonna take me 5 minutes, but I gotta shove it in the mouth. A roommate wave redeem? What would that be? It's like a stick form of a cinnamon roll, basically. It's also kind of lemony, which is good. It's like a little lemon in there. The Raid. Try it in the Demigod. If it makes you feel any better, the Raid is very easy. I'm just looking at quests now. I just want to see what people are doing. I don't know. I just saw the pictures posted in Discord. So they said they did the raid. They were talking about it somewhere. I don't know where. But yeah, they ran that in several of the raids. Those heroic raid? They don't have a heroic raid. Yeah, they stopped making heroic raids when they started making epic raids. And the reason is because not enough people run raids in heroics because it's hard enough to get a group for it. So they'd have to make the raids so basically doable on a short person party to make it important. And then at that point, they're just designing a quest, and at that point, they might as well just not design it. Just leave it as in-game content. All right. Okay. Time to polish off Ravenloft. Oh. Have fun was always revenge. You're not on hardcore, are you? Dude, you don't need a card for groceries. Just build those muscles, man. Muscle up. Software used to enhance gaming? MSI Afterburner? I don't know what that is. I don't use any software to enhance anything. The closest thing is that NVIDIA has a feature that lets me turn on colorblind mode that I use for some video games because I can't see all the colors. So I don't have that. You want to try this build but you don't want your PP to hurt? Yeah, all you have to do if you want to play this character is deal with getting to level 6. There's any more colors than guys? Some people can. There is a trait, so there's a genetic trait that some women carry that allows them to see a huge quantity of increased colors, so it's not all women. But there are some women out there that can see a vast increased number of colors than pretty much everybody else. And then also, color blindness is carried on the Y chromosome, which is why women tend not to have color blindness, and men tend to be the ones who get color blindness more often. So you have the men with the red-green color blindness, because it's a Y-dominant trait, whereas the women, you can have color blindness, but it's like a different trait. And like I said, then you have the opposite, where there's some women who can see additional colors. Even more than the average person. Like, millions more. It's very interesting. Green. I always wonder why that was. Maybe she can just see more colors. She's somebody who's been blessed with the power to see millions upon millions of colors. Well, not necessarily. Being able to see colors doesn't mean you're better at identifying things. You can be better at identifying things with practice, but if you don't know the difference between a safe food and a not safe food, you're not going to know. Having the ability to do something does not mean you can do something. So here, I'm going to run into the room and pull the lever and then get out. The reason why I'm doing that is because these guys, all they do is cast Dispel Magic on you right away, and I don't want my magic to get dispelled. Fuck. So I have to go refresh my buffs in House P. And also, I hate that. Very annoying. I hate Dispel Magic. Worst spell in the game. I would rather every monster that has a Spell Magic have Disintegrate instead. Anyways, so because that happened, I have to go rebuff, but they also can't leave the room, so which is always fun.
Quest received.
Very, very irritating. That's how you humans survived. You can have food that is this. Something is poisonous, not just by visual look. I'm certain there are berries that are red like strawberries that are also poisonous. Because remember, poisonous isn't like something malicious. It's not like a creature or a plant makes itself red, which then makes it poisonous. That's not how that works. The reason something is poisonous is because it causes a toxic interaction with the chemicals inside your body. So that those chemicals, another animal might be able to eat those berries and be perfectly fine. It's something that you can't because of, you know, whatever is in your body. Also, Grumpy Old Bear, welcome back to the stream, or welcome to the stream team. Appreciate the support. So, it's also important to note that things don't evolve to be a certain way. That's not exactly how that works. You don't need to be doing something better. You just need to be good enough. That's the magic of evolution. That's why there's a lot of like bad traits that have evolved into lots of species. Because if they can live with a bad trait, they will. Because it's good enough.
Slumped in the throne is a gaunt, armored
Like chocolate? Mm-hmm.
Without looking up, it says simply,
following your builds, you're going to love the new backline Bard Favorite Soul Warlock. Nice! I'm glad to hear that. I like that build too. It's very cool. It's just a different way to play as a supportive character, a supportive Bard. There are a lot of ways you can support in DDO, and having the ability to support by just like doing a little bit of damage, but then also having like debuffs and other things at the ready is very cool.
the revenant falls. Once again, nothing more than
Ability so they hunt more often than women.
on the commander's body, you find a
So
large silver key. Engraved on the key is the name
I
Argenvoss.
am confused. You wish you could play DDO? The graphics are Bretley? I don't know what that means, but lots of people carry fat in different places, so I don't understand your point. Also, nobody hunts. Causing a game crash? Nice. This kid reading a Ripley's Window. Now the guy was colorblind. His friends built a device that scanned colors optic laser. It made a sound based off what color, so he picked up food based off of. Based off how nicely he liked the sound. That's interesting. There are those like glasses that you can see. There's like YouTube videos of people being like, "Whoa, I bought these color blindness glasses. Now I can see." So I'm red-green colorblind. Those of you that don't know. And it doesn't have too much of an impact on my life because for the most part things are relatively accessible. It's usually just camouflage I get confused by. But yeah. Sorting this information storm. Let me do my job. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, go for it. Wait, did Cruiser show up and I missed it? Say hello. Oh, we did. To have my decision deleted, then have my house debuff stripped away. Yeah. Okay, so having your house debuff stripped away is the same shit as like the slow internet. You know, I would much rather have the internet be off than be like unusably slow. Because if it's unusably slow, I'm just sitting at my computer getting upset and being stressed about my internet not being able to work. Because I'm like, go, I need to do things. But if the internet is shut down, the cable's done, you know, and the cables are cut, everything's destroyed, and I can't use the internet right now, then I know I can actually just go do something else. You can just shift your focus and be like, well, I can't do this thing. Now I have to do something else. But like the internet being slow is the worst. I'd rather just have no internet. Because then you have to pivot, change gears. You know what I mean? So yeah. Alpha Land, terrible time speaking. Yeah, me too. Cruiser got promoted to a mod, he did. I made him a mod because he updates the emotes. And so it just seemed appropriate to give him the title. I don't actually ask him or any of my mods to do anything. The only thing I ever ask mods to do is they're more than welcome to make and divvy out their own predictions if they want. They can totally do that. As far as individual moderation goes, where it's like, oh, should you ban people or whatever, I'll handle pretty much all of the banning. I would say the only time you worry about banning people, if you were a moderator of my channel, is one, you see something that's like obviously a password, then you hit, if you're just there, hit them with the 1 second. I'm usually pretty quick at it, but yeah, that's usually the trick is hitting them with the 1 second on there, just so that it clears it from the chat so people don't see it, and then you tell them, yo, change your password. And then, if there's like a bot in the chat, feel free to click them and ban them. But outside of that, I don't actually ask any of my mods to do anything. It's very, very much a visual title. What colors do I see? I can't really describe what colors I see. It's a little complicated, because like I don't know how my vision looks different to everyone else. I know that it's different, but I don't know how it's different. Does that make sense? I don't really know what I'm missing. Because I can see some green and some red, I just can't see all of it. So I'm missing, I can tell when something is red and I can tell when something is green, usually, but I can't, like the difference between reds gets complicated. So for example, like at, when you look at a tree, you know trees have like lots of leaves and each leaf will be a different color. I struggle a lot with that because if I look at it, the leaves will all look like it's the same color. See my kids prefer the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch? No. I don't know why the kids prefer the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. And I don't think I'll ever know. I know, it's so sad. We'll never know, dude. I mean, I eat it anyway, and I just live in utter confusion. I like to just sit in the dark with, like, a glass of port and eating some Cinnamon Toast Crunch, trying to understand. Trying desperately to understand. Thank you. Send prayers. I forgot to get House B-Bus. I'm definitely doing that before Mad Tea Party.
This is the South Tower stair.
Yeah, brooding. Brooding is the play. Oh, so close. More sitting in dark time. It's important if you want to become Batman to sit in the dark and just like hunker down and cry. 3 chickens doing that now. when I went to play Pokemon Go with my brother on Saturday, we went to a park, and there was like this guy that was like next to us in his car with his kids or whatever, and obviously they were at the park, so they were like just packing up to go home. But I didn't see them at first, and my brother just goes like, "It's like, oh look, there's someone with their broodlings in the car next to us." I was like, "Broodlings? You mean the children?" I was like, "Yeah, the broodlings." Those kids should tell you everything they know about the Cinnamon Toast Crunch. You know why they won't? Because they're spoiled brats. Kids, I bought the Cinnamon Toast Crunch and I gave it to you. Now tell me. Tell me. Each of them are probably on at least half dozen eggs. Eggs. Man, eggs are so good. I don't think I've ever had like fresh chicken egg, you know, where like the chicken lays the egg and then you bring it to the table. I don't think I've never had that before. I don't live in a rural area in any capacity, or know anybody that happens to own any chickens, or have any desire to also eat that product. So like, it's a whole rigmarole of things. You had duck or goose egg? No, I've only had chicken egg. I mean, I might have been like fed some type of egg without my knowledge, but to my knowledge, no, I've only had chicken egg. I'm not an egg connoisseur. Did she kill me? What'd she do? What does this lady do? Anything? Oh, good. Orange yolk instead of the bland yellow? Yeah, I have no idea. People have told me that like a fresh chicken egg is very tasty, or like fresh eggs are tasty. I think this was early. Okay, so this fight's going to take too long for me to do quickly, which is usually what you would do, is you would like finish this fight really fast. So you click on the cauldron and you say Gora. When you say Gora, it's her secret word. It prevents her from being able to actually activate the cauldron and summon forth the mephits within. You're egg intolerant? Yeah, some people do have egg allergies, which can affect your life in a lot of ways. Because there's eggs in so many things. Some people are allergic to the egg white, some people are allergic to the egg yolk, depending on the protein or whatever it is. And so the egg allergies can get in the way. Especially like baked goods almost always have an egg in there, so you can't really trust baked goods you like get at the store, because they're usually going to have some type of eggs. You have to be careful about what it is you're eating, which can be careful. And then also, eggs can also be difficult, because if you are allergic to eggs, that can also mean you can have an allergy to different vaccines, because some egg proteins and stuff are used with regards to vaccines. So some people allergic to eggs also have vaccine issues, where they have to like, they're unable to get some.
Broken furnishings lie scattered about the room. At the center of the destruction is the
With the many things like milk? True. Yeah, very true. Gladriel was allergic to chicken eggs. Yep. A lot of people do outgrow their allergies. So some people are allergic to things, you know, like right away. But then they outgrow their allergies as they get older. Not everybody does, but some people do. Some people do. Like a buddy of mine, he was allergic to peanuts when we were kids. He is no longer allergic to peanuts. He outgrew the allergy. But for many years, he had to have like, you know, the Hell EpiPen, because it was like one of those deadly allergies. So yeah, it was not good. Yeah, unfortunately for me, I am allergic to shellfish. So your shrimp, your crab, your what have you. Lobster. So no shellfish for me. Yeah, the old lobster. If I ever go to the East Coast United States, I was going to be careful. Can't have anybody feed me no clam chowder. No crab cakes. Okay, so I'm going to maximize my spike growth here. Because in theory, that should give me just a little bit of extra damage against these guys that I need. I need these guys to stay in this as long as possible. Also, gotta be mindful about my con damage, because I actually only have one less restore potion that left. That I also have to be mindful of. Okay, that was easier than I thought, but still not ideal, and not something I always want to do.
This book's pages are brittle with age, and much of it is illegible.
Oh my god, I got the intelligence cloak! Intelligence quality intelligence wizard. Or wizardry. Oh! Oh! That's sick. I'm not an intelligence-based caster, but that's just nice for my trapping skills. Actually huge. Actually huge for trapping. In theory, I lost the armor class, but wait, did I? Boom, bark skin, I got it back. Amazing. Absolutely unbelievable. Did wisdom? I do wisdom. Heh, do. But now my intelligence is 25. Oh. Trapping skills. Allergies are in the West stem from lack of exposure in the early years of life. That's the leading theory for allergies. Is that it's heavily. Whoa! Healing amp devotion gauntlets. Amazing. Amazing. Streamer RNG. This is why you turn it on. When you start the character, you have to get any microphone attached to your computer. You have to lean in real close and you have to say Streamer RNG activate. The computer will pick it up, sort of like how if you have like a Google Home or whatever, it's always just listening to you while you talk. You just got to do that, and then it'll activate the Streamer RNG on your computer. Amazing. Won't notice missing, but I do love shrimp. Yeah, that's the thing is I don't really like shellfish, lobster, and crab, so the fact that I'm allergic doesn't really bother me. But like I don't like it because I'm allergic, so I have the negative like connotation with it, right? It's the same thing. I feel bad for people that are allergic to peanuts because, man, I love peanut butter. Peanut butter's the greatest. Give me some Reese peanut butter cups. Ooh, like just a good peanut butter sandwich. Oh, baby. Peanut butter. Peanut butter on like a granola bar. Oh, man. Peanut butter on hot dogs? Oh, baby. You guys ever put a peanut butter on some hot dogs? Oh, so good. Labsta butter? Nah, I can't do the labsta. I've heard people talk about the labsta butter. That's pretty good. Make butter with the you put the oil, you make like a lobster. You know, makes it like lobster oil. I've heard about this. Yeah. That can't be good? Of course it's good, dude. It's like sweet and salty. It's very tasty. Like, have you ever had like any Asian food that is cooked with like peanut oil? So like some Thai food that's like cooked with peanut oil. So you got like that peanutty flavor with like your noodles and everything else. It's like that, but on hot dog. So good. Would recommend. It's one of those things that doesn't sound good. Because you're like, why would you do that? Then you do it and you're like, I get it now. I know why I just did that. I am in the moment. I'm alive. Can't eat cheese, can't eat peanuts, fun life. Yeah. That was the other thing too I learned is that also apparently Dorak is like allergic to everything too.
This secret passage leads straight to the Baron's manor across the way.
With a hot dog? Hot dogs. Well, the harder part is like whether you want to eat hot dogs or not. Beautiful. Allergic. He's just European and the food didn't follow the regulations. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, I'm allergic to pretty much every single mammal. Cats, dogs. What are there other mammals? Rats, gerbils, hamsters, sheep, horse. I am in fact allergic to horse, which I know is counterintuitive because horse is a community member here. But I am in fact allergic to horses, sadly. I do wish I was not allergic to horses, but it is what it is. Sometimes you can't choose these things. Sometimes they choose you. All right, I'm going to show you guys a trick. This is a secret special technique passed down generation to generation. Make sure, okay, make sure you are very, very attentive here. Listen, don't tell everybody about this trick so they don't give us a patch. I'm going to show you how to skip a fight.
This must be the dungeon under the Baron's manor. It appears he has already taken a couple of prisoners.
Your stream's allergic to you? Yeah. Very fun. Let's just say I didn't go to a lot of barnyards calmly as a child. Allergic to horse? Yes, that's correct.
From down the hall on the left and reverberates throughout the Baron's manor.
Bubble in my head, yeah. I'm fine for the most part. So what you do is you tell this guy you're going to show him something and ignore the Z fighting. You're going to tell him you're going to show him something in the basement. He's Strauss and he's going to be like, oh, dude, there's something in the basement that's crazy. He can only walk when he is within certain range of you. So if he's too far away, he won't actually follow you where you're trying to go, which is convenient because then you can run down here. Now, why is that convenient? Because the secondary event with Lady Fiona Vodker loads right here. So she's already behind this gate. But she doesn't start her dialogue until Izek Strozny gets there. So what you can do is you can come over here and disable this circle. Take care of that. If you don't know how to disable them, you just run in a circle. That's half of it. Then I can come down here and deal with the other half. No monsters have spawned in this area yet because the monsters only spawn after Izek gets there. So then I can grab this right here. Pull all of these. So this is done. And now when I go back to Lady Fiona Vodker, you'll notice that the pathway is now open. So we just walk over here and bazinga bazanga, it's open. However, I still need Izek to come with me because I need him to have his confrontation to continue the quest, or else Lady Fiona Vodker is going to stay there. So we're going to do that. Also, Stupid Cupid was just slain by Dariel at level 7. Dariel? Anyway. Is that PvP? Or is there a monster named Dariel in this game? Did you eat horse or just make out with the horse? Me? I refuse to comment. Anyway, you're going to let him follow you all the way over here. And once he starts running down this hallway, you're done. So he's going to start running over to Lady Fiona Vodker. So you're going to walk back behind. And then as you move, they're going to have their confrontation where they argue with each other. But I'm already through this area. So now I don't have to fight any of those monsters. The reason why I didn't want to fight any of those monsters is because they are quite dangerous. There's a lot of Blue Abishai, which is the most dangerous monster in this quest. Blue Abishai are basically like clerics, and they get access to both Blade Barrier and Comet Fall, being physical spells, so they're hard to resist. They deal a lot of damage, so you got to be careful about that. Which is exactly why I'm trying to stun the Blue Abishai here, so I can kill it within the stun. I can't, apparently, but that's what I want to do. Oh, I got stunned. That was bad. And then same thing here. I want to kill this Abishai quickly, because the Blue Abishai are the most dangerous monsters. Everything else is less dangerous than the Blue Abishai, which is why I kind of ignored every single other monster. The Blue Abishai cast a bunch of physical spells, which are non-resistible, really, like Comet Fall, that knock you down and deal huge amounts of damage. Dariel's and Party Crashers? Dariel and Dariel's twin? Oh, it's Dariel and Dariel? Oh, Dariel and Dariel! That's right. You're following your posted Dark Hunter build? I posted this build on the forums today. And it's attached to my new YouTube video that I posted about this character today. For the solo guided Dark Hunter playthrough. Alright. Get him out of here. Tried sitting in a tree? No. No. Oh yeah, also don't fall in that hole. That hole is like death. So you want to stay out of the hole. Now this quest sucks. It has a lot of high health monsters. So I need to shrine. Make sure you have some mana before you shrine though, because the shrine is up here and it's full of monsters. Also, I love the Renegade Summoners. They're one of my favorite monsters in the whole game because they don't do anything. They're supposed to... I assume they must have had like some cool power designed for them because they're like special boss type monsters, but they literally don't even do anything. They just stand around and attack you for the most part with melee. But then I realized, 5-head, they're called Renegade Summoners. What would a summoner do? A summoner would summon something. So if they're a renegade, they're not following the conventions of being a summoner. So they are a renegade summoner insofar as I am a renegade summoner. I don't summon anything. I don't go through my day summoning demons. I don't do that at all. Why? Because I'm a renegade summoner. Right. I don't play by your rules. I play by mine. Yep. Also, I got a negative level because I forgot to put on my death ward thing. That was stupid of me.
Here. I learned today that one of the top 5 sports for getting your teeth kicked in is competitive painting. Really? Who knew?
Competitive painting? Wait, hold on. There's a joke here. I don't know what it is. Teeth kicked in is competitive painting. Is like kicking the teeth like a description of like how you start a painting? That doesn't really make any sense. Like the teeth is like the beginning of the painting? Oh, Cruiser Zero! Oh, I get it. Oh, that's way funnier now. Oh, very funny. Okay, I got it. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. No, I'm with you. I wouldn't be surprised if there were painting competitions. Changes beards hundreds of times. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Items for one shot tomorrow. Mikola Rune Knight is going to be so strong and good at grappling. Nice. It's not funny. I didn't say it was funny. I'm saying I get it. That it's funny. Because it is. Is what I said. What did I say? What did you say? Hold on. What did we say? Oh, Ghost comes in and kicks you in the face. It's a dangerous world out there, that painting. Also, if you're wondering why I killed this guy and had to fight his dogs, it's because you always kill this guy because he's a bad guy. You can end the quest without killing him, but, like, he's a bad guy. So you always kill him because it's always the right thing to do. Hello, Jerko. His name is Jerko. Oh, that's great. Good, but that's the wrong decision. Correct. Yep. Alrighty, so now we're going to do everyone's favorite quest, Amber Temple. Now, I know everybody loves Amber Temple, and it's one of the best quests in the entire game. So I'm going to explain to you exactly how to do it, quick and easy, so you can also enjoy it as much as I do. Amber Temple. 1, make sure you have House P buffs. 2, Death Ward is a plus. 3, there's a way to get through this quick and easy, so I'm going to show you how. Oh, is it? There you go. Well, wait, Kentos is Eastern European. He would know. He might not know. Anyway, good night, Kentos. Sleep well. Enjoy your evening. Get some rest. You go, please. Oh my god. This is a good time to remind you to subscribe to the VODs channel if you want. You can watch all my VODs of my streams on the VODs channel. ! VODs in the chat. That way, instead of having to use Twitch's bad interface, you can just use YouTube's slightly better interface to view all of the remainders of the VODs that are on there. So it's all there. Not a West Slavic name? Oh, there you go. Also, feel free to subscribe even if you don't really plan on watching that much, because once I get to 1,000 subscribers, I can upload whole streams instead of having to cut them down, which saves me on time. I should probably actually advertise that on the main channel and just tell people, like, hey, by the way, I have a VODs channel. If you didn't know about it, you can subscribe. And just move everybody over there. Not everybody, but like just to, you know, convert. Because I actually don't need anybody to watch the videos. I just need the 1,000 subscribers to go up. Alright, so here you need magic missile protection. You want fire resistance, because these guys do a lot of damage. And you also want to have That's pretty much it. Magic missile protection and fire resistance. So you don't get wasted by those. I should. What do you usually do as a streamer in DDO? I started the game last month, so I don't know your stream before. Same thing. So I basically, outside of Hardcore League, I just kind of play the game and make character builds. I do a lot of like the regular. I just play on the regular server. I do a lot of reincarnations. I do it also. Another thing, if you wanted to subscribe, remember that YouTube basically doesn't give you any recommendations based on your subscriptions anymore. They just do it based on the algorithm that tracks what you watch and feeds you more things around that. So really, subscribing to me doesn't have any real effect on your viewing history. It just helps me. So please do it. Anyway, so yeah, I just make character builds for the most part. So I'll do reincarnations, I'll do raids, I'll do other things, I'll do different reviews of stuff. I enjoy playing on Hardcore League because I find it just enjoyable and fun. But yeah. Also, you're going to notice that I went down there. I went down there to check for the first password. It has 2 spots that can spawn down there. Also, this spot is black. If I step there, I'm going to get shot because it's a like explosive area, so you don't want to go there. Motion and Russian, so I'm definitely not anything from these. Oh yeah, I don't know much about that. And now we grab the scroll. Now we have Marak. Okay, so I have Marak. Now you might think to yourself, all right, cool. So that's pretty good. Marak is important. But how exactly do I use Marak? I can't get the final password because I don't have any way to cast Lesser Restore on the final guy. Which means I have to go get all the passwords. All right, time to get all the passwords. That was a bit of a blunder, but okay, that's fine. Right, we're getting all the passwords. I'll just get one tonight? Yeah, my plan was to do it later. Okay, so remember I said this quest is fast and easy? Strike that from the record. I'm doing this the long way. Anyway. But yeah, so it's a lot of, just a lot of like regular Dungeons & Dragons. I am a Dungeons & Dragons online live streamer, so it's more of just this, but obviously less so. I only really do the solo guided playthroughs in Hardcore League, mostly because I find them very tedious and annoying. I really just don't enjoy the solo guided playthrough experience because I find that it's just not that fun to play by myself in comparison to playing with other people. So I would much rather do that in a group. But that doesn't mean it's necessarily a bad thing. It's just something I just don't enjoy as much. And then so yeah, it's a lot of like character builds, custom things. I only play on Arganesson. I don't really play on any of the other servers because all my characters are there and my friends are there and my guild is there and I know everybody there. So I don't want to go somewhere else. Ooh, fast one. We got Etherna. So all we need to do is find the last password. Or yeah, we just need to find Mavris. So once I got Marak, I then wanted to get Etherna. Etherna could have been in this room over here, which is why I went there. Then I'm checking over here. Now that it's here, I need to find Mavris. Mavris can be in only a few places. Some of it's going to be upstairs, so we'll check it out here. So now we're looking for the third password, Mavris. If you don't know the locations of all the passwords, you can find it on the DDO wiki, which has a kind of description of where all of them are. Do I have pen and paper? I do. I run a pen and paper campaign right now. I was just in a pen and paper campaign that finished up a few weeks ago. And I will be starting a new pen and paper campaign likely in September, and I will also be starting a new one in what's after December? What's after October but before December? November. Yeah, this is my table that I use for pen and paper. That's literally the table. My friends made a tabletop for me, which is very kind. You ever experienced lag? Brain lag? Absolutely. Okay, so Mavris could have spawned here. It didn't, but that's okay. I actually wanted to come this way regardless. I never want to go upstairs using the actual staircase because the staircase is quite dangerous. So the solution to this problem is instead, by taking this little teleporter, I can use Marak to get into this room. I get access to a shrine, which is convenient. And finally, after I use the shrine, there's a door here that will take me out, and I'll still be upstairs, which is good. Let's get this done. Homebrew or module? The pen and paper game that I am currently running is literally based off of Dungeons and Dragons Online. During the pandemic, a bunch of my friends wanted to try D&D because they were stuck in their house and had nothing to do, and they had never played before. And I didn't have a lot of time, so I was like, okay, sure, I'll run like a couple adventures. And I just took Korthos Island and turned it into pen and paper. Obviously, you have to expand a lot of things. The dungeons have to be changed almost entirely. How did these guys make it in here? Anyway, a lot of the dungeons have to be changed pretty much entirely. The characters in DDO are very, very flat. All they do is mostly just, spout expository dialogue. So they'll be like, hi, I need you to help me with this adventure. And you say, okay, no problem. And then the quest starts. So I had to, like, make up characters' lives and things. But then they just kept playing, so I just kept running through DDO. So my characters are currently level 18, and they are heading towards the Island of Forgotten Dreams, which is the Dreaming Dark quest line into this game. And then the other campaigns are going to be running later. One is a homebrew campaign that'll be starting again in November. I ran it previous. It's in my own custom world that I've written for years. And it'll be the next leg of the campaign. It's actually, the players are going to be returning. So the same players who started are going to be coming back to play the second round, which should be pretty exciting. So I'm really looking forward to that. And actually, my players were like, okay, so time-wise, between the first campaign and the second campaign, how long has it been? And I'm like, 1 day. They're like, 1 day? I'm like, 1 day. As in, the last campaign ended, and then it's the same day you're picking up the next campaign. They're like, okay, no time has changed. I'm like, no time. You get a break? Absolutely not. So yeah, that'll be continuing. And then the second campaign that I'm going to be running is in a fully homebrew world, which I'm actually going to be homebrewing all the character classes and stuff as well, because it's going to be 2 different. But basically, one of the core problems, or the differences in the world, is that the... come on, Mavris, be in here. If it's not here, I don't know where Mavris spawns. Okay, so I don't know where Mavris is, which is a bit of a problem. Because I need Mavris to get into the library. I checked every room. And I, don't know where to go. What room didn't I check? I didn't check that room. Hold on, I'm checking. I'm mentally checking rooms. Can it be in the middle? I don't think it can be in the middle. So I didn't check this room here. And I think this is the only room I didn't check. So if it's not here, I have no idea where to go. Yeah, so the other campaign I have to write all custom classes and stuff for. Because... Okay, it's not here. Where did I go?
That is 27 ones.
Okay, where does Mavris spawn? I did miss a room. I did miss a room. Okay, I missed a room. It's this room I think I didn't do. So I did that. I did that. This is the only room I didn't search is this one over here. Also, what's fireballing me? Oh, this thing. Okay. Also, welcome back to Stream Team. Hydra Woo. Hope you're doing well. Glad to have you here. Appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, it should be good. Yes, this door is closed. This is the room that has it. Okay, cool. Hey, what's up, Gamer Golem? I didn't check this one. I forgot. I don't know how I missed this room. I do know how I missed this room. Didn't answer that question. There it is. All right, we got Mavris. And we're done. Easy game. But yeah, so the idea behind the other world that I'm writing and running, or going to be running, is that it comes from the idea that the easiest spell in the game to cast is Raise Dead. So it's like the easiest magic. It's basically a cantrip. Anybody can raise the dead if they know a little bit of magic. And so that's the fundamental core of how the magic in the universe functions. So magic is similar in that people still have magic through all sorts of stuff, but that's basically a cantrip that anybody can do. And so the entire world has to change as a result of that. And it's the Miser key. All right. I can actually open up every door, so I don't actually need to walk over here, but I will. And then the miser is just down here. So we're all set. So there's that. And it's not here, which means it's in the other room, which is unfortunate. Free! She out of mana? Oh, I think she's out of mana. So yeah. What are some cool tabletop moments in your DDO campaign? I don't know. Offhand. It's hard. Repeating codex pages? No, there's no codex pages. Doesn't killing the guy in the switch room by the library disable the eye statue blasts? It does, but then you have to go up there and deal with other stuff, and usually you don't have to. And there's the symbol of Ravenkind, and we're done. Okay, usually it's like less than 5 minutes, but it was 12. It would have been less than 5 minutes if I had the faster way, but anyway, that's how you find every single password in the entire quest. I went through every single room, so that was cool. I'd love DDO to pick up some newer modules, but would go ballistic over Tomb of Horrors. All I've heard from people is that Tomb of Horrors is like one of the worst packs ever written, and that people don't understand why anyone would ever want to have it in the game. Someone is dead? Well, you still die. Because raised dead means that you can be raised, but there's still the limitations of raised dead. Right? Like, if somebody's been dead for too long, you can't resurrect them. People still die of old age. You still need a body. So, yeah. So I don't know if that would fit well with DDO. I mean, maybe it would. Less on hardcore. Yeah, I just didn't have the ability to talk to the Lich. Usually what you would do is you would go up to the Lich and get him to kind of take care of most of that for you, but I did not have the power to do that. Okie dokie. So that's everything. I got a Ruby of Glaciation. That's kind of neat. I'm going to buy more Lesser Restorer potions because I'm stupid and I need more of them. You group some with lots of random traps? Yeah, sounds about right. Where are we going? House Potions Marketplace. Yeah, well, it changes everything, right? So the baseline of the entire culture and society has to change. Because religion doesn't answer the question of where you go and what's the afterlife like, because most people have been there at least once. So it has to take a more philosophical approach, thinking about questions about why people are created, and or talking about the question of whether you should, like, what the morality of the situation is. Should you actually raise the dead? Just because we can, does that mean that we should? So would you have several religions that, like, oppose, you might have one that's like purists where they're like, no, if you die, you die. That's how it works. No raising the dead. They oppose the entire concept. Of course, those that are higher up in the church have been resurrected multiple times and would absolutely bend the rules if they ever got killed, like if they had contingency plans. But those down below must, all the preachers and everyone else, they all follow the rules. I thought about the idea of a religion being dedicated to peace. I don't know the exact name, but something that is heavily focused around peace. And the idea is that, even though, because you can have rampant violence, since, resurrection's not a big deal, in a bar fight, maybe people actually kill each other. Maybe they stab each other in the bar fight and people die, as opposed to just people, getting injured or something, or getting thrown through a table, and then they all heal up their wounds afterwards. Maybe people die in bar fights, and at the end, somebody walks around and just like raise, and picks everyone else up, and they all go home. So I thought about, what about the idea of a entire religion that's just entirely wholly opposed to the concept of violence? And so the church has a large amount of power, and it holds dominion over certain areas. So the church basically, if an area is basically not so much governed, but yeah, sort of governed by like the church, then in those areas, there's no violence whatsoever. They have a zero tolerance policy for violence. So everyone lives this happy, peaceful life. because everyone's happy. There's no violence. No one's killing each other. And you might be like, well, yeah, but how would they do that? You can't just have people not be violent. That doesn't make any sense. Or not be violent. You're right. That's why the church, the way that they prevent people from being violent is they enforce it with enforcers. Extremely heavily armored and very powerful knights who, if they catch wind of violence, the punishment is execution. Solve violence with violence, baby. So you have all these people who live in these beautiful, beautiful sunny neighborhoods, and everything is happy, and everyone's all happy because everybody follows the rules. And those people that don't follow the rules, they are taken away forever. You just get raised? No. Like they kill you, and then they take the body, and the body never comes back. Your loved one disappears. What does the church do with them? Presumably they get turned into enforcers, but yeah. The enforcers are more construct than people. They look like heavily armored knights on the outside. But they're probably just going to be like some type of reanimated corpse construct on the inside. You need to flip the spellbooks. Those fireballs are going to be difficult to learn. No, the rest of the spellbook's probably going to keep the same. Stay around the same. Again, it's gonna be more of a question of like, how does the philosophy of the world change, and how does the approach of all of the people around the world change? I want to keep everything also off of like the irony that the shackles set you free. I want to keep the what is this? Jump, quality, dexterity, nullification. Yeah, I want to keep the rest of the stats pretty much the same, and then have a focus on like just how does that affect the rest of the world in terms of, like I said, the politics and how people feel about things and people's opinions about life and death. I just thought it would be an interesting thought experiment. I'm not saying this would be like the basis for an entire anything else, but yeah, I just thought it'd be neat. Okay, so this quest. You need to have Death Block in this quest or you die. There's monsters in here called Caco Demons, Pyro Demons, and Caco Demons. And apparently Fire Demons. The Caco Demons, if they hit you, they have Vorpal, which means they deal damage to you, and they can instantly kill you if they roll a 20. That's bad. Monsters killing you when they roll a 20 is bad, because monsters hit you all the time, and monsters can roll 20s all the time. There's no limit on the number of 20s a monster can roll. So it's very important that you don't have that issue come up. Just go here, and everything has to run through this. We're all set. Fortunately for me, the Blade Barrier does a very, very good job of taking care of pretty much every single monster, and then my Cleric can use the rest here. It's not bad. The Mountain Ifrit died in Game of Thrones. I don't know Game of Thrones, sorry. Decision with a monopoly on violence? Yeah, but it's a really direct monopoly on violence. Murder would not be a major crime? Maybe not. What does murder extend to? Is kidnapping a worse crime than murder? Like, here's a thought that I thought of, right? So, sorry, I lost my train of thought when I got a message. I was gonna say, I want to keep things on a lower sci-fi level. I don't want to include that many sci-fi elements in the story. I want it to be mostly fantasy, but there's a couple sci-fi elements I wanted to include, and one of them is prosthetics. So, if you get resurrected with the Raise Dead spell, the question is, how exactly do you come back? Because, like, if you get killed and you get your arm chopped off, if you get resurrected from the dead, do you get the arm back? Like, is that how that works? You just come back and you have the arm again? Probably not, right? You wouldn't get the arm back. So the idea is that prosthetics would be relatively advanced because people would need to come back. Like, if you get your arm cut off and it gets thrown into like a wood chipper and you get resurrected, you ain't got no arm anymore. So there would be like more advanced prosthetics for people, some more magically enabled and what have you. So if you see somebody who's like, got like a fake hand and they got like a fake eye or something, or a fake jaw, they've seen some stuff. They've been around. Yeah, it brings you back as you were. So if you got your arm cut off and then you got killed, Also, like, even more grim concepts. So, like, consider the following. You know, what if there's somebody who works at an alchemy lab, right? And so the alchemy lab is they use lots of different ingredients, right? And one of the alchemical ingredients that the alchemist uses is blood. They need blood for some type of mixture, right? So you mix in a little bit of blood and you make something. So they need blood. So a job that the alchemist posts for is they take you, a living person, and they put you on a meat hook. And they drain you of your blood. They exsanguinate you. And then you die of that. And then when you die, after they drain your blood, they resurrect you from the dead, and they drain you again. And then you get paid at the end of the day or end of the week or whatever, and then they get to sell all of their products that they make using the blood that came from your body, because you just got resurrected. Because it's so easy to do. So, like, that could be a thing. And that's really weird and gross, and I hate the concept. But then my brain is like, well, why not? Well, how? So I'm trying to think of, like, all the positive angles and also the negative angles and the weird angles and things that make it different. And for instance, the spell automatically fails. Yep. As a service? Mm-hmm. So that's why before I can actually go forward on some things, I need to, like, fully work out the exact details of what happens when you get resurrected. The exact details down to the letter. So a buddy of mine is a doctor. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass, you know, the limitations of the body. And then basically once I have it all done, I'm going to give it to him and be like, "What? How does this look from the perspective? Can you live with this? Can you live like this?" Also, of course, the consequences of death is not going to be super lighthearted. Some people will take it more lightheartedly, and they'll be more risky and you know, people you want to avoid. But the death still has a toll on the person. It's not like you just die and get resurrected. Like, it's traumatic, and so people that die or have had more deaths in their life are a little less, you know, they're a little less on the level, a little less on the ball. Yeah. Yeah, it's a totally different type of draining. This is hardcore? This is hardcore league, yes, sir. See what's on this side of momentarily, maybe important stuff. Yeah. So it's like I said, I've got a lot of things I'm, like, working on in terms of the interpretation of how the world is going to work. Also, then you're raised dead. Well, that's just it, right? You can get picked up after a fight and be resurrected. You got 1 hit point. Your character's tired and exhausted. But then actually healing takes time. Yes, we'll see. Never watched Game of Thrones. I thought you guys said TV are legally only allowed. Oh, so the problem with Game of Thrones is that when Game of Thrones released, it was on HBO. And when it was coming out, I couldn't afford HBO at the time, so I just didn't watch it. And I didn't really have the desire to, like, steal it. I just had no real urge, so I didn't. So I didn't have my familiar active. That's smart of me. So I didn't steal it. And by the time I could have gotten into it, it was already, like, 5 seasons deep. So I was like, do I really want to watch, like, 5 seasons of a TV show? That's a lot of catch-up. I don't know if I really want to do that. And then I didn't need to watch the 6th season because everybody told me the last season is really bad. So that was easy for me. Is free to revive, repairs over time. I wouldn't necessarily say constitution penalties. Be more of like maybe like an additional stat. Probably more lines of, like, charisma and wisdom than constitution. Because constitution implies the physical body has consequences, which is already implied because of the death and resurrection. I'm talking about the brain. The brain suffers consequences. Doesn't like what's happening. Yep. Yo, what's up, Largelyton? How are ya? How are you doing? Goodbye, money child. R.I.P. It has plus 15 advantage on athletics. You can grapple up as a bonus action after you hit someone with an attack. Neat. I don't know what you can do with the grapple, but hopefully you can do something with it. Grappling is something I generally avoid in pen and paper. Yeah, like I said, I didn't do it. Train yourself to be murdered by people who want to vent some anger. Yeah, like I said, there's tons of opportunities as to weird concepts that could come about. And you might even have some places that are not as weird and more normal. So again, that's why it's like I'm still, that one's probably the hardest one to write, is because I'm still working out the concepts of the world. But yeah, so I have 2 pen and paper campaigns I'm be working on, or that I am working on right now. And actually over the past like 2 weeks, that's why I've been like, I've just been doing a lot of writing, like a lot of writing, and it's been fun. It's been good. But like, you can only write so many 40-page Google Docs before you start to need to slow down a bit. So that's why I'm taking like a break for a week, like all the writing and stuff. Stormsinger build around. Do you think Stormsinger Feydark tree is stronger for me to use instead than Stormsinger? No, Stormsinger is way better. Feydark Illusionist is universal enhancement tree, which inherently means that in general it's not going to be as good as the class trees. There are 2 exceptions to this, which is Vistani and whatever you call the other one. Horizon Walker. But outside of that, pretty much everything is better as a class tree. I guess technically Inquisitive as well. All the weapon trees are better than some class trees. Weird thought. But the more generic trees like Falconry and Feydark Illusionist are not, generally. Ooh, tourney armor. That's neato. Be my first plot hook? Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. The way I kind of also have the world set up is in layers. So like dying moves you to another layer. So supposed to there being planes of existence, there's just different layers of the world. So when you die, you move a different layer. And the reason why the layers exist is because the layers are degrees of separation from other layers, which keep you safe. And so, you might have something going horribly wrong where, as opposed to like there being necessarily angels and demons, but if someone dies, let's say they die of old age, and then you try to bring them back, it's not going to work. But if you try really, really, really hard to bring them back, it might work. But the problem is, as when people die, basically their soul passes between the layers. So if someone dies, you can resurrect them for a short period of time. But then after enough time, their soul will pass to another layer, and they're too far and they can't be resurrected. That's why, in my interpretation, you can only resurrect somebody after like a minute of death or whatever it is, or however long it will be. Because once they move past the layer, it's too hard. And the problem is, you may be able to reach to the next layer to get them. But the real scary part is what happens if you reach to the next layer and you don't get them. You get something else. So you resurrect, something that is like a demon, but not entirely. You resurrect your friend, but you get an entity or a spirit who inhabits the body from another layer. That is very upsetting. It is able to perfectly mimic the person that it was and pretend to be them, but it's not them. And it's just a horrid nightmare creature. Like a doppelganger of sorts. But it's not real. And you find out how not real it is when it starts to act on its own interests. And or even worse things. Have you noticed that Gerald's been acting funny since that fight on 3rd Street? Oh no, I'm sure they're fine. Yeah, exactly. Pet Cemetery adjacent, something like that. I'm still not 100% sure, but I like the idea of the layers, as opposed to there being planes of existence. Just like the distinct layers. So I'd have to take a lot of the outsiders and move them into the actual world itself, so they wouldn't be outsiders. But also make it so that the idea of something like this, like a spooky monster or something like that, is also not like something that's well known. This isn't something that everybody knows and we're all aware of. This is like a secret, like a big secret. Because most people don't deal with this. When someone dies, they die. People know the rules. It's just some people have dug into this. And how deep does the rabbit hole go? It's all a secret. It's a big conspiracy. Or is it? I don't know. So yeah, that's why I'm gonna be doing a whole bunch of stuff. I just gotta figure out a lot of like the core details. It's aliens. So lame when he does that. Well, I'm not gonna say it's aliens. Basically, the idea is that each layer is a layer of protection, because the layers, the further you go, so if this is the base layer that has humanity on it, or like the planet, the further you go through the layers of reality, the further you go, the more nightmarish the things that are there become. And so they become, like I said, like the most horrifying thing you could possibly imagine, and then they get worse. And not nightmarish as in like they're really hard bosses with lots of hit points. But I mean like, you know, like I said, like somebody who is capable of perfectly mimicking you without your knowledge, but not being you, with an ulterior motive, or something like that.
When you go to the deepest levels, you find Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah, maybe. The different layers and rivers, special nightmares are trained to purge them, but sometimes they fail and get taken over. Kind of an idea, maybe? I was thinking, like, the layers are more defensive of, like, you know, more Lovecraftian style nightmares than, like, again, like powerful undead and stuff, but it's not a terrible idea. Like I said, I was thinking, like, numbers don't necessarily have to play into the equation. All right, so now we're done here. Beautiful. Oh, man, I love doing Maraud the Mines. What a great quest. Another quest that's good after this one is Offering of Blood. That went missing. Anyone have seen some tragedy? A submarine tour for the shipwreck of the Titanic. Are you pretty sure you didn't just read that on The Onion? Missing Titanic sub. Oh, it's literally true. This is an emerging story. Titanic submarine missing since Sunday. You just don't expect it. I hope they're able to find those people. It's not a funny situation, obviously, because, you know, if it's supposed to be like a tourist sub, it's literally a tragedy. And I couldn't imagine a bigger nightmare than being trapped somewhere underwater in a sinking coffin. That sounds horrific. So I hope the people that are stuck there are able to be rescued. But also, I mean, come on. Like, what are the odds? Sub down to the shipwreck? Oh, yeah. Well, the thing that I didn't realize, because I didn't know anything about the Titanic, because I was, like, kind of young when it, you know, the Titanic and all that stuff. Not, like, young, but we didn't really learn that much about it. And then I was young when the movie came out, so even still, it was like a... Ooh, that's a good shield. Yeah, so I don't know everything about the Titanic. I didn't realize how far down the Titanic is. It's very deep in the ocean. That's like not like I was like, how come the Titanic hasn't been like brought to the surface? Like, we can do so many things. We can't, you know, get a team and dive down and go drag the Titanic somewhere. Just to get some cables, attach it, and then drive it over. It's really deep. Yeah. Super deep. The Titanic. That is not an easy boat to get to. It's very hard to get to. So yeah, it was just interesting. Okay, I don't need this, I don't need this, and I don't need this. Important note, the ocean deep. Yep, correct. Correct. All right. Well, that is going to be the end of the solo hunter playthrough. So hope you guys have enjoyed some of the Dungeons & Dragons Online here today. It's been a lot of fun. Because I'm going to be moving on to something else. I spent 6 hours and 42 minutes on solo hunter guided playthrough, and now it's time to change to something completely different. Now, many of you have been asking me very specifically for something pretty fun, which is you want to see more Peter Pipega, and I know you do. I know you do. And so I wanted to provide you with the option to see a little bit more Baldur's Gate and a little bit more fun. So we're going to be changing up game here. So I know a lot of people really like the other stuff, but I know this is different, but obviously we're going to be changing up game here. Just edit the stream info. There we go. Do this. And this is... That's right. We are going to be transitioning over to everyone's favorite video game. The Lord of the Rings Online. That's right. It's Raid Night. And then we're going to be doing Peter Pipega later. What if you drained the ocean to get to it? That wouldn't be too hard. Just get like a straw in there. Somebody pull the plug on the ocean. Just drain it. One sec. I got to find my items. Oh. Yeah, I got to find my items. Oh my god. My bracer's somewhere and I don't know where. Oh my god. Gotta find a bracer. I left my bracer somewhere. Yeah, it's Raid Night. Anyway, there you go. Yeah, the Titanic is really deep underwater. Where is it? Titanic wreck. So it lies at a depth of 12,500 feet, which is already a big depth. And the two main pieces, the front and the back of the ship, are separated by 2,000 feet. That's how far down, okay? The boat sank so far. That's 2,000 feet apart. The boat had that much time to drift because it was falling so deep. That's crazy. Rather than like 2.5 minutes. Not underwater, you can't. Yeah, you guys like Baldur's Gate? Here's some Lotro nerds. Yeah, you got them. That's the plan. Oh, sick. Okay, I'll read that later. Thank you. And there's the gear that I was looking for. I lost a bracelet. It's just this one. This bracelet's really good. Tank set. So that goes here. This is the Will bracelet. So I don't have to share any of this other gear. It's just that one piece. Damn. Titanic have update 6 underwater combat. Man, could you imagine? Yeah, there's the exact coordinates for the Titanic. Yep. Yeah, it's actually 1 atmosphere pressure for every 10 meters, which is why meters is a great unit, because it's all zeros. But, yeah, we can use American units. They're just wherever. But yeah, dude. Look at this nonsense. Look at this boat. Damn, dude. That's Titanic. That's crazy to me. It's an ancient boat. Ship, not boat. It's a big boat. Big ship. Ship boat. Tank. Bracelet. Okay. Gotta press some buttons here. B for buttons.
Once the seat of the Witch King of Angmar, the dread citadel of Guantranos.
Oh, somebody asked what song I was listening to. What am I listening to? I am listening to The Lazy Generation by the F-Ups. It's a classic song. It's the right guy, right? It's the right guy. Is it the left guy? I think it's the left guy. think it's the left guy. I have to do something. The depth in feet? Yeah, because that's what was on the article. I can't easily convert 12,500 feet on Wikipedia into meters. Think I'm that smart? I'm not that smart. I find it confusing to work with that. I should turn my music off. Now that I think about it, I don't want to listen to music during raid because then I get distracted because I start listening to music and I'm like, yeah, and I'm jamming out. Yeah, it's crazy. Like I said, I'm not much of a knowing stuff about the Titanic sort of feller, and it blows my mind. Well, thank you for letting me know about the story. I did not know that there was a tourist submersible that went missing. That's crazy. Massive search and rescue operation underway. Contact was lost with the small sub about an hour and 45 minutes into its dive. Tour firm Ocean Gate said all options are being explored to rescue the 5 people on board. Tickets cost $250,000 for an 8-day trip, including dives to the wreck at 12,500 feet or 3,800 meters. Government agencies, the U.S. and Canadian navies, and commercial deep-sea firms are helping with the rescue operation. The Titanic's wreck lies 435 miles south of St. John's, Newfoundland, though the rescue mission is being run from Boston, Massachusetts. The missing craft is believed to be Ocean Gate's Titan submersible, a truck-sized sub that holds 5 people, and it usually dives with a 4-day emergency supply of oxygen. Man, imagine the thing just loses power and hits the bottom of the ocean, and then they just gotta wait there for days hoping they get rescued. Terrifying. Absolutely nightmare. This is exactly why I will never go in any type of boat. Any type of deep submersible thing where it's like, oh, we're going to go into the ocean. You want to get in the shark tank? You want to do it? No. I don't want to do any of this stuff. Shark cage? No. Go straight to HE double hockey sticks. I don't want to do none of that. No. 9 years? Worst thing to think about? Oh, dude, absolutely. 9 years in the sub? Holy mackerel. That's a lot of time to be underwater. I would not want to do that. Like, important. I think submarines are cool, okay? I think submarines are really cool. I just don't like the idea of being in one. Yeah, you're not on the submarine for 9 years straight. Be in the sub, then on the sub? True. I also would rather be in the sub than on the sub. I wouldn't really want to be outside the submarine. Sounds like that would be bad. Any music going? Yeah, so the volume's good. The music in here is kind of quiet. Okay. Did you ever eat a sub? You were on the submarine for 9 years. I have submarine questions. Did you ever, like, eat a sub on the sub? Like, eat a submarine sandwich? Because I imagine that would be so funny. Every time I'd eat a hoagie and then just be like, sub, and then eat the sandwich. Every time. It would never get old. You understand? I'm really stupid. So that would make me laugh every time. Answer may be allowed to answer the question. Okay, I'll think of more submarine-oriented questions. I don't know, most people don't work on submarines. So it's just cool to think about. One of the things, if I was somebody that was smarter, what would I want to know about a submarine? This guy needs heals. He needs heals. Oh lord, that guy needs energy. I'm mostly just letting the Guardian do everything. It's a nasty fart in the sub. Oh, true. Yeah, do smells like go away? That's actually a great question. Like if somebody just like busts ass on the submarine, does that stay eternally, or does it dissipate over time? Air cleaned and recirculated. That makes sense. Yeah, it's probably like on the space station. You get nervous when your cereal stops floating and sinks in the bowl. Wait, because of the air pressure? Does that happen? Is that like a thing, or are you making that up? That sounds crazy. It's a whale. What's a ship? It's better in sonar. Sonar? Counterattack, that was your job? Oh, sick. The trash fights in these raids are just bosses? This is trash. We're doing the trash pulls on the way here. The trash pull teaches you how to do the trash, because these guys show up during the boss fight, and they all have different mechanics. The bod rail guys, when they get low on hit points, they put a corruption effect on them that has to be removed before they can die, so he just used it. So he has this Oathbound, so he can't die until we remove it from him. The priests have heals and a bunch of AoEs. The sorcerers make nearby monsters unable to be interrupted, so you have to make sure you're interrupting them. The Oathsworn, as they die, they buff nearby allies to increase their damage, so you have to pull them out. It's like a whole bunch of mechanics on these trash mobs, and they all come during the boss fight, so you have to know how to deal with them before you get to the boss fight, or you run into real problems. Gone so long? Yep, you've been gone a while. Hey, come back up here. Green water is with electricity and separate the hydrogen and oxygen in simple terms? Yeah, exactly. You just split the water. What's the, were you like assigned to be on the submarine? Because you are like a sonar guy and you worked on boats, or did you want to work on the submarine? Was that like you were like a kid sitting there staring at the stars and your friends are like, oh man, I want to be a fireman. And some guy's like, I want to stream on Twitch. And someone else is like, what's that? And he's like, I don't know yet, but I want to do it. And then you're like, I want to get on a submarine. The Marines are always volunteer duty. Well, yeah, but I just want to know. Is unique and different? Dude, I bet that's... I would say, oh, it's probably some cool stories, but do you have more interesting stories than someone would expect, or less interesting stories than someone would expect? Like, I would imagine you would get a lot of interesting stories from the submarine, but then also, you're on, like, a boat. There's, like, not a lot going on. So, like, you know, it's like, oh yeah, you'd have, like, totally a lot of interesting stories going on. I'm just waiting for the taunt. I imagine you would probably not have that many interesting stories because, like, nothing happens because you're on a boat in the ocean and you see the same people every day. But then also, you know, you're on a submarine. It's like, did I pull this? No, just the keeper came down here to say hi. Cool. I have to keep the Oathsworn over here. Bored people make interesting stories? That's true. What are you looking at? Imagine someone on a ship would have more stories. Well, the ship, yeah, but like I said, a submarine's literally under the ocean. So, like, you just look around at empty water all day. And then shoot the shit with, like, Jenkins. It's good to know. Everybody's always gonna have a different experience. Like, I feel like one of the things I struggle about with live streaming is I feel like I have a lot of interesting stories of things that happen that are, like, not from the live stream. But I struggle with, like, telling people about the live stream and what I do. Because a lot of what happens here is very, like weird and specific. So it's like, oh, you know, what happened on your stream? And it's like, I can't really tell you a story about the live stream because, you know, the live stream is super specific. Like, how can I explain to somebody about, you know, what's going on in Dungeons & Dragons Online? Or like, oh yeah, I talked to this guy about a submarine the other day. And it's just basically me telling other people's stories. Like, the events themselves, it's not that they're not interesting, they're just hard to tell because they're so specific to what I do. You know what I mean? And so I kind of think about that. I imagine that you would have a similar problem with the submarine, but maybe not.
Quest
I feel like every time someone asks me how's streaming going, I don't really know exactly what to say. Like, I'm like, yeah, things are going good. It's great. I'm like playing a new video game. Things are cool. A lot of times it's like, how do you even tell the story of like what happened today? Also, what's up, Wolfen? How you doing? Appreciate the work. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. So just curious about the difference between that. Also, it's 2 years. Damn, 2 years, Wolfen. I appreciate it, man. I hope you've enjoyed 2 years worth of stream, 2 years worth of content, and I'm glad you came back for another year. Goings on. You just sound completely unhinged? Yeah, exactly. 20. Chat racist, hit ban button, button and sandwich. I'm actually very fortunate. I don't have a very racist chat. It's good. What do you want me to pull out of the next pack? Okay, I can try to get both of them, but we'll see. Making fun of the French racist? No. Unless you're racist about it. Stream always is going to chill stream after work. Hope you had a nice day, stream. I had a great day, dude. Hello, Oathsworn. Wait, challenge. Wait, challenge. Challenge. Alright. My Oathsworn now. My Oathsworn. Okay. Should have them both now. Oh, they're mine! Bastards. I need to get these guys out. These guys buff up their teammates when they start dying, and they also take less damage from attacks. So it's very important that I don't let that happen. So I have to keep them over here so that people can actually damage stuff. And then I just kind of hang out. They have me with this Pierce debuff that reduces my physical mitigation by a percentage. So eventually my physical mitigation will get to 0, and I'll take full damage from all attacks. And then it'll get in the negatives. And what you might think is that that is actually a problem. My class is the Brawler class. I'm a fist fighter. Dude, I don't care. I don't take any damage. Yeah. Yellow Dragon. How do you beat this tag dragon? Stand on top of something. Just climb an object and it can't get you. Fist Cleric? Kind of. Wait, does this stack or stop at 5 stacks? Dude, he hits me for 73,000. I don't even care. Okay. Damn. It actually caps it at 5 stacks. Hilarious. Yeah, I do not know what you guys are talking about with regards to boats. But yeah, so you beat the dragon by just hide from it, so stand on something. Stand on top of like a bookcase. A lot of people stand on top of the bed. So there's like the bed that has like a frame above it, you know, and there's like fantasy beds or whatever. The real king. I don't know what you call that. The bed that goes, the thing that I'm talking about. Anyway, so you can do that. Yeah, or you can cast Dimension Door and leave, which also counts, because it can't find you. Or you can just run away with enough movement speed. If you have 30% movement speed, you get away. So yeah, there's a lot of ways to beat it. So this fight's really complicated. I'll try to explain it as you go. But, so, here's this boss fight. Here's how this works. This boss summons adds at 90% and 65%. Then when he gets to 40%, we go to phase 2. The boss has a frontal cleave, and he basically has all frontal, so you have to make sure he's turned away from people. And he has a deep frontal cleave debuff, so we have to trade back and forth. There's also like adds that are constantly spawning. So it's like 90% and 65%. We have to kill all of them before we go back on the boss. Technically, I guess you could ignore them, but that's not a good idea. And the ads all have different mechanics. The main mechanic is that the sentinels that come up on the side, the archers, have an attack called kill shot, and they have to be stunned or like interrupted to stop it. If a kill shot goes off, it does a huge amount of damage to somebody. And if a second kill shot goes off, so usually it's enough to kill, but if it doesn't kill you, the second kill shot always kills you. So you need to basically not let them do that. So you have to kill all the ads. And the first ad wave is easy. The second ad wave is hard. So that's always a fun challenge. And then what else? So there's that. Then there's going to be 2 of these guys are going to come out at the same time. We got to kill him first, and then the other boss. We should have enough time. I should be able to hold it for the entire time. I shouldn't need to trade because I think I'm tanky enough. Do we have everybody here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Do this. But yeah, it should be, it's like fairly easy. It's a lot of passing back and forth. A lot of this is dependent on DPS and timing because we just have to beat the enrage. And this is a long boss fight. This is a very long boss fight. The first phase of the boss fight has no timer on it, so it doesn't matter. It's only the second phase when the second boss comes in, which has the timer on it. And she has 3 ad waves, 90%, 65%, and I believe it's 40%, and 40% is the next ad wave. And each ad wave is complicated. Her ad waves are much more dangerous. There's like reflect guys. There's a whole bunch of stuff. It's terrifying. You beat the Wraith guy. This is the boss after that. This is the boss after the Wraith guy. And we have beat it. I just wasn't there this week when they beat it, so somebody already had locks. Rogue Energy and Puma gaming socks on. Yeah, I should. But, yeah. But yeah, I'll try to explain the fight as we go. You want to start with them, and I'll grab them once the ads come out? This should be good. I'm trying to think of what else to say. So yeah, so the boss is basically get down to 40%. Then there's going to be a 3-minute speech that happens, so you guys can like space out and eat a snack. It's the perfect time to like just walk away from keyboard. Actually, this is a perfect time